The first thing I felt in my new life was that I was floating in something warm and dark and extremely comfortable, and my very first coherent thought was that I never wanted to leave. My second thought was that this was, unmistakably, the inside of a woman. My third thought, arriving with the calm of a man who has already seen the worst life has to offer, was, so I'm a fetus now. Fine. Great even. In my last life, I had worked myself to death. Literally. I clocked in at 23, I clocked out at 41 face down on a keyboard chasing a quarterly bonus I did not live to collect, and the last thing I saw was an unread email from my manager, so you'll understand that being reborn into a warm dark room with absolutely nothing to do struck me not as a horror, but as a spa. Then a voice went ding inside my skull. Congratulations, host, on binding the Slack system. And then it said nothing else. It just sat there. I waited. I mentally poked it. I asked it what a Slack system was, what the catch was, what the terms and conditions looked like. Nothing. It had delivered one line of ad copy and gone quiet like a coworker who says, let's circle back, and then retires. Honestly, I respected it. It was the laziest system in the history of transmigration, and it was mine. Get lost, I told it, mostly to see if it would do anything. Ding. Host refuses to bind and shows no ambition. Slack system conditions met. Reward issued, the 3,000 great Tao scriptures and the true eye of breaking falsehood. I felt something enormous quietly pour into me. Every truth of cultivation any old monster had ever bled for, arriving like junk mail. And then a second gift settled behind my eyes. A way of seeing that cut straight through every lie in creation down to what a thing actually was, all for telling my own cheat to get lost. I lay there in the warm dark and made myself a solemn vow, the only promise I have ever fully kept. This life, I was not going to work. Not one honest day. I was going to be a useless, pampered, world-class young master, and I was going to nap through the whole thing. There was a baby in the corner of the womb, a twin, a little girl, curled up and, as far as I could tell, extremely busy. I turned my new true eye on her out of idle curiosity and nearly swallowed my own tongue, which is difficult when you don't have one yet. She wasn't a baby. She was a reincarnated empress, a soul that had ruled and died and clawed its way back, and she was already grimly circulating the raw energy of the womb like a war widow doing sit-ups, and she was terrified of me. Her tiny soul kept flinching away from mine, because whatever my soul was radiating in that dark, it read to her like standing next to a sleeping god who might roll over. I hadn't done anything. I was lying there. But she decided, on the spot, that every lazy twitch of mine was some unfathomable design, and she vowed then and there to train hard enough to one day stand beside her horrifying brother. That was the birth of a joke the universe would run for the next 18 years, and it never once got old. Ding. Detected. Host does not struggle, does not compete, and enjoys sleeping in. Rewards issued. Grand Mist Purple Chi. The Pangu True Fetus. Automatic forging of a flawless innate spirit foundation. I didn't lift a finger. I couldn't. I didn't have fingers. My body was being rebuilt into the single most perfect vessel that had ever gestated anywhere, and I earned it by having a good attitude about doing nothing. So naturally, I doubled down. I went to sleep, and the system, delighted, paid me for it. A map of Pangu splitting open the primordial chaos, an azure lotus that was itself an emperor's weapon, the seed of a Tao enlightenment tree. My sister, meanwhile, ground her little teeth and cultivated harder, watching her brother snore his way to treasures she was sweating blood for. Sleep tight, sis. One of us has a plan. They named the day of our birth a catastrophe, which, fair. When my mother finally brought the two of us into the world, the heavens did not do the polite thing and stay out of it. Purple Key rolled out for 3 billion miles. Visions hung in the sky over the estate, Pangu with his axe, a goddess mending the firmament, the kind of omens that get carved into the founding scripture of a religion. Down in his divination hall, the realm's greatest fortune-teller, old man Qing Tian, threw his bones to read what had just been born, and his heaven's secret plate, a relic that had never cracked in 10,000 years of prophecy, took one look at me and shattered into powder in his hands. He nearly got erased from existence just for peeking. Later, they'd call it the legendary Tao birthday, the day the great Tao itself came out to celebrate a child. I slept through most of it. My father, it turned out, was a man named Kai Huojin, and he was not a small deal. He was the clan head of the Immortal Feng clan, the single strongest lineage across the 3,000 boundary seas, the one clan in all of history to ever produce a true Immortal Emperor. Every other great power in the world was ranked below his front gate. My mother was named Xia Yuling. She had been pregnant with us for 3 full years, and this is the part everyone whispered about. She had married down into the strongest clan in existence, which meant her own background was somehow higher than that, and nobody knew what it was, and my father was too smitten and too smart to ask. He came in to name us glowing like a man who'd won the lottery twice, and immediately proved he had the naming instincts of a concussed rooster. He wanted to call me Kai Jianying, or Kai Qinyue, or, and I want you to sit with this one, Kai Shenri, essentially, Feng Big Sun, Feng Big Moon, Feng Big Day. I was hours old and I had opinions. I raised one tiny hand and I gave my father the middle finger. He blinked. He offered another sun-themed atrocity. I gave him the finger again, with feeling, and then turned and enthusiastically thumbs-upped every name my mother suggested, because my mother had taste. So I became Kai Ming, my sister became Kai Meiling, and my father, clan head of the mightiest house in creation, a man whose war name made kingdoms surrender, fled the room red-faced because his newborn son had flipped him off in front of the whole clan. I want to be clear that I have never regretted it. We barely had our names before the vultures arrived with gift baskets. The whole point of being born into the top clan in the world is that everyone else in the top tier of the world wants to marry into you. So they came. The Immortal G clan, the Phoenix dynasty, led in person by the Empress Kai Lanying, the Qingchu Fox fairy line. Each of them arrived cooing over the miracle babies and, in the same breath, offering up their most genius daughters in betrothal, trying to lock down an alliance with the child the heavens had thrown a party for. My father, who had been on this earth as a father for less than a day, looked at all these powerful families competing to hand him grandchildren and said out loud, in front of everyone, well, why not both? My mother's smile did something complicated. Somewhere in the back, I decided this man was going to be a very entertaining problem. Then came the talent test, which was supposed to be the emotional centerpiece of the celebration, and which my family had rehearsed for. They tested my sister first. Little Kai Meiling was placed on the aptitude altar, and the readings climbed and climbed, Great Emperor grade, and then past it, up the shining stairway that only the rarest souls in 100 generations ever touch, all the way to immortal aptitude. The crowd lost its collective mind. A child with the talent to one day walk the road to immortality, born into the immortal Feng clan. It was the match of the age. My father wept. My mother beamed. My sister, being my sister, was already annoyed she hadn't scored higher, and then they put me on the altar, and the altar did not give a reading. The altar made a sound like the sky clearing its throat, and the entire 8 desolations, the whole layered realm we lived in, the floor of the world, cracked. A hairline fracture of pure white light splitting from horizon to horizon while every cultivator present staggered and every treasure in the estate hummed in fear. My father's joy curdled into raw terror because he knew, the way you know a landslide has started, that this was not the test result. This was something else arriving. This was the world itself reacting to something waking up. And it was not me. It was, it turned out, the end of everything, arriving 3 days early to ruin my nap. The thing clawing its way into our world had a name that made even the old monsters go pale. The 3-life Immortal Emperor, not a metaphor. 3 literal bodies, his past self and his present self and his future self. One soul poured across 3 coffins and 3 eras, awakening all at once inside the sealed shell he'd made of our realm. He'd chosen the 8 desolations as his resurrection pot, and now the lid was on, the realm was cut off from escape, and he was calmly eating the population to fuel himself back to full power. The strongest experts alive gathered their courage and their armies and charged the sky screaming about slaying the immortal, and he swallowed them like a man eating peanuts at a bar, 1 gulp each. The cultivators who were left simply sat down and waited to die, because that is the correct and rational response to a god eating your continent. I was, at this exact moment, extremely sleepy. My sister, 3 days old and already the only person in the realm with a functioning survival instinct, spirit transmitted into my head in a full panic. Big brother, do something, everyone is going to die. And I, a newborn who wanted nothing from this reincarnation except uninterrupted rest, gave her the only wisdom I had. Just wait for death and try to find a comfortable position while you do it. She called me several words a 3-day-old should not know. And I would have taken my own advice and gone back to sleep. I genuinely would have, except that the system chose that moment to speak up for only the 2nd time in my life. Ding. Detected. An external force is preventing the host from peacefully rotting. Reward issued. Daily invincibility. Once per day, for 1 minute, the host may instantly kill any target of any realm, ignoring all cultivation gaps. My eyes, which had been so pleasantly shut, snapped open in the dark. I ran that sentence back. Ignoring all cultivation gaps, 1 minute, any realm, which meant, and I checked the math twice, because I am a lazy man, but not a stupid one, that I could insta-kill a 3-life Immortal Emperor. And here's the thing you have to understand about my motivation, because it is the only motivation I have ever had. I was not going to save the world. I did not care about the world. I cared that this overgrown 3-bodied geezer was standing directly between me and the nap I had been promised. He was a scheduling conflict. So I got up to delete him. A small figure stepped out into the ruined sky over the 8 desolations, face turned away, so that later, when they told this story, all anyone could ever describe was the back of a baby. The 3-life emperor, mid-feast, felt a shadow fall over all 3 of his bodies at once and demanded, with the fury of a being who had never in 3 lifetimes been interrupted, "Who are you?" And I told him the truth, which was the funniest thing available. "I'm your granddaddy." Then I raised one hand. A chaos, great hand seal came down and crushed his present body flat. A karma seal reached backward and forward along the river of time and quietly deleted his past self and his future self from ever having existed, unmaking him at the sacrificial Tao level so completely that not even a memory of him remained to grieve. 1 minute. The realm, freed, exhaled, and healed, and the spiritual energy of the whole world surged 100-fold in gratitude, most of it raining down as a windfall on the Feng clan, which was nice for everyone. And then I teleported my tiny body back onto the aptitude altar before anyone could turn around, because my daily invincibility had also thoughtfully wrapped the whole act in a fold of immortal power that isolated it from karma and time and the great Tao's own perception, meaning that not one single being in all of creation detected that the newborn on the altar had just erased an immortal emperor. Not one. Except my sister. My sister, from her cradle, had happened to be looking at exactly the right spot at exactly the wrong second, and she saw her brother's diapered backside blink out of existence for a few seconds and blink back. She didn't understand it. She couldn't prove it. But from that day forward, Kai Meiling never slept properly again, because some animal part of her knew that the lazy idiot in the next crib had done something to the sky, and she spent the next 18 years quietly losing her mind trying to catch him at it. I found this delightful. I still do. The world moved on without ever knowing what had happened, which suited me perfectly, but the story did not stay buried, because stories never do. In the deep places, things had noticed. Out on the infinite plateau, an ancient horror they called the eerie ancestor stirred in its seal and murmured that someone had broken its careful arrangement and that this was interesting, the worst word a monster can say about you. And down in the 6 Paths ruins, the Lord of Reincarnation opened one eye, decided to let all the little ants fight it out, and settled in to laugh last. I didn't know about either of them yet. I was busy being 8, because 8 years went by, and they were loud ones. With the 3-life emperor gone, his corpse and the treasures inside our sealed realm became the richest prize in existence, and every top power in the world came pouring into the 8 desolations to fight over the scraps. My father rode out at the head of the Feng armies and campaigned for 8 straight years, a brutal, grinding war that shook all 3,000 realms and made his name a thing mothers used to frighten children. And underneath all of it, the legend grew. The story that some unknown infant expert had, on the day of the disaster, slain a 3-life immortal emperor with a single seal and vanished. They had no idea who. They only knew it had been a baby. So they built shrines to it, they lit incense to it, they gave it a title and prayed to it as a god, the infant heavenly emperor, which is how I ended up, at 8 years old, sitting in the back of a Mortal World tea house, laughing so hard I nearly fell off the bench, listening to a professional storyteller breathlessly describe my own diaper backside as the divine posterior of a heavenly deity. I couldn't help myself. I leaned over to the table next to me and said, grinning, "What if I told you the idol he's describing is me?" The whole tea house turned around to look at the 8-year-old brat, and then they burst out laughing and started tossing melon rinds at me, and one uncle told me that if I was the infant heavenly emperor, then he was the Jade Emperor's father-in-law. This, right here, became the great running tragedy of my life. I would tell people the exact, literal truth about myself, and they would laugh in my face for it, every single time. I took it in stride. I turned my true eye on the loudmouth who'd heckled me hardest, read the single most humiliating secret in his soul, and announced to the room that this grown man still wet the bed. The place erupted. The Kid Bro was a hit, and I sat back down in the sun, warm and anonymous and thoroughly amused, a god pretending to be a nobody in a tea house, and for one perfect afternoon, nobody needed saving and nothing needed killing, and I got to just sit there and be 9 kinds of smug about it. It did not last. It never does. My father was about to come home. He announced it, as powerful men do with an army. The sky over the mortal town went dark, and a legion of dragon horses came down out of the clouds in golden armor, and every commoner in the street hit their knees so fast you'd think gravity had tripled. I did not kneel. I was 8 and I was enjoying my melon seeds, so I looked up at the descending host of celestial cavalry and out of pure reflex at this point, flipped them off. The lead general, an old iron-faced monster named Kai Feiyang, who had personally leveled kingdoms, took one look at the rude child in the tea house doorway, dismounted, and dropped to one knee in the dirt. "General Kai Feiyang," he said in a voice that had ordered massacres, "respectfully requests that the young lord return to the clan." The entire street stopped breathing. The uncle who'd called himself the Jade Emperor's father-in-law made a small noise like a stepped-on frog. I flicked the storyteller a gold ingot the size of his head for the excellent slander about my divine backside, climbed onto the jade killin they'd brought for me, and rode off like the world's smuggest 8-year-old, leaving an entire town to slowly turn and stare at a little pigtailed girl who'd been hanging on my every word all afternoon, and who now looked like she'd watched a fairy tale walk out the door. She'd remember me. Her name was Song Enran, though I didn't know it yet, and neither did she really. She'd lost most of who she was. But before the dust even settled, the old storyteller sat her down, and seeing the hunger in her face, laid out for her exactly how far the ladder went, using the saddest true story he knew. There was a man, he said, called Mo Wuchen, the sword god of the Northern Desolation, a once-in-a-thousand-years genius who had actually done the impossible and ascended past the mortal world into the firmament above. And after 700 years up there, clawing and bleeding, do you know what that living legend had become? A gatekeeper. A named disciple doorman for a second-class sword sect that wouldn't have let him sweep its floors back home. That, the old man said, is the size of the gap, because above the mortal realm the powers stack up past imagining, third class, second class, first class, top class, overlord, and at the summit the imperial clans, and above even those, alone, standing on a rung no one else in all of history had reached, was the one true immortal clan. He didn't tell her its name, he didn't have to. The little girl was already staring in the direction a jade killin had carried a boy who talked to gods like they were bad tippers. Home was a mountain of relief, and immediately, within the hour, a war. My father landed from 8 years of campaigning, saw his son for the first time since I was 3 days old, swept me into a hug, and actually wept, big, rolling, iron general tears into the top of my head. It was genuinely touching. It lasted about 90 seconds. Then he held me at arm's length, wiped his eyes, and revealed the plan he had clearly been composing on the entire ride home. 15 hours of cultivation a day, starting tomorrow, to forge his miracle son into the greatest great emperor the Feng clan had ever produced. 15 hours. I looked at this man who had just cried over me and understood that I had been reincarnated into the custody of a tiger father, and that the true final boss of my second life was not going to be any immortal emperor, it was going to be him. He tried to read my cultivation, the way any proud father checks his kid's homework, and his divine sense slid right off me and found nothing, because there is nothing in creation with the authority to look inside me without permission. Puzzled, he reached out and laid a hand on my shoulder to feel my meridians directly. And my body, which does not distinguish between an attack and an unsolicited touch, gently defended itself. My father, clan head of the strongest house in the world, went cartwheeling backward through 3 walls and landed in the garden coughing up smoke and ruin, nearly killed by physical contact with his own 8-year-old. It was at this exact moment that my mother arrived. She swept down out of the sky like judgment, and, I want this remembered, she flew straight past her husband, who was actively smoking, to cut my face and ask if Chang Ming had been hurt. Only after confirming I was fine did she turn, notice the man wheezing in the flower bed, and ask him what he thought he was doing. He tried to explain about the 15-hour plan. That was a mistake. My mother, it turned out, was a tigress who made the tiger father look like a house cat. She informed him, and the assembled clan, and the sky, that she did not care if her son ever cultivated a single day, that she would sooner stuff him full of the rarest medicines in the world and let him nap his way to godhood than watch him work. And that if Kai Huojin forced 1 hour of training on her baby, she would take both children and go home to her mother, wherever terrifying place that was. My father folded like wet paper. Before she left again for some vague and enormous business at the heavenly court, my mother stood over him and gave one order in a voice that could curdle immortal wine. Do not make my son cultivate. He swore it on his ancestors. He meant it too. He just also, the second her back was turned, started scheming, because that is what fathers do. My sister, meanwhile, had her own agenda for me. Kei Mei Ling ambushed me at the courtyard gate the moment we were alone, launching a full palm strike at my head to test whether I was secretly as strong as she feared. I caught it without looking up, and then, when that proved nothing, she burst into furious tears. She had immortal aptitude, the talent of the age, and she'd been grinding 15 hours a day for real, and she was stuck, jammed at the 9th level of the King Realm with a bottleneck she couldn't crack, and it wasn't fair. And her useless brother who never trained a day was clearly, somehow, above her. She wanted my secret, so I gave her one. I told her with a completely straight face that true cultivation happens in dreams, that the ancients wasted their lives sitting up straight when the real path was horizontal, and I handed her a scroll I had personally invented that morning called the Slacker's Supreme Sleeping Method, a technique whose first and only instruction is to fall asleep for 3 days and nights and not wake up for anything. Ding. The slacking sect has expanded to 2 disciples. Reward issued, the Buddha kingdom in the palm. So even lying to my sister paid out. She, God help her, took the scroll like it was holy writ, went to her room, and slept for 3 days straight out of sheer spite and desperation. When she woke up, she stormed out and bit me on the shoulder hard enough to chip a normal person's teeth, and then froze, because the bottleneck she'd been beating her head against for 2 years had quietly dissolved in her sleep, and she'd broken clean through into the venerable realm. She stared at me with the expression of a woman whose entire worldview had just filed for divorce. Enjoying life, I told her, patting her head, is also cultivation. She has never forgiven me, and she has never stopped using the technique. My father took a different approach: bribery. He threw a feast that would have made emperors weep: dragon liver, phoenix gall, the flesh of beasts whose names were themselves forbidden knowledge, and attached a price to every dish. Eat the dragon liver, cultivate 8 hours. The phoenix gall, 5. He kept lowballing, down to 1 measly hour for a single bite, and I refused all of it cheerfully, telling him the kunpeng I'd had for lunch tasted better anyway, and every single refusal made my system chime like a slot machine hitting the jackpot, because turning down my tiger dad's cultivation bribes was, as far as the Slack system was concerned, the purest expression of my life's philosophy. One refusal earned me a chaos supreme treasure, the book of life and death, the ledger that decides who lives and who dies. I got paid a god-tier artifact for saying no thanks, I'm full. My father watched his son get visibly stronger by declining dinner and made a sound I can only describe as a man's sanity leaving through his ears. So he escalated to a cage. He locked the great clan gate, forbade me to leave, and camped outside my room for 3 days like a siege. Then, because he is not actually stupid, he offered terms. I could earn my way out if I cleared the purple bamboo forest secret realm and destroyed its guardian, a 9th-level saint puppet so lethal that the clan's finest young prodigies didn't dare enter before the heavenly king realm and usually cleared it around the age of 50. It was designed to be impossible for me. I didn't even go inside. I stood at the window, made a small 2-finger cutting motion in the general direction of the mountain, and went back to my nap. The report arrived that evening, delivered by a white-faced elder. The entire purple bamboo forest secret realm had been annihilated by a single sword light that fell from beyond the sky, every puppet on every level reduced to dust in one stroke. And yet not one trainee, not one spirit beast, not one blade of grass that wasn't a target had been so much as scratched. A sword with eyes. My father looked from the report to the window to the 2-finger motion I was absently repeating in my sleep, and something in him went very quiet. Then I void teleported straight through the locked gate and its 2 9th-level saint guardians as if they were a beaded curtain, my sister streaking out after me in a trail of flame, and we were gone into the wide mortal world before he'd finished doing the math on how thoroughly his son had just walked through the strongest defense he owned, which is how I found the pigtailed girl again, and this time she was in trouble. Down in the imperial capital of the Northern Desolation, in the middle of the gaudy promotional circus for the region's big triennial courtesan competition, a pack of thugs from the Jade Flute Pavilion had cornered Song Anran and were leaning on her hard. I turned my true eye on her properly for the first time and read the whole tragic file at a glance. Song Anran. In this life, the exiled princess of the fallen Xianxia dynasty. In her last one, a heartless empress whose name had frozen in age. Immortal grade aptitude, buried under amnesia. Her kingdom shattered when she was 3, her parents gone, her memory with them, and her entire combat repertoire consisting of exactly one move, a desperate, indelicate kick she taught herself for exactly this kind of situation, which I will politely call the rooster kicks the eggs, and which she deployed on the lead thug with a precision that made every man present wince in solidarity. She was outnumbered 10-1, and she was still swinging. I liked her immediately. So I ground the thugs into the pavement, and ding, the 10,000-fold return has activated. Each time a disciple's strength grows, the host receives 10,000 times that cultivation as a reward. A disciple. The system wanted me to take a student, and it would pay me 10,000-fold for every step she climbed. For a man committed to getting stronger by doing as little as possible, a prodigy who levels herself while I nap is the single most efficient employee imaginable. I took her on. She called me master, wide-eyed, this exiled empress kneeling to a boy younger than her, and when Wei Zhen's first wave of Zhonghu assassins came for us in the festival crowd, I wiped them out with a thought and handed her a single great Tao scripture to read. She broke through 3 realms before she finished the first page. When the local city lord sprang his ambush at the city gate, I crushed his soldiers with a gust of wind and reached into his soul to find out who was pulling the strings, and there he was, Wei Zhen, the crown prince of the Northern Desolation, son of the usurper who had personally burned down Song Anran's kingdom and collected its royal family as trophies to ransom and parade. I gave Song Anran back her memories, the burning palace, the parents she couldn't save, all of it, returned in a single terrible breath. She didn't break. She stood up straighter. She said she wanted to take every one of of their heads herself, with her own hands, and would I let her? I told her 1 year would be more than enough, and I meant it as a promise, which meant now I had to keep it. We traveled by carriage because I am a firm believer that a god should never walk when he can be driven. The coachman was a nervous mortal named Gao Zhao who kept apologizing for the bumps, and when we arrived I tipped him and patted his shoulder in thanks, and the pat happened to knock loose the blockage that had kept him a mortal his whole life, so that Gao Zhao, a carriage driver, broke through into the innate realm on the spot and sat there in the road weeping and vowing to build a shrine to the strange young master who'd made him a cultivator with a thank you. This kept happening to me. I would idly change some mortal's entire destiny with a gesture I'd already forgotten and leave a trail of dazed new cultivators and future shrine builders behind me like litter. Xianxia, riding the mountain of resources I kept feeding her, rocketed from Qi into Qi perfection in a matter of days, and she did it while glaring holes in the back of the prince who'd taken everything from her. That prince, Wei Zhen, was a genuinely repellent piece of work, and I say that as a man with a high tolerance for villains. He ran the whole triennial competition as a machine for grinding down the daughters of the kingdoms his father had conquered, parading the fallen, ransoming the useful, humiliating the proud, and skimming a fortune off the top of the whole cruel circus. He kept a purple sable as a pet, a vicious little thing he'd trained to kill whichever servant brought him news he didn't like, which is the kind of management style that tells you everything about a man's soul. And when word reached him that some unknown boy had crushed his assassins and taken the Kai princess as a disciple, he did not hesitate or investigate. He simply ordered every one of the region's top 10 Jianghu masters and the entirety of his elite black cavalry to find us and put us in the ground before sunset. He was that confident. It's almost sweet, in retrospect, how confident he was. They caught up to us in the festival street, and I let Xianxia have them because a promise is a promise, and she needed the reps. My 3-day-old disciple went through a dozen Qi assassins like a scythe through wheat, then walked her killing intent right up the ladder and one-shotted 2 Dao Palace sect leaders who'd been terrorizing the region for decades. She hit a wall only at a dragon transformation brute named Fan Shu, who was genuinely a tier above her. So I reached over her shoulder and turned Fan Shu into a fine red mist with a lazy backhand, then gestured for her to keep going. The whole street had stopped to watch, and the thing that broke their brains wasn't the carnage. It was that this terrifying exiled empress kept turning to a child to call him master. She's only cultivated 3 days, I told the frozen crowd helpfully. Give her a month and I'll have her tear that palace down brick by brick. Nobody laughed this time. They were starting to suspect I meant it. The competition itself had a mascot, and his name was Zhou Kai. Picture the single most punchable man you can, give him a system that whispers, he's the chosen protagonist of the universe, and set him loose to sigh in public about how heavy is the crown of the truly gifted. That was Zhou Kai. He hosted something called the Confucian Saint System, and my own system pinged me a quest the moment I laid eyes on him. Humble this man, which I would have done for free. He took the stage at the poetry contest, composed a genuinely good verse, and ascended in a pillar of purple light to the great Confucian realm, righteous energy rolling out 3,000 miles, while he informed the crowd that being invincible was terribly lonely. So I stood up, and I recited. I opened with the preface to the Pavilion of Prince Tang, and just kept going, pouring out the accumulated genius of an entire civilization that this world had never heard. Wen Yue and Ding Xiang and Chao Meng, a flood of perfect classics that had no business existing here, and the great Tao of literature responded to me the way everything responds to me, immediately and completely. I became a Confucian saint on the spot, only the third in the recorded history of the 8 desolations, my scholar's aura swallowing Zhou Kai's like the sea swallowing a puddle. His whole protagonist worldview cracked down the middle. He fell to his knees and begged to serve me. So I gave him a scripture, the supreme art of slacking off, and ding, 10,000 luck points, and, as a signing bonus, control of the net, a realm-spanning assassin organization I now apparently owned. Far away, 3 separate ancient things I hadn't met yet felt the balance of the world tip and murmured that the arrangement would have to change. I was busy enjoying being a poet. Wei Zhen did not take the news that his star scholar now worked for me with any grace at all. A Confucian saint, he sneered, was just a glorified king, and he ordered his black cavalry to butcher the entire watching crowd out of spite. That was the last order he ever gave freely. Out of the shadows, my new net organization arrived, the heaven-ranked assassin Qin Wen, her partner He Xuan, 6 silent sword slaves, and the black cavalry that had terrorized a region simply ceased to be, unmade between one breath and the next by killers who now answered to me. I walked up to Wei Zhen and slapped him once, which was enough to cripple every meridian in his body and drop him twitching at his own competition. Xianxia stepped up with a blade and murder in her eyes, 1 year ahead of schedule, and I let her raise it. And that is precisely when his father arrived to save him, which is the only reason this scene has a second half. Emperor Wei Chang came down out of the sky like a thunderclap, the usurper himself, the devil head, the man who had built the million-strong great snow dragon cavalry and used it to burn Song Anran's dynasty to ash, roaring at us not to harm his son and promising in the next breath to exterminate my family to the 9th generation for the insult. Behind him, the horizon filled with his legendary cavalry, 1,000,000 riders, the single most feared army in the mortal world. I looked at the army that had murdered my disciples' entire childhood, and I raised one hand and I brought it down. The great snow dragon cavalry, 1,000,000 strong, the terror of an age, turned to drifting ash in the space of a single breath, gone so fast and so totally that the wind carried them away before the sound caught up. Their famous sword god, Wen Xinyu, a half-step celestial monster who had ridden at the vanguard of every one of Wei Chang's conquests, took one look at what had happened to the army and made the smartest decision of his life, which was to turn and flee rather than lift a finger for the man he served. And I reached out and drew both Wei Chang and his son into a gourd, a little treasure world where a man dies and revives, however many times it takes to settle a debt, and I sealed it and set it in Song Anran's palm. As many times as you need, I told her. Her 1-year deadline had come in under a week. The promise was paid, in full, in her own hand. She held the gourd and didn't cry, and I decided not to look too closely at her face while she didn't. Somebody still had to run the Northern Desolation though, and I had a candidate. I called back the sword god Wen Xinyu, who had wisely fled, and informed him that as a reward for his excellent survival instincts, he was now the acting emperor of the entire region, effective immediately, on my authority, no takebacks. He was too terrified to refuse a promotion. The palace itself objected. A thing rose up out of the imperial foundations, a dragon chi incarnation they called the young eunuch, an entity that had haunted that throne for thousands of years and once killed a full celestial, and it did not care to be reassigned. So I raised one finger, the great desolate heaven-imprisoning finger, and pressed the ancient spirit flat into the flagstones until it was begging through the cracks to be allowed to serve. It joined the payroll too. Everyone always joins the payroll. And as I set the region's new government in place, I caught the faintest thread of something behind the Wei family, a hand behind the usurper, a scheme with the whole dynasty as a single pawn on a much larger board, and I filed it away for later because it was nap o'clock and the mortal world was finally, briefly, quiet. It stayed quiet for exactly as long as it took someone to plot revenge, which in this world is never very long. Wei Qin had a younger brother, Wei Ming, the chosen heir of the 1,000-year Dragon Tiger Mountain, and when he heard what had happened to his family, he did the traditional thing, vowed vengeance, and let his elders talk him into biding his time 30 years until he was strong enough to strike. He did not get 30 years, he got about 1 night. Because the thing nobody understood about my net was that it did not wait for a plot to mature, it ended plots in the cradle. Qin Wen and He Xuan went up Dragon Tiger Mountain in the dark, and by dawn the entire 1,000-year lineage was gone, root and branch, including a celestial realm old ancestor who had slept through 3 dynasties and woke just in time to not matter. No scheme against me survives the planning stage. Word of it rippled out through the mortal world, and the sects that had spent generations lording over the weak started whispering, terrified, about a ruthless heavenly human who erased whole mountains in a night, never guessing that the monster in their ghost stories mostly wanted to be left alone to nap, because that is what I did next. I found a place called Peach Blossom Village, a soft green nowhere at the edge of the mortal world, and Song Anran and I simply lived there for 3 months. She discovered, to her own bewilderment, that she had an innate chef's holy physique, that the same terrifying precision she brought to killing made her an absolute monster in a kitchen, and she cooked and I ate, and it was the closest thing to peace either of us had ever had. The villagers decided we were a pair of poor orphaned siblings scraping by, and being kind mortal people, they started sending their children over with jars of wine and baskets of food, a little tiger-eyed boy named Chang Lei leading the deliveries. I let them. I even paid them back in the only currency I had. I fed the village children spirit food that quietly reforged their little bones, so that decades later, though they never knew why, that one nowhere village would produce a whole first generation of celestial realm elders. Wen Xinyu wrote from the capital about the mortal world sliding back toward chaos, and I read his letters in a hammock and mostly ignored them until the afternoon 7 celestial human experts came out of the sky to assassinate me over my lunch. I didn't get up. I flicked a single drop of wine off my fingertip, through a fold in the void, and all 7 of them simply came. apart at once, like fireworks over the tree line. The village kids thought it was the most beautiful thing they'd ever seen. I let them keep thinking it was a festival trick. Those 7 had friends, and the friends were the real story. 7 soul lamps shattered at once in a place called the Divine Palace of the Heavenly Human Alliance, and their leader, a slender, bewitching, silver-haired youth with a smile like a knife wrapped in silk, looked at the dead lamps and, crucially, decided not to avenge them. Not yet. Because the Alliance had a plan, capital P, a scheme 8 or 9 years from completion, and their leader was patient enough to know that after it ripened, even a descendant of the mighty Feng clan would have no choice but to kneel, so they left me alone. And I, not yet caring, left them alone right back, and another 8 years drifted by with the northern desolation at peace under its terrified sword god emperor, and a whole generation of village children grew up strong under the eye of a landlord they thought was their broke older brother. They got a chance to show their work when the Blue Wolf Gang came through. A one-eyed bandit king raided Peach Blossom Village with 10,000 men at his back, expecting easy pickings, and instead ran headlong into the now-grown village kids, Chang Lei and his friends, casually throwing around Dao Palace and Chi Si power they didn't even find remarkable anymore, who beat the raiders senseless before I'd finished my cup. I glanced at the one-eyed blue wolf on my way to refill it, and he became a memory. Song Anran opened her purple gold gourd and inhaled all 10,000 of his men into it in a single breath, to sort out later. Then she went back to the stove. This is what safety looked like in my little village, an apocalypse of bandits handled as a mild interruption to dinner. Eventually, though, I had to move, because Song Anran had hit the ceiling of what the mortal world could give her, and to break into the venerable realm she needed a genuine grotto heaven, a blessed land soaked in the good stuff. So we packed up. On the way out, I dealt with loose ends the way I deal with everything. I force-fed the acting Emperor Wen Xinyu a heaven-mending pill to buy him a few more centuries, and when the mortal world's own heavenly Tao tried to send a tribulation down on him for exceeding his fate, I looked up at the gathering thunderclouds and told them to scram, and they scrammed. I told Wen Xinyu not to breathe a word that he served me until he'd reached sainthood himself, for his own dignity. And at the farewell feast, while the villagers wept over their departing orphan siblings, I quietly poured a measure of the spring of life into the village wine so that every person in that valley would live decades longer than a mortal should and never know who to thank. Then we left for the Qiankun Holy Land, and I got to do my favorite thing, which is walk into the single most prestigious institution in a region and immediately break its whole hierarchy over my knee. The Qiankun Holy Land was the #1 holy site in the entire mortal world, 9 great peaks, 72 lesser mountains, a blessed land so rich that mortal cultivators killed for a single year's residency. To use its deepest grotto, I needed to be a peak master, so I became one the direct way. I walked up to the reigning peak master, a proud 9th-level venerable beauty named Ning Ruo, and bound her authority to me in a single move before she'd finished her opening threat. Her corrupt neighbor, the peak master of the desolate ancient peak, a bully called Gu Hong, objected on principle, so I crushed him. His father turned out to be the Holy Land's chief elder, a heavenly king realm heavyweight named Gu Long, who came storming in with 2 other peak masters to avenge his boy, and I shrank all 3 of them down to the size of a fist and pressed them into the ground, which is a difficult thing to come back from with your authority intact. And when the extended Gu family, a sprawling clan with actual celestial realm ancestors, mobilized their whole lineage to wipe out the upstart who'd humiliated them, the net reached down through a rift torn in the sky, and by the next morning, 9 generations of the Gu family had simply stopped existing, quietly, the way a candle stops existing. The rest of the Holy Land, which had been bracing to resent me, performed the fastest collective change of heart I have ever witnessed and began, with great sincerity, to worship. It's remarkable how quickly the righteous find their gratitude once the alternative is demonstrated. I just wanted the grotto. I always just want the small thing. The pile of bodies is always someone else insisting on it first. The Holy Lord of Qiankun, a gracious woman named Ding Yanyu, was smart enough to throw a banquet rather than a war, and I rewarded good manners the way I always do. I passed my own undying divine fruit and a wine steeped in enlightenment tea down her whole table, and half her leadership broke through their bottlenecks between courses. Song Anran chose that feast to cross into the venerable realm, and when her tribulation lightning came down, I watched her split the whole heavenly punishment clean in 2 with a single sword stroke, which even I found stylish, and I handed her a Sangrade weapon as a graduation present. Then I did the Holy Lord a private favor. I'd seen it the moment I walked in, a 7-day life-taking goo curled in her heart, a slow-kill poison worm the Heavenly Human Alliance had planted in her to keep the Holy Land on a leash. I removed it with 81 precise palm strikes, one for each layer of the thing, and left her healthier than she'd been in a century. She looked at me differently after that, the way people do, and I had to have the conversation I always have to have, which is that I am 16, that my body is an innate chaos vessel that would shatter any partner who touched it before I came of age, and that some things are worth waiting to do right. Then I ruined the mood by warning her that the worm in her heart was the small version of a plot that was about to try to murder several trillion people, so she should probably finish her wine. That plot came knocking that very night, wearing the face of a man named Ji Wuying, the Soul Reaper, host of a soul-hooking system, who slipped into Qiankun to harvest the single most valuable soul he'd ever detected. That soul was Song An Ran's. Her flawless mind was worth 1,000,000 of his ghost points, a jackpot. Unfortunately for him, on his way to her he brushed up against my soul, sleeping, and his system tried to appraise it and simply broke, the way a kitchen scale breaks if you set a mountain on it. In its panic, the runaway system fled the only direction it could, which was up my nose on an inhale. I sneezed. It came back out at roughly the speed of sound and splattered against the far wall, and that was the end of the great Soul Reaper's career. But the thing riding inside his system turned out to be interesting, the trapped remnant soul of a genuine ancient great emperor, the Nether Ghost Emperor, enslaved and hollowed out and used as a battery for a con man. I pulled it free, restored it, and hired it on the spot as Song An Ran's personal bodyguard, because a reincarnated empress deserves an emperor holding her coat. And in gratitude, or maybe just relief, the Ghost Emperor told me the whole plan. It was worse than I'd guessed, and I'd guessed bad. The Heavenly Human Alliance wasn't a sect, it was the reaching hand of a 1,000,000-year-old cabal of so-called righteous path great emperors, ancient monsters who had a very tidy idea. They meant to funnel 90% of the dragon chi of every mortal dynasty into the blessed lands of the Holy Lands, which is why they'd been quietly poisoning and puppeting holy lords across the world, and once they had it pooled, they would light a realm-wide formation, shatter the 9 heaven-reaching pillars that connect the mortal world to the 8 desolations above, and cut the entire lower realm off like a gangrenous limb to keep and rule alone. The cost of severing those pillars was, conservatively, several trillion mortal lives. It was elegant, patient, evil on a scale I could genuinely respect, and it was interrupting my retirement, so it had to go. The Ghost Emperor and I went to the burial valley where the Cabal's advance guard was quietly reviving, and we pruned the garden. I killed the Alliance elders where they slept in their coffins, including a fat old ancestor who happened to be the grandfather of a prodigy I'd meet later, and then the main event woke up. A righteous path great emperor remnant named Zhao Xuan, reassembling himself out of stored dragon chi and full of speeches. He got one boast out about his eternal righteousness, and I kicked him. He got another out about my insolence, and I slapped his head into the approximate shape of a startled pig. He threatened cosmic retribution, and I shattered his soul mid-syllable. It became a rhythm. One boast, one kick, until there was nothing left to boast with. I have found there is no ancient evil so grand that it cannot be deflated one interruption at a time, and I find the exercise soothing. The last piece was the Alliance's actual leader, the silver-haired youth, who was a cut above the coffin fillers, a resurrected righteous path great emperor operating at a fraction of his old power, but still strong enough to make the whole Holy Land tremble when he finally woke and came to level Qiankun for the insult. Ding Yanyu, who had ridden my banquet wine all the way to the human sovereign realm, stood against him with her 2 old heavenly monarch ancestors and could not slow him down, and his mountain-crushing palm was already falling on her home when I arrived on a bridge of divine rainbow and caught it on one finger. "I'm here," I told her over my shoulder. "You don't need to be afraid of anything anymore." He tried to recruit me first, then to kill me, in that order, which is the order they always try. So I reached into the storm of borrowed power he wore and plucked out his actual body, the true self hiding at the center, and I ended it with a flick of my wrist. His surviving alliance were compelled to take their own lives on the spot. And then, because I was already up, I read the fading residue of their teleportation array, tore open the space they'd fled along, and sent a single sword light down the tunnel, one stroke, the length of a yawn, that arrived at the Heavenly Human Alliance's hidden headquarters and unmade the whole thing. 9 human sovereigns who'd sealed themselves for the final ritual, their millions of followers, their fortress, their 1,000,000-year plan, all of it, gone between one heartbeat and the next. Just loosening my muscles, I told the horrified survivors back at Qiankun. The mortal world went quiet and safe, and the Qiankun Holy Land became the undisputed heart of it, and I finally got to enjoy the grotto I'd come for in the first place, roughly 100 corpses of ancient emperors ago. 2 years of actual peace went by, which is a personal record, and then I remembered I was about to turn 18 and was legally required to go home for my coming-of-age ceremony. The other Holy Lands remembered it too, apparently, because the invitations arrived in the form of challenge letters. Everyone wanted to test the upstart Chen Kun before he left the mortal world for good. The pushiest was Yao Guang, a holy land backed by a genuine first-rate celestial power, and they opened with a green-robed prodigy named Wen He, a celestial-born genius who had beaten every peak master Qian Kun could field. I spanked her gently and sent her home. Then her elder sister came to collect her, and the elder sister was a different animal entirely. Wen Yun, the saintess of Yao Guang, innate Dao embryo, emperor-grade talent, the pride of a celestial dynasty. My system pinged a quest, take her as a disciple, reward an emperor weapon, and I was mildly interested until I realized the punchline, which was that she hadn't come to challenge me, she'd come to make me her servant. Yao Guang wanted the strongest man in the mortal world on a leash, and she offered me a saint weapon as a signing bonus for the privilege of kneeling to her. I broke the weapon in my hand and told her to leave. She was not accustomed to that. She left anyway. The reason she'd been so brazen was a prophecy, and it was almost tragic. Yao Guang's oracle, the old man of Sky Oracle, who had never once been wrong, had divined that the only road to true hegemony for their holy land ran through making the single strongest man in Qiankun into Wen Yun's sworn master, her subordinate. She'd simply gotten the direction of the relationship backwards, and rather than accept that, she went to work, scheming. She leaned on a childhood friend named He Jifei, a saint of the He family, who was himself quietly plotting to swallow Yao Guang whole through a marriage alliance, and she lied to him to point his ambition at me, and 2 celestial family sons, a pair of well-bred simps named Gu Lei and Sun Qiang, decided to win her favor by ambushing me, which brings us to the body count. I was testing a new emperor weapon at the time, a demon-subduing pestle, inside the warded barrier of my own peak, and Gu Lei and Sun Qiang chose that exact moment to come leaping over my wall to jump me. The pestle went off. They did not survive being incidental. Their fathers took the news very differently, and the difference became one of my favorite running lessons about this world. Sun Immortal, the Sun Patriarch, shrugged and let it go, on the reasoning that he had over 100 sons and could spare one who died being an idiot. Gu Kai, the Gu Patriarch, had exactly 1 son and swore an ancestral oath of vengeance, so the net exterminated the entire Gu family in the time it takes an incense stick to burn. 2 proud fathers with 1 precious heir die screaming. Cynical fathers with 100 spares live to a comfortable old age. I didn't design that rule, I just keep watching it hold. The comedy peak came when He Jifei tried to hire assassins to kill me and walked into a branch of the net, my net, where the receptionist, to prove they were the real deal, cheerfully offered to exterminate 9 generations of He Jifei's own family as a free sample. The whole plot got written up and forwarded to me before he'd finished paying the deposit. Wen Yun's ending she wrote herself. When I heard He Jifei was scheming on the He family's behalf, I simply said, well, if he loves the He family that much, let the He family stop existing, and the net erased them mid-conversation. That broke something in her, and her true nature came out. She had a secret technique that devoured other prodigies' talent. She'd murder a genius, consume their heavenly bone, and steal their potential, and she'd been doing it for years behind the saintess smile. She killed He Jifei and ate his bone, got herself expelled from Yao Guang, and in her desperation cracked open a sealed stone tablet she'd found, begging the trapped remnant inside for power. The remnant was the Nether Ghost Emperor, playing a role I'd assigned him, and he handed her exactly the rope she wanted. A fake technique, the 6 kin denying great law that promised strength in exchange for the lives of everyone she loved. So she killed her own sister, Wen He, and then the rest of her family, one by one, feeling herself grow stronger with each, except the strength was borrowed, a loan of the Ghost Emperor's power drawn against a debt of pure agony. When she finally came to kill me, glowing with stolen might and certain of victory, the Ghost Emperor stepped out and explained the whole arrangement to her in detail, and then called the loan. Her borrowed power turned inward and devoured her, and her soul came apart, and a prodigy who had eaten a dozen geniuses to climb was subtracted from the world by her own arithmetic. I didn't lift a finger. Some villains just need a mirror and enough rope. Before I left the mortal world for good, I said a real goodbye. I had come of age enough, at last, for my innate chaos body to be safe, and Ding Yanyu had waited with a patience I hadn't earned, so I stayed with her one night that I'll leave between us, and in the morning I gave her an immortal grade technique and a medallion good for 3 strikes of my sword from anywhere in existence, and I told her the thing I'd never told anyone, my real name and my real home, the Immortal Feng Clan, and that if she climbed all the way to sainthood, she could come and find me there. It wasn't a promise of forever. It was a door, held open, and the honest truth that walking through it was on her. Then I turned north and started the long trip home to a family I'd been away from for 18 years. The road home had one more ruin on it, ruin. I passed a great Saint-grade catacomb that turned out to be the burial vault of the three-eyed demon race, one of the ancient foreign races that had ruled and enslaved humanity in the deep past before they were sealed away, and a greedy human saint named Gu Zichuan was trying to seal off the whole site to loot it alone. I tore his seal open, walked down through 18 descending levels of the tomb, and met the thing waiting at the bottom, the three-eyed demon king, stirring back toward life. He was ancient and enormous and genuinely powerful, and I took him by the horns and tore him in half, and then I said one word, perish, and because my words are law now, every trace of his awakening race in that tomb simply obeyed and ceased. Gu Zichuan and the other saints who'd come to loot and murder got fed to the Ghost Emperor, who was hungry. The handful of decent people in the party, the ones who hadn't come to kill, I let walk out alive. But I marked the date, because a tomb doesn't stir on its own. Somewhere below the world, the ancient races were waking up, and the timing was not a coincidence, and I was going to be walking into my own homecoming with that thought sitting in the back of my head like a cold stone. That stone had company by the time I reached the clan, because on the way I picked up a talking artifact with an attitude. It was a small bronze pagoda, incomplete, missing most of its body, and my true eye told me it was a chaos immortal artifact older than Pangu, older than the world, one of the truly primordial things. Naturally, its spirit was insufferable. It manifested as a little boy with his nose in the air who informed me he would never submit to a lowly mortal. Now, a thing that old and that proud can't be threatened. It has outweighed empires. But it had a body, which meant it had feet, and it had never in all its endless existence been touched by anything that could actually touch it. So I held it down and tickled the sole of its foot until the oldest artifact in creation was shrieking with laughter and calling me big brother and promising to be very good. I told it I'd help it find the rest of its scattered body if it behaved. It became my most enthusiastic hype man on the spot. Floor 1 of it slows time 10,000-fold. Floor 2 holds an infinite space. Floor 3 touches the Chaos Tao itself, and all of that cosmic power now belonged to a giggling child who thought I hung the moon. When I finally walked up to the front gate of the Immortal Feng clan, the Nether Ghost Emperor, who had spent our whole journey slowly working out, ring of the world by ring, exactly whose disciples' family he'd attached himself to, had a small breakdown. Because the Immortal Feng clan wasn't just strong, it was the single house that stood above the entire 8 desolations, the dominators, the top of the only ladder that mattered, and the boy he'd been casually calling Young Master was its heir. He'd grabbed the thickest thigh in existence by accident. The Gate Saints saw me coming, and a clan that had produced an Immortal Emperor bowed as one and welcomed the young lord home after 18 years away. It should have been a warm moment. It lasted about as long as my father's hug had, because I walked into a war council. The Great Hall was full of the leaders of every immortal power in the world, the Phoenix Empress Kai Lun Ying and her veiled fire daughter Kai Ying, the Qingqiu Ninetails line, the Ji family's head Ji Wuming, the Dragon Emperor of Immortal Qin, the Wang family, all gathered because 2 enormous things were happening at once. The ancient foreign races were reviving across the world, and the long-sealed road to immortal ascension was about to reopen, ushering in a golden age. It was the most important meeting in 10,000 years, and I stood in the doorway and heard exactly one piece of it, which was that my twin sister, Kai Meiling, had also been missing for 10 years. She'd slipped out of the clan chasing me when we were children, and because the protective marks on her had never once triggered, nobody had worried. Nobody had worried for 10 years. I said, into the silence of the most powerful room in the world, Meiling hasn't come home? A Wang family saint prodigy named Wang Haoran, not reading the room at all, chose that moment to challenge the returning heir to prove himself. I said scram and turned my head, and the look alone threw him through the wall. Then I left to go find my sister, and the assembled emperor wills of my clan rose to follow me, ready to flatten whatever had dared to keep her. What had dared was a piece of history. I found a hidden island floating in a fold of space, a broken-off fragment of the ancient 10,000 races' heavenly court, a place they called the Heavenly Emperor Palace, and inside it, my sister, asleep in a pool of divine fluid, still looking 8 years old after 10 years under. She drunk something called Immortal's Drunkenness Wine, which turned out to be a trap and a spare body left by a snake people heavenly emperor named Yuan Liling. Anyone with a true Immortal Ascension foundation who drank it was supposed to become a vessel for the Snake Emperor's possession. But the protective mark I'd carved into my sister when we were babies had blocked the possession cold, so instead of being taken over, Kai Meiling had simply spent 10 years marinating in heavenly court-grade energy and leveling up in her sleep from the venerable realm all the way to the 9th level of sainthood, mastering a Sun Moon Dao law without waking. My grind fanatic sister, who once slept 3 days out of spite, had now achieved the greatest breakthrough of her life by doing nothing but napping for a decade. I have never laughed harder at anything in either of my lives. The Snake Empress woke up when I arrived to collect the debt, reanimating her stolen body and fighting 9 of my clan's great emperors and 33 quasi-emperors to a standstill using the Heavenly Court fragment's power. She was good. She was also finished. I caught her by the tail and crushed it. And when she played her trump card, a seduction illusion she called Dream Descent, meant to drown a man's will in a fantasy, I walked through it without breaking stride and told her, honestly, that her dream wasn't even enough to disturb my nap, which insulted her more than the tale had. Then I ended her, and as her stolen body came apart, she did one last spiteful thing. She broadcast a warning across the sealed places of the world. Do not emerge. There is a monster in the human realm. Stay hidden, trying to rob me of prey. I let the warning spread. Anything that convinces the ancient horrors of the world to keep their heads down and leave me to my wine is frankly a favor. The warning reached exactly the ears she'd aimed it at. Down in the deep. Seals, the lords of the 8 great calamity races, stirred and heard a dying empress tell them to be careful. The Golden Dragon Lord, the Xuan people, the 8-headed Yamata no Orochi, a Kunpeng race expert, and the cautious Qilin Saint Emperor, who took the advice and decided to stay sealed a while longer. The Kunpeng elder proposed a compromise their kind found reasonable. Don't charge out blind. Send the young prodigies up first to scout the human world and measure the threat, which meant the next wave coming for me wouldn't be old monsters. It would be their children. I'd be seeing them soon enough. First, though, I had to survive my own homecoming banquet, which was more dangerous than the snake. The council's plan was to open the Emperor Road and wake each clan's sealed ancient prodigies to walk it, and the Wang family's ancient genius, a white-clothed god king named Wang Tianqian, had woken early on his own and decided to test the returning heir everyone was fussing over. He came at me beautifully. I folded him in half between the Buddha kingdom in the palm and the universe in the sleeve before he finished his stance. Then the Phoenix Princess, Kai Ying, 5 supreme physiques, an innate fire saint, a genius of the age who had never lost, pulled me into a chessboard world to settle it properly and burned at me with Phoenix true fire that could melt a saint. I answered with a dozen extreme Tao fires she'd never heard of, and then, because she still didn't understand, I showed her everything at once. Every legendary physique, every divine bone, every drop of supreme lineage and creation, blazing in me altogether, and then I told her the truth of it, which was that all of that, the sum of what made her the pride of the Phoenixes, was for me the equivalent of a single strand of my hair. Her invincible heart, the thing that had carried her undefeated through her whole life, cracked, and the proudest woman in the immortal world sat down in that chessboard and cried, the first time she'd ever wept. I felt a little bad. So I offered some careless comfort on my way out, that lineages and physiques are borrowed clothes, that they should value themselves and not their gifts, that true invincibility lives in the heart and not the blood, and that offhand nonsense, spoken to make a crying girl feel better, landed on every eternal prodigy in the hall at once like a sermon from heaven, and the whole room of them broke through their bottlenecks on the spot. Which is how, purely by trying to leave a party early, I accidentally enlightened the entire next generation of humanity's champions, who then rose as one, together with every immortal leader present, to acclaim me the future leader of the human race. The single title I wanted least in all of existence. I had made them strong so they could handle the coming calamity without me. They had responded by unanimously voting me their boss. My father stood in the corner failing to hide the proudest smile I have ever seen on a man, and every leader in the room quietly resolved to send their best prodigies down into the mortal world to find out the secret of my power. There is no secret. The secret is that I refuse to work. Nobody has ever once believed me. One of the leaders decided to test me sideways, through my disciple. The Qingqiu line had produced only its second 9-tailed fox in all of eternity, a heart-path prodigy who fought on the Tao of the mind, and rather than face me, she went at Song Enran, probing her thoughts for a weakness. What she found was a flawless, empty crystal, Song Enran's innate spirit body, a mind with no cracks to grip, and when the fox pressed on it, she woke the thing sleeping underneath, the will of the heartless empress from Song Enran's past life, which rose up and crushed the fox's heart Tao flat. Rattled, the fox went looking for the master behind the disciple, brushed the edge of my mind, and found something with no bottom and no walls. She conceded instantly. Then, being a fox, she pivoted without a breath of shame from, I concede, to, you are the perfect husband, I'll marry you, announced to the room as a done deal. I talked her down to starting as friends. She took that as a yes with a timeline. Foxes always do. The clan threw a proper feast then, dragon and phoenix delicacies, the whole immortal spread, and my father, delighted with my disciple, draped an Emperor Grade 7 colored neon robe over Xianxia's shoulders, like she was already family. He nearly dropped his cup when he realized the quiet servant standing behind her, the Nether Ghost Emperor, was a reincarnated Extreme Tao Great Emperor working for my disciple on a probationary basis. That's the household I grew up in. The help outranks most people's ancestors. And over the wine my father told me the thing the whole banquet had been building toward, that my mother was at the heavenly court, that she held real standing there, more than she'd ever let on, and that she wanted to see me. He sent Xianxia and the Ghost Emperor off separately to gain some experience in the world, wrapped in enough hidden protection to survive a war, and pointed me toward heaven to go find my mother. I took my sister with me, and the trip doubled as her education, because Kai Meiling had grown up powerful and kind and had not yet learned the hardest lesson, which is that not everyone bleeding is a victim. We came across a woman fleeing in torn robes, and my soft-hearted sister wanted to save her, and I turned my true eye on the woman and saw an Eastern Ocean demonic woman, a member of a human traitor faction that worshipped the ancient races and fed their own kind to them for power. I erased her mid-flight and I made my sister watch, and I explained why. Then, to teach the other half of the lesson, we reached the Qilong Empire, the Crimson Dragon Empire, and I showed her the opposite kind of human, an iron-willed people whose god emperor had died on his feet defending them to the last, whose capital had been massacred for refusing to kneel. Those, I told her, are worth something, and I brought them back. The whole slaughtered capital, every soul, dragged back across the river of death with karma and time and reincarnation braided together, a city resurrected in a single afternoon. And when the heavenly Tao gathered a tribulation to punish me for rewriting death on that scale, I told it its services were not required, and it dispersed. My sister asked me quietly how high my cultivation actually was. I told her the truth for once. Above me, I said, there is no one. She didn't call me a liar. She'd finally seen enough not to. The thing that had butchered the Qilong was still around, and it was a big one. An 8-headed Yamata no Orochi, a quasi-emperor godlord named Kageyama Raizo, devouring the empire head by head. I popped his 8 heads like festival balloons and sealed what was left of him inside the Avicii Hell Mirror. His younger brother, the Yamata prodigy Kageyama Ren, came screaming in to avenge him, and I ended him before he finished the first word. Then I traced them home, storming the Dongying Immortal Island where the Yamata clan hid, broke the ancient human court seal that had penned them, and met the real power of the place, the Yamata Serpent Queen, clawing her way back up to Great Emperor strength. I split her down the middle with a finger, put my heel through her 8 heads, shattered the famous Kusanagi divine sword she'd staked her honor on, and sank the whole island beneath the waves into a ghost island that would hold their souls where they could hurt no one. On my way out, I did the Qilong one last kindness and woke the dormant Crimson Dragon lineage sleeping in their surviving emperor's line, a parting gift to a people who'd earned it by dying well. Then I finally climbed up to the heavenly court to meet my mother and walked straight into the single strangest family reunion in the history of the world. The heavenly court is the human race's other great pillar, the realm that rules alongside the immortal clans, and only saints are even permitted to set foot on it. Its centerpiece is the heavenly ladder, 10,081 steps toward the throne, and its current top climber was a prodigy named An Ming, who had risen absurdly fast on the luck and talent granted by a broken bronze pagoda he'd found. And Ming took one look at my sister and decided he'd like her for a dual cultivation partner, and reached down the ladder with a giant spirit palm to simply take her. I cut the palm off at the wrist, and my little pagoda spirit riding along in my sleeve took one look at that broken bronze pagoda and started jumping up and down because it was a piece of his own scattered body. So I plucked the relic out of An Ming's hands and fed it to the giggling child, who absorbed his own missing limb with delight, and An Ming, stripped of the luck that had carried his whole charmed life in a single instant, was so overwhelmed by the reversal that he died on the spot of pure fright before I'd even decided what to do with him. That brought his master, and his master brought the trap. The golden god of war, an extreme Tao great emperor, descended with his 4 golden generals to avenge his disciple, and pointedly refused to let me get a single word of my identity out, because the whole thing was a setup and a Feng heir dead over a misunderstanding suited certain people at the court just fine. I killed the 4 generals with a look, slapped the god of war down into the heavenly ladder, and finished him, and I'll give him this. He was the most stubborn man I ever killed, insisting the entire way down that I had to be an illusion, unable to accept that his peak was somebody's doorstep. Then the hidden hands showed themselves. The heavenly court's own elders, a gold-robed elder at the front, leaping in all benevolence to restrain the violence, meaning to clean me up under cover of keeping the peace. I kicked the gold-robed elder through his own scheme, and the rest of the elders discovered a sudden deep interest in the weather, murmuring about what fine sky it was and who could that dead fellow on the ground be? And that is when my mother arrived, and the last piece of the oldest joke in my life clicked into place. Because my mother, Xia Yuling, sweet overprotective Xia Yuling, who'd threatened to leave my father over 15 hours of homework, was the Eastern Heavenly Emperor, the actual ruling sovereign of the Heavenly Court, the old emperor's own daughter. She unmade the scheming elder who'd built the trap with a wave of her hand and informed the assembled powers of heaven that anyone who so much as looked wrong at her children would watch her overturn the entire court to get to them. The whole immortal world had spent 2 decades whispering about why a woman like that had married down into a mere immortal clan. Now everyone in the highest hall in existence understood at once and had the good sense to say nothing. My mother, having just threatened to burn down heaven for me, immediately switched to fussing over whether I was eating enough and vowing to have serious words with my father about the 15 hours a day business she'd apparently never fully forgiven. Then, over tea, she asked me for a favor because even heavenly emperors have politics. She wanted me to serve as chief examiner of the Great War of 10,000 Sects, a grand tournament where the hegemon and emperor clans of the world would compete to be re-ranked. With the immortal path severed, the lower powers had grown resentful of the immortal clans lording over them, and the whole event was a pressure valve. My mother, of course, was really using it to quietly pave my road to a throne I kept telling her I did not want. My sister, hearing the word tournament, signed up to compete before I could stop her. So I took the examiner's seat, mostly to keep an eye on mailing. Being chief examiner turned out to be 8 hours of people volunteering to be humiliated. The first rule, a cap of 1,000 years of age, set off a wave of protest from clans who'd been planning to field their ancient monsters, so I expelled the loudest and demoted the second loudest, and, when 2 overlord clan heads wouldn't stop shouting, finger-flicked them out of existence to restore quiet. One protesting clan summoned its trump card, an ancestor who'd become a heavenly court great emperor named Tian Anran, to intimidate me, and the moment the old man grasped what I was, he publicly disowned and executed his own descendant to distance himself from the insult, then got caught in a lie before the court, which is itself a capital crime there, and took his own life rather than face the sentence. So I brought him back, resurrecting a great emperor in front of the assembled clans, casually, as a favor, did more to establish the order of things than any threat could have, and the Tian clan went home fanatically loyal. A dual-pupil prodigy, a genuinely rare talent, stood up to voice what half the crowd was thinking, that I was just lucky, that anyone with my birth could do what I did. I flicked him into mist, and he entered history as the fastest dying dual pupil in the records. Somewhere in that crowd, unnoticed, a quiet youth named Wen Jin from a sect I'd never heard of watched all of it and bided his time. The tournament final was my sister's show, and she was magnificent. Kai Mei Ling, now a 9th level Saint King and still leveling in real time off the divine fluids soaked into her bones, faced an ancient emperor clan prodigy named Chang Langtian, right up until the sealed will in his ancestral ring woke and possessed him, a demon god trying to use the tournament as its resurrection. Before I killed it, I did the courteous thing. I restored the demon god to its full ancient power first, so it could never whimper afterward that it had been caught weak, and then I ended it with one hand at its peak. Then I looked out over the crowd, picked out every sect that had been quietly planning to stab humanity in the back when the calamity came, and purged them preemptively, while pouring rewards on the clans that had stood by me, sorting the coming war's traitors from its soldiers a decade early. My sister, meanwhile, met the quiet youth, Wen Jin, in the final, and he turned out to be an onion of hidden power, peeling off one sealed restriction after another, Saint King, then higher, then all the way to Extreme Dao Great Emperor, every layer a lie over a deeper one. She beat him anyway, with a past life technique called Myriad Swords Return to Ancestor that reminded everyone she'd been an empress once herself. And Wen Jin, losing, detonated his own body to tear open a spatial tunnel, and through it poured the Gudao sect, the Dog Dao sect, a stealth power that had hidden itself from the world for ages, while breeding countless great emperors and an ancient divine beast called Tao Ti, all of it surging up to seize the heavenly court in one stroke. They had picked the worst possible day to invade, because my father was in town. A grand celestial official of my clan opened the Feng family's own private space tunnel. Every true immortal clan keeps one, and my father, Kai Huojin, came through at the head of the Feng 18th Root Army and flattened the entire Gudao sect and its hidden ancestral land in about 1 minute, immortal treasures raining out of a torn sky, ending the twice-born Gudao sect master with a single thrust of his spear. It was the first time the assembled clans had seen the real gap with their own eyes, that a full immortal clan doesn't fight an emperor clan so much as delete it, and it shut up a great deal of the lingering resentment. My father, being my father, recruited the terrified ancient divine beast Tao Ti as a household pet on the spot, mostly because it had an immortal spirit bone he thought would look nice on the clan, and then spent the walk home not so subtly suggesting that a young man who could command all this really ought to think about inheriting the clan. I told him no. I have always told him no. I did not survive one death by overwork to sign up for a second. The real ending of it all was quiet, and it happened at home. My mother finally sat my father down and learned the truth she'd been missing for 18 years, that he had never once forced the children to cultivate, that he'd sworn her oath and kept it, and that Kai Ming and Kai Mei Ling had become the two most terrifying beings in creation purely by sleeping in and slacking off. My father sat there with the 1,000-yard stare of a man watching his entire life philosophy collapse, mumbling, Is slacking the true Tao? My parents reunited that night, warmly, and I will leave them their privacy. And my sister, my grind fanatic 15 hours a day, spite-powered twin sister, finally, fully, completely converted to the gospel of doing nothing, and my system chimed one more time. Ding. The slacking sect has gained an elite disciple. Reward, 10,000 cubic meters of chaos immortal soil. My whole family, the mightiest lineage in existence, had come around to my way of thinking. My coming-of-age ceremony was set for 3 days out, and my mother promised there'd be a surprise. I assumed she meant cake. I was wrong. What was coming in 3 days was the thing I'd been putting off my entire second life. The Emperor Road, the first half of the reopening immortal path, cracking open at last, with every prodigy I'd ever taught or terrified lined up to walk it, and a higher world waiting at the far end that had just started to learn my name. While I was dozing toward my own ceremony, my disciple was off having an adventure, or so she thought. Song Anran had wandered into a chaos region with the Nether Ghost Emperor at her heels, and the poor Ghost Emperor had learned the hard truth of their arrangement. Whenever real danger came, the protections I'd layered onto Song Anran erupted and saved her automatically, while he, carrying nothing, got chased for 100 million miles and blown apart by every trap in the place. This is the difference, he wept to no one, between luxury travel and budget travel. Their budget tour bottomed out when they stumbled into the cave of a decayed peak great emperor, a million-year-old horror who lured cultivators with fake treasure maps and drained their lives to keep his rot going, and who happened to have once been the ghost emperor's own worshipful fan, which made him a jealous, murderous, million-year-old jilted fanboy. He shattered the ghost emperor and sealed Song and Ran to the wall, and as the killing blow came down, she crushed the talisman I'd given her and whispered, "Master, if only you were here." Space tour. My eyes opened across an ocean of realms. I have always been here, I said, because it has never once not been true, and I told the decayed old man to take his own life because he was too ugly to dirty my hands on. He laughed that it was the funniest thing he'd heard in a million years. Then my word became law, and he stopped laughing and stopped everything. I healed my disciple, handed the Ghost Emperor a fistful of pills that shot him up to the 9th level of Saint Sovereign, and handed Song and Ran the Dead Angler's treasure map to go play with, because now that I was invincible, other people's death traps made for a relaxing afternoon. We stepped out of the cave and directly into a robbery, which had itself been ambushed by a second robbery. A dandy in a tall hat, the young lord of the Wang family, had staked a claim on the cave and demanded the treasures. A rival named Shang Tianyan of the Shang family had been lurking to rob whoever survived. Each was very pleased with his own cleverness about mantises and cicadas and orioles. The Ghost Emperor, delighted to finally be the strong one for once, wiped out Shang Tianyan's 100 saints and slapped the man himself flat, which brought the Shang Patriarch and his quasi-emperor elders through space roaring for vengeance. And I glanced at them, and they came apart. Then the Wang Patriarch poked his head out of a spatial tunnel, took one look at the exploding Shang family, and tried to quietly leave. I mentioned that his son had tried to rob me. Without a heartbeat's hesitation, the Wang Patriarch turned and executed his own son on the spot to save the rest of the clan, bowed, thanked me for my patience, and fled, congratulating himself on the ride home for his brilliant crisis management, right up until he added, just a little too loud, that a gentleman's revenge keeps for 100 million years. I heard it. Distance has never once stopped me from hearing someone talk about me behind my back. A single finger reached across the void, and the entire Wang clan, ancestors and all, went out like a candle. Then I took my disciple and my servant home to rest because I had a party to attend. Meanwhile, the guests I hadn't invited were on their way. Out in the celestial realm, the ancient alien races had started sending their champions up to taste the human world, and one of them flattened a whole imperial capital and drank its people down like soup, calling it a buffet after so long sealed underground. 3 of their finest stood over the ruins. The golden dragon prodigy Jin Longtian, who had personally slaughtered the region's overlord power, the Xuan human prodigy Xuan Tian, and a 6-winged celestial maiden. They'd skimmed the memories of the humans they'd eaten and found that the entire race pinned its hopes for the coming calamity on a single 18-year-old boy, some nobody named Kai Ming, hailed as the savior, the sole protagonist. They laughed until their teeth ached, a race so pathetic it needed a teenager to survive. So they decided, for sport, to go find this savior and kill him, to crush humanity's little fantasy at the root. They set off looking for me. It is a very specific kind of funny to hear the monsters coming to murder you describe you as a disappointing child. My coming-of-age ceremony was held, by tradition, at the Feng clan's birthplace, an unremarkable thatched cottage in a nowhere town, because even the mightiest clan in existence started in a shack, and the elders liked the young to remember it. My father limped the whole way there, visibly, having been thoroughly drained by my mother over 3 days as payment for the fairy Hanyu business, a detail I filed away to enjoy later. Inside the cottage was a whole self-contained great world, and its keeper, the world spirit the origin ancestor had left behind, a white-robed being called Mr. Kong, whose job was to test the clan's young. He couldn't read my realm at all, so to make my trial challenging, he reached out into the void and yanked in the 3 alien prodigies who happened to be hunting me, which was, from his point of view, a convenient snack, and from theirs, the single unluckiest teleport in history. Xuantian charged in first, having bet his own head he'd bring me mine before his wine cooled. I waved a hand. A hurricane of pure force crossed the distance, and he was gone before his boast finished, so fast my sister blinked and missed it. Then the golden dragon, Jin Longtian, the pride of the alien races, blocked my path, and my first honest reaction to the greatest monster prodigy of the age was that I was hungry, and golden dragon, extinct so long it survived only in old cookbooks, is one of the finest meats there is. I told him he looked less like a threat and more like lunch. He raged into his true form, a golden dragon spanning heaven and earth, an extreme Tao great emperor's might rolling out, and spat his ultimate killing art at me. Shatter, I said, and it did, and then I carefully cut his head off with one finger. Rather than blow him up, because blowing them up ruins the texture, I stewed him in a cauldron right there. He was delicious. His 6-winged companion, watching her king get seasoned, called me a demon and refused a taste, so I subtracted her too, and got back to my meal. Mr. Kong came out of his hut to eat with me, and over dragon soup he told me the oldest secret in the world. Long ago there was only the immortal realm, whole and vast, and when the eerie ancestors came to devour it, the supreme beings of that age cut off a piece of their own world and cast it away to save the rest. And that severed, drifting fragment became everything I had ever known, the entire 3,000 realms, my whole sky and earth, just a scar carved off a greater place. The immortal realm heals, though, slowly, across ages, and the wound was finally closing. The passage back, the immortal path, was reknitting, and its first stretch was the Emperor Road about to open. At the end of it waited an immortal route that had to be activated to truly reopen the way home, and the people who lived in the immortal realm now, comfortable on the far side of an old catastrophe, would very much prefer that a shard of broken world not come crawling back. They would come to stop us. The Emperor Road would be a slaughter. I said I'd kill however many showed up, it was only ever an extra slap or two. Then, because Mr. Kong was old and proud and thought me an arrogant child who needed a lesson, I flicked him a pebble to catch. It had a few grains of chaos immortal soil stuck to it. He caught it with 2 fingers, then 2 hands, then the entire power of the great world he embodied, sweating, begging me to take it back before the pebble crushed his whole reality. He submitted very sincerely after that. I left my sister with him to cultivate, transmitted the aliens' ambush plan to my father to worry about, and went home, because a coming-of-age ceremony is a fine thing, but it was, at last, nap o'clock again. It did not stay nap o'clock because my father had discovered enthusiasm. The man who once wanted 15 hours of cultivation a day now shoved 100 million spirit stones and a protective treasure into my hands and begged me to go out and enjoy myself, just be back before the Emperor Road opened, a reversal so total I told him it made me uncomfortable. Then he asked, very casually, if I'd look in on a certain fairy Hanyu who'd nursed him back to health in his wild youth, and please not mention it to my mother, at which point I understood the limp completely, and agreed instantly, because there is no treasure in creation richer than my father's romantic history. My mother, of course, was standing right behind him. I left him to that and strolled the celestial realm alone, and within the hour got harvested at twice. First, a charm rabbit demon named Chang Zhao, a creature that drains the life force out of handsome young men to feed her cultivation, tried her technique on me, and it rebounded off my soul 10,000-fold and enslaved her instead, leaving me with a mortified rabbit kowtowing in the road who, it turned out, was one drained victim away from evolving into an extreme yin jade rabbit that coughs up a treasure jade every month, which would be lovely for my sister, so I kept her. Then the sect that had lost a young master to Chang Zhao's appetite came for revenge, led by a quasi-emperor matron who, on seeing my face, switched instantly from avenging her son to trying to drain me herself for a breakthrough. I told her I wasn't interested, and when she threw her binding rope anyway, I ended her. Two different predators had tried to siphon me dry over a single afternoon, and I sat down in a tavern feeling that being this good-looking was, frankly, a genuine occupational hazard. The tavern got quiet fast. I turned an entitled young lord and everyone who'd later come to avenge him into mist for trying to claim my seat, and into that silence walked two women who did not belong in the lower realm at all. One in fiery red, arrogant to the bone, Tao principles shimmering under her skin, contempt rolling off her in waves. One in water blue, gentle and restrained and quietly the more dangerous of the two. They complained about how weak the lower realm was, how you couldn't find a single saint worth the name in a tavern, how the so-called eternal prodigies of this shattered place would be bottom-tier trash back home. Back home. Because these two were from the immortal realm, the first scouts down the healing road, come to measure the shard before the door fully opened. They had a mission, and they had no idea that the bored, handsome nobody drinking by the window was the exact thing their whole world was about to lose sleep over. I heard the whole mission, of course, because they discussed it out loud in front of ants. They'd come down for two things: to make sure the immortal path never finished reconnecting, to strand my whole world in the dark forever, and to carry off the stone tablets at the far end of the Emperor Road, relics the old giants had left behind that supposedly held the lost secret of how a great emperor lives out 9 lives. Then the Red One noticed Chang Zhao, recognized a soon-to-be Jade Rabbit, and threw a bag of spirit stones at me to buy my servant. I told her to get out. She took offense, drew, and got half a head removed before her hand finished moving, which surprised her gentle friend Linglan very much, since the dead woman had been a full, extreme Dao great emperor. Linglan swung a sword intent big enough to level the city. I told it to disperse, and it did, and so did her entire cultivation, a lifetime of power simply undone. She was the sort who could argue black into white, and she opened her mouth to try, and I told her to get down instead, and pressed her flat, and that was the end of the Immortal Realm's first scouting party. I did say one thing over her though, more to myself than to her, that it was the ancestors of this shattered world who'd held the wound shut so the Immortal Realm could survive, that the people of the 3,000 realms were the reason the higher world still existed, and that being sneered at as ants by the very people we'd bled to save was frankly the ugliest thing I'd read in either life. Her mother took it worse. Up in the immortal realm, the Shanglan sect master felt her daughter die, gathered her whole sect around their ancestral divining mirror, and burned a fortune in power to scry the face of the killer. The mist cleared and my face appeared in their mirror, and I looked back out of it at her, which should not have been possible, because a divination only touches karma, and nothing below a true immortal can feel karma. I felt it. I told the ants that they had a lot of nerve, divining a god. Their elders started a threat, and I let the great Tao answer it. A karmic backlash rolled up their own divination thread and dropped a tribulation on their heads that spanned 100 million miles, shattered their foundational mirror, and erased the entire Shanglan sect down to the wasteland, ancestors and all, from an ocean of realms away, without my lifting a finger. If you reach across the dark to touch me, the dark reaches back. I arranged the whole thing on purpose. Word needed to start traveling up that road. Then I went and collected my second disciple, and he was the saddest case I ever took. In a place called Wenking Valley, I found a young man named Zhao, being slowly ground down by a winged saint king called Zhou Quan, a schemer who had spent years engineering Zhao He's whole life, even manipulating the boy into loving his daughter, purely so he could use that bond to break him and steal the luck and the heavenly eye that marked Zhao He as a son of luck. Zhao He was at the very end of his strength and still would not kneel. I asked him one question through the air: if you lived through today, what would you do? He said he'd killed Zhou Quan and the whole Zhou sect, and the daughter too, because she'd known it was a trap from the start. No self-pity, no bargaining, just a clean, cold list. I like that answer. My system for once actually offered me the quest to take him, and I rejected it on principle and got paid 100 million immortal crystals for slacking, and then took him as my disciple anyway, because I do what I want. I healed him, woke the heavenly eye and the emperor essence sleeping in him, and told him the only cultivation lesson that matters, that strength comes from the heart, so go take your revenge and find out how much heart you have. He rose from the heavenly monarch realm to the 9th level of sainthood on pure will while walking to it. He ended Zhou Quan and the daughter who'd baited the trap, and Chang Zhao drained the last of Zhou Quan's life force to finish her own evolution and stepped out of the fire remade, the one and only extreme yin jade rabbit in all 3,000 realms. Zhao He's revenge had 2 more houses to visit, and I let him because a boy needs to close his own wounds. The Zhao family had thrown him away as an unwanted, illegitimate son and spent his childhood humiliating him. The Zhou sect had spent years grinding him down for his luck. He walked into both and cut them out of the world, and I stood back and taught him the one lesson his gentleness still lacked. Pull the weed up by the root. Don't reason with people who wronged you. They know exactly what they did, better than you do, and no speech will make them admit it. The only job left is to end it cleanly and leave nothing behind to grow back into a knife in 30 years. He took the lesson hard, the way orphans take the lessons that would have saved them. So I gave him a tool to match it, the 9 clans technique, which severs a guilty lineage wherever its members happen to be standing in the world, so that no branch of a true enemy survives to hunt him later. And I bound it with a rule, only against real enemies, or the karmic fire of sin would burn him. I could have snuffed that fire for him with a breath. I didn't tell him that. A disciple who thinks the safety is off learns caution faster than one who knows I'm holding the net. He needed a weapon worthy of the road ahead, so I went and did some shopping in hell. Not a figure of speech, I sent my will straight down past the abyss into the western hell, a ruined superplane older and higher than the immortal realm itself, and kicked the rubble until its landlord woke up. Lucifer, the lord of hell, had been playing dead since an immortal ancient war wrecked the place, and he took one look at me, decided I had to be the external incarnation of some unspeakable ancient eastern power, and began groveling so fast and so smoothly that he reminded me of the Ghost Emperor. He begged me to turn the page of the age and end his half-dead misery, and when I said I'd only come for the sword of hell, one of his 7 great treasures, he handed it over with both hands and thanked me for the privilege of being robbed, on the theory that a bribed god might remember him fondly. Everyone thanks me. Even Lucifer thanks me. I sealed the sword and gave it to Zhao He, a weapon he won't outgrow until the very top realms, and told him to go temper himself in the world, later, once he was strong enough. For now he could carry my sedan chair with the rabbit, because a man deserves some staff. A month of leisurely travel later, I finally got around to my father's errand, and it turned out to be exactly the kind of favor that comes with a rescue attached. We found Fairy Hanyue's daughter, a girl in blue named Wang Xuemei, being hunted by an old great saint called Wuji, who'd usurped her missing mother's position as head of the Heavenly Flame sect. My disciple, to his credit, held his sword and did not intervene, because he'd learned he couldn't read the karma, and the victim might be the villain. I could read it. Wuji was exactly what he looked like, so I ended him with a palm, and when the grateful girl tried to hand me everything she owned, I declined and told her whose son I was, that my father was the old friend her mother once saved, and she relaxed and called me brother. I healed her, pushed her up to sainthood with a glance, and then showed her where her mother had been for the last year, sealed in a lava cave, slowly eroded, held prisoner by a possessing demon that had been quietly devouring the sect's elders one by one. I turned the vision into a doorway, and the demon inside lunged out through it, delighted to see a jade rabbit it could use as a fresh vessel, and my temper, which had been fraying all day, finally went, and the sky itself went dark, and the thing was so frightened of what it felt in me that it came apart before I touched it. Even the local heavenly Tao, which had nervously stepped in to keep its own reality from collapsing under my mood, ended up groveling and got sentenced to swallow 108 strands of primordial purple chi and force itself up a whole rank in 3 days as punishment for meddling. I hadn't even reached the actual prisoner yet, but the door to her cave was open now, and whatever had built it was about to have a very bad afternoon. I pulled Fairy Hanyue out of that lava prison, and she took one look at me and could not fathom why an existence like me would lift a finger for a second-rate sect master she'd never met until I said one name, Kai Huojin, and watched a year of erosion fall off her face all at once. She'd never known who he was. Just a badly wounded young man she'd nursed back to health when she was a nobody medicine attendant, who'd left her an extreme Tao Emperor weapon and walked away, and on the strength of that one gift she'd risen to lead a whole sect. She'd never married. She'd been waiting on a man who was now the Lord of the 8 Desolations, and too tangled up in my mother to ever come himself, which is exactly why he'd sent his son with the apology. I couldn't fix that for either of them, but I could pay the debt in full to her family. I sent my new disciple Zhao He down into the magma to claim the Green Lotus Emperor Heartfire waiting at the bottom, and I planted an extreme Tao seed in her daughter Wang Xuemei that would carry the girl to great emperor heights, and I poured a dead emperor's memories straight into Han Yu's mind so she could break through herself. It's the most I know how to love people, hand them the tools and point at the mountain. The trouble with a disciple who can't die, it turns out, is that it makes you creative. Zhao, he's body, the feathered ascension. Let him revive once every 3 days and come back stronger each time, and I am nothing if not a man who optimizes. So I stopped being gentle. I threw him into that magma against a fire monkey ancestor, and when he cleared it, I threw him at a man-eating crimson demon 2 whole realms above him, who killed him in 3 moves, monologuing about how a wise cultivator avoids trouble, right up until Zhao He stood back up out of his own funeral fire 2 realms stronger, and the crimson demon realized, too late, that killing the boy only fed him. Then I did the thing the crimson demon had feared and told him he was useless now, and my word became his last one. And when even that wasn't enough pressure, I took Zhao He to the desolate ancient forbidden land, an old prison cage where the truly ancient wicked are sealed with their power suppressed, kicked him down into it, told him I'd be back in a year, and left him to survive a pit full of starving legends. He wept, he begged, he called me cruel through actual tears while cutting down monsters, which was, I admit, very funny. But every death made him harder, and I was building a weapon, not raising a pet. To make sure the year counted, I went down to the deepest cell myself and recruited his hunters. The 4 Immortals sealed at the bottom of that place were genuine true immortals from the ancient age, proud enough to sneer at me for asking their names, so I made the loudest of them kneel until his certainty broke, showed them the exit vanishing and reappearing under my finger, and let them understand exactly whose mood decided whether they ever saw the sky again. Then I made the deal, hunt the boy in the first layer without mercy for 1 year, and if he doesn't come out of it with the fighting power of an extreme Dao Great Emperor, none of you leave, ever. They complained bitterly in their hearts where they thought I couldn't hear. I could. One of them decided freedom was worth aiming a killing thought at me on the way out, and I subtracted him from the count on principle, and the remaining 3 took the contract with great enthusiasm. My orphan was about to have the worst, most educational year of his second life, chased across a hell by ancient immortals, and he would come out the other end genuinely unkillable, and he would thank me for it, because that is the entire nature of our relationship. While Zhao He learned to die well, I got interrupted at the fairy sect by the biggest guest yet. The alien races had noticed I'd eaten their golden dragon prince, and his elder brother came to collect, a crane-beaked prince of the mysterious crane race, who swallowed 13 human quasi-emperors whole as an appetizer and then unrolled his whole army behind him, 9 extreme Dao Great Emperors, 3,000 quasi-emperors, and a sky's worth of lesser monsters, an invincible host meant to drown me in numbers. He announced with real confidence that I was dead. In front of a battlefield of people who'd already given up, I laughed, because invincible and undefeated are words that mean nothing in a room I'm standing in. Then I raised a hand and brought a rain of swords down out of a torn sky, 1 stroke, and the entire mysterious crane army, the 9 emperors, the 3,000, all of it, was cleansed out of the world before their grand formation finished forming. The crane prince screamed that it was impossible right up until it finished being possible. And the cowards from the 9 besieging sects who tried to flee down their own escape tunnels learned that annihilate is a word that follows the wiring home. I said it once, and it ran up every tunnel and turned 9 sect headquarters into 9 silences. Fairy Hanyui nearly dropped her emperor weapon. I told everyone it was nothing, a casual move. Please stop making a fuss. They did not stop making a fuss. By then I'd repaid the debt, so I left the fairy and her daughter with their new futures and their obvious unspoken hope that Wang Shuimei might chase me up the Emperor Road and become something to me, which sure, we'll see. And I wandered off with the Jade Rabbit to enjoy 3 whole months of nobody trying to kill me, a personal record so unusual, it made me suspicious. The reason turned out to be embarrassing. I kept stepping on things. A discarded Emperor weapon here, an Emperor-grade pill there. Because I was born with a luck so aggressive that even after I'd ordered the system to set it to minimum, my minimum still triggered a good luck explosion every few steps. When I finally asked the system why it had never mentioned an auto pickup function, it replied, "Deadpan, host, have you read this system's name? Fair." I turned on auto pickup and it immediately reeled off 10 Emperor weapons, 99 Emperor-grade pills, and a list of treasures I'd been walking straight past for a decade because bending over to collect them cost more effort than they were worth. I remind you, a man who got rich by refusing to try. The universe just keeps stuffing the winnings into my pockets while I nap. The peace broke, as it always breaks, through someone I'd left unguarded. I felt Chen Kun under attack. The 4th wave now. The alien races throwing themselves at Ding Yanyu's holy land over and over. My old sword tokens eating the first 3, her running out of trumps. They'd worked out that they couldn't beat me, so they'd do the small evil thing instead and use my woman as a hook to drag me out. And Ding Yanyu, cornered, chin up, told them to their faces that she was nothing to me, just one of 100 passing fancies a man like me forgets by morning, so threatening her was pointless. A lie told well, to keep them from understanding what she actually was to me, and to keep me from having to come. It was brave and it was wrong. Because I was already turning toward her holy land, and the thing the alien races had built their whole plan around not understanding was that I do not, in fact, forget the people who are mine. I arrived just as a turtle-spawned prodigy reached for her and told him that touching what was mine was a mistake, and removed the arm and then the hand that was really pulling the strings. Their true trump card was hiding behind the sky, a purebred Kunpeng named Xuanzhupeng, one of the 10 supreme primordial lineages, the undisputed #1 prodigy of every awakened race, a being their own elders couldn't suppress, next to whom the golden dragon I'd eaten was a snack. He floated down and graciously offered to let me kill myself so my death wouldn't be ugly. And I have to be honest about my first reaction to the greatest champion the ancient races had produced in an age. My mouth watered. Because purebred Kunpeng is a top 10 delicacy, extinct so long it only exists in old recipes, and here was a live one being rude to me. I told him he was a dish, not a threat. He revoked my suicide privileges and promised to tear me apart, and I crossed the distance faster than his famous 9,000-mile speed and slapped him out of the sky into his true form, 10,000 miles of bird, because it cooks better that way. When his extreme Tao roar started cracking the sky, I said calm, and the sky healed and his pressure died. He tried to detonate himself rather than be eaten. I squeezed his soul out first, dropped him in a cauldron the size of a valley, and the smell that came off that pot had the surviving alien prodigies drooling before they remembered to be horrified. Their meat, I told them, was gamey, and I finished them too, and their essence rained down on the Holy Land and made every disciple in it stronger. Ding Yanyu ate the first bite of the myriad races champion and broke through. I have done many petty and glorious things. Serving their protagonist at a banquet is near the top of the list. Ding Yanyu had waited and grown, and she was of age and strong enough now that my body wouldn't shatter hers, so I stayed with her a while, and I'll leave the details where they belong. She climbed like a rocket on nothing but proximity, and for a stretch of quiet months we lived like a traveling merchant couple, hiding in the mortal world, doing exactly as we pleased, and I let myself get sentimental enough to ask the system if I'd ever see Blue Star, my first world, the desk I died at, again someday. It said yes. I filed that away. There was still, apparently, going to be time for everything, once the small matter of an entire higher realm trying to murder my whole species was handled. Then the sky changed for real. Immortal energy came flooding back into the world for the first time in an age, spirit plants shooting up into trees that held the heavens, the sun and moon hanging together at noon, the shard reconnecting to the world it was cut from. The immortal path was reviving, and the Emperor Road, its first stretch, would open in 3 days, which meant everyone came out of their holes at once. My disciple Song Anran climbed to the 9th level of Quasi-Emperor, 1 breath from Great Emperor. My sister, bored, snuck into the Feng clan's own sealed vault of ancient delinquent prodigies, monsters our own ancestors couldn't reform and had to lock away, and beat the entire vault into a pile she then sat on, flipping them off, disappointed they weren't tougher. When their overlord, a 5th life great emperor calling himself the Chaos Devil King, decided to raise a hand to my sister and take over the clan to fix its manners, I removed his head and his opinion in the same motion and watched every other ancient monster in that vault instantly discover a deep and sincere loyalty to the family and start calling me their hero. Right and wrong in this world are just a vote, and the biggest fist counts twice. My father watched me pacify the unpacifiable in an afternoon and started again quietly plotting to dump the clan on me, and I shut it down again. I emptied a warehouse of the rarest pills in existence onto the clan and my disciple like candy, because good steel goes on the blade, and the blade was about to swing, and then I went to collect my second stray. A full year in that forbidden pit had finished the job. The monsters who'd once hunted Zhao, he now fled, screaming the moment they saw Zhao the Plague coming, and the day I arrived to pick him up, he was standing in the middle of the horror show, sword up, having just cracked the extreme Dao by refusing to stay dead, a boy who couldn't be killed in a soul-fed body that only got worse the more you tried. He nearly cried when he saw me. He asked if I had any idea what he'd survived this year. I told him he looked well. That's the whole relationship. Everyone else was arming for the road too. And the funniest part was how identical the fathers all sounded. The Qingqiu fox had earned her ancestral 9-tailed art and announced again that I was her husband. The Phoenix princess had walked into a fatal forbidden land on purpose and come out carrying immortal fire, telling her mother it was to win the throne and telling herself it was only for me. And across 1,000 immortal clans, every patriarch sending a genius child up the Emperor Road gave the same secret last instruction. If it all goes wrong, go find the Feng boy and grab his leg. There are, by conservative count, over 1,000 eternal prodigies walking onto that road, each one raised on the same fatherly advice, which is to hide behind me. I did not volunteer to be humanity's designated thigh. Nobody asked. And then the ancient races started clawing up out of the ground, starving and laughing, hunting one specific name. The Golden Dragon King rose at the head of his whole roaring clan, screaming that he'd pay 100 million spirit stones for word of the human called Kai Ming so he could avenge the son I'd eaten. And I raised my hand from the sky above him and said I happened to know the guy, and could I please get paid up front? It never stops being funny. When the immortal clans felt him emerge and came rushing to handle the terrifying ancient beasts themselves, I asked them, genuinely offended, why they were trying to steal my reserved food. The whole world went quiet trying to reconcile Golden Dragon King with food. He did not take being ranked as a menu item well. He unrolled his clan's ancestral weapon, the year's immortal blade, a sword that doesn't cut flesh, it cuts lifespan, 10,000 years off you on the first strike, 100 million on the second, a whole epoch on the third, enough to age a true immortal into dust, and he hit me 3 times and stood there waiting for me to crumble. I looked at my own unlined hand and told him it had something, but not much. Because the one thing that blade cannot cut is the one thing I got for free in the womb. I do not age. You cannot subtract lifespan from a man time already gave up on. His ultimate weapon, the pride of his lineage, was built to defeat everything in creation except the exact stupid miracle I napped my way into, and watching that truth land on him broke something behind his eyes well before I got around to the rest of him. I flicked his forehead. He fell over. And when the immortal ancestors of a dozen clans finally teleported in, having lit their own funeral flames to die heroically against the ancient king, they arrived to find me picking over his corpse and asked, honestly bewildered, whether they were the clowns. They had come to steal my food, was the thing. So I told them so, and got to work on the rest of the clan. Then I did the pettiest, most historically satisfying thing available to a man of my talents. The old races had spent the entire history of the world farming humans as livestock and food. So I kept a batch of the Golden Dragon clan alive, swapped their souls out for the souls of pigs and cattle and horses, and shipped the storage pouch home to my father, sorted by use. Dragon meat on demand, dragon bodies for weapons, dragon lineages to milk for techniques, guard dragons, mounts. I turned a royal race of ancient god monsters into a pantry and a petting zoo, handed it to my dad, and warned him sternly not to let them go extinct, because then I couldn't eat them anymore. After a few million years, the roles of predator and prey had officially switched. I recommend it. Best revenge there is, and it comes with dinner. My father, who had spent the last hour on the Immortal War Network having small heart attacks as the reports came in. Kai Ming fights the Golden Dragon King. Kai Ming takes the year's blade. Kai Ming has died surely. No wait, Kai Ming has eaten the entire clan. Took the pouch with the glassy eyes of a man who has stopped trying to understand his own son and simply decided to be proud instead. I gave the other clan leaders a gift too, since they'd come all that way. I dug through my storage space, picked out the scrawniest, least appetizing dragons I owned, and handed them around like a man distributing coins to beggars, telling the Phoenix Empress and the Fox Fairy and the G Patriarch not to be shy, take them, eat them sparingly. They were, all 3, planning to make me their son-in-law. They accepted the beggar dragons anyway, because free dragon is free dragon, and I watched 3 of the proudest immortal sovereigns in creation quietly pocket my leftovers and decide their daughters had better hurry. While that was happening, my deathless orphan was busy volunteering for more suffering. When I went to collect Zhao He from the Forbidden Pit, I found he'd chosen to stay past his release, begged for more time, wept about it, and kept fighting, which had enraged the ancient immortals I'd hired to hunt him, since it meant their own release got delayed too, and they spent his overtime trying to genuinely murder a boy who kept refusing to stay murdered. He came out of it, extreme Dao, and grinning through the damage. Then I let his hunters out and gave them the same offer I give everyone, earn a place at my feet. The ones who knelt sincerely, I kept. One of them, a sword immortal who'd only played along while suppressed, sneered that once his immortal power returned, he'd crush me, and announced he'd sooner be my friend than my slave, so I told him to leave. He left. I killed him on his way out because the test had started the moment we stepped through the gate, and the answer to, "Will you serve?" was never supposed to be clever. Then, to make the point, I told the rest to stay put, and the ones who cleverly did the opposite, certain my words were a reverse trick, followed me and died for their cleverness, and the ones who simply obeyed, lived. There's no code to crack with me, there's just whether you're loyal, and every ancient genius who tried to outthink that instead of answering it, honestly got exactly what their cleverness earned. The last thing standing between me and the Emperor Road was a message from upstairs. My net organization got jumped by 3 rival assassin guilds who'd found themselves a sponsor, a killer from the Immortal Realm's #1 murder house, a place called Ghost Manor, come down to subjugate every assassin in the 3,000 realms and fold them into his own. He was strong enough to throw my best 2 around, and he stood there monologuing about frogs and wells who'd never heard of the Immortal Realm. So I stepped out of space and told him he hadn't asked permission to be impressive on my territory, and I said kneel, and his knees came apart under him, and then I did the thing that actually mattered. I reached across the wound between worlds, into the Immortal Realm itself, closed my hand around the Lord of Ghost Manor where he sat in meditation an ocean of realms away, and dragged him down through space to land face first in my dirt. The master of a higher world power, hauled out of his own sanctum like a bug. He worked out the shape of his situation fast, executed his own guilty underlings to please me, and begged to become my soul slave, and I let him, because a hook into the Immortal Realm's assassins would be useful when I went up there. That was the shift I felt settle into place. The monsters under the ground were the old world's leftovers. But I could reach the new owners now, in their own houses, and pull them out by the collar, and the door to their world was 3 days from opening. I spent the last of those days rewarding the people who'd earned it, pushed my best assassin's cultivation forward for her years of loyalty, handed pills around to Qin Wen and He Xuan, and told them to reach for the heavenly Emperor realm because anything less wasn't worth keeping, and then the sky split. Rosy clouds like fire, purple key from the east, a pillar of light from the top of the firmament, down into the bottomless chaos. The Emperor Road had opened. Every prodigy in creation moved at once. My sister, my disciple with her past life stirring awake behind her eyes, the fox and the phoenix and the G-boy, Wang Shuimei chasing me, the little rabbit chasing me, the emperor I'd resurrected, all of them converging on the same gate. And from the far side, the Immortal Realm forced its portals open at terrible cost and poured its own children down to meet us, true Immortal's disciples, come to make sure the shard never crawled home. The gate had a testing stone and a brutal entry fee. You needed the fighting power of a great emperor just to be let in, and the crowd waiting there got a live education in exactly how the universe was stacked, delivered as a ladder of 7 duels, each one ending in a single blow. A loose cultivator who'd killed his way up from nothing swaggered out and slaughtered a dozen princeling heirs, and got swatted like a broken kite by an immortal clan prodigy whose every buckle was a great emperor's weapon. That prodigy got dropped in one strike by an ancient foreign royal, who got dropped in one strike by a 5th life human god king out of the old age, who got knocked reeling by a purebred kunpeng that hurt him with the wind off its wings alone. And then the Phoenix Princess Kai Ying detonated her immortal fire inside that kunpeng and took its head, the last rung of the ladder, the strongest thing standing at the gate. The whole crowd exhaled in awe of her, and Kai Ying, to steady their spines, told them the truth that broke them instead. That a few years back, this same Kai Ming everyone kept talking about had beaten her in exactly one move. You could watch 1,000 geniuses do the math and quietly stop believing in their own dreams. Then the ladder stopped mattering, because a real one came through. An Asura youth stepped out of a tear in space trailing a mountain of the dead behind him, a disciple of a true immortal sent down to sever the path, and strong enough that merely looking at him shattered lesser prodigies. He crushed the combined ultimate strike of every eternal prodigy the human race had, dropped a whole killing domain over the gate, stood at the 8th life's peak, and offered the survivors a choice between kneeling as his slaves and dying. They chose to die on their feet, and in the exact moment his great sword came down to erase them all, several objects came screaming out of the sky and knocked him back tens of thousands of miles, and when he looked at what had hit him, they were heads, the heads of the other immortal disciples who'd come down with him, whom I'd been quietly clearing off the other 7 faces of the gate while this one monologued. I came down the heavenly path behind them, raised one hand, and brought every human prodigy he'd just killed back to life while healing everyone still breathing. Then I complained, out loud, that I'd trained these idiots for nothing, that they still couldn't handle one errand boy from upstairs, that it really shouldn't be this hard for a man to slack off, and I pointed a finger and the Asura youth stopped existing, sword and domain and 8th life peak and all. His master took it personally. Up in the Immortal Realm, a true immortal felt his disciple die, and in a rage he tore a rift and thrust a single finger through it, a strike meant to erase my entire world as a lesson, because his true body couldn't cross into a realm still rejecting immortals. I flicked the finger apart. And then I did the thing none of them thought was on the table. I stepped through the rift the other way, into the Immortal Realm itself, and I walked into the Asura Immortal sect and I took it apart. Immortal corpses rained back down out of the tear over the Emperor Pass, one after another, until the whole watching crowd stood frozen under a downpour of the higher world's dead. And then I stepped out, holding the sect master by the collar, boots on his own sect's fallen signboard. I didn't kill him. Death was too kind. I shattered his knees and his spine, severed his immortal root, pinned his soul so he couldn't even end himself, and set him kneeling at the foot of the Emperor Pass to repent in front of every passerby until his immortal lifespan ran out. A monument at the gate his ancestors' enemies died holding to what happens when the people who inherited a saved world spit on the ones who saved it. He screamed that I was cruel. Compared to him, I'll take it as a compliment. Then I pushed the great gate open and let humanity in. The prodigies flew past me worshipping, and I sorted through the ones who mattered. The G-boy bounded up, dropped his cold genius act entirely, and cheerfully announced that his father had sent him to cling to my leg, so I gave him a token good for 3 rescues and told him to go play. The emperor I'd resurrected knelt. I handed him a map to the best opportunities inside, because a prodigy I've invested in is a prodigy who does my heroics for me. Because that was the whole plan, and I'll admit it freely. I'd spent years seeding disciples, Zhao He, the Qilong Emperor, my disciple, precisely so that when the Emperor rode through its tribulations at me, I'd have someone else already positioned to go handle them, and I could stroll the most dangerous place in creation like a man on a walking holiday, checking the views off the clock. For everyone else, the Emperor road was a hell you died in. For me, it was a scenic route. I stretched, looked out over the most beautiful ruin in existence, and went for my walk. The road had a rival waiting for me, of course, freshly minted. While I'd been at the East Gate slaying immortals, a prodigy named Gu Zhaolong had cut down 108,000 at the West Gate and gotten himself crowned the true #1 of the age, and his fan club was very eager to arrange a fated duel between us. A scheming saintess even tried to bait it, insulting me to force my hand, so I killed her, and when her sycophants started reciting heavenly Tao vengeance at me, I removed them all with a glance, then resurrected them and asked pleasantly whether anyone had actually seen me kill anybody. Nobody had. Then I went and climbed the tower they were all fighting over, the one whose stairs repel every climber, except the stairs took one read of me and politely pushed me straight to the top, which rather spoiled the contest. At the summit hung an immortal sword with a proud old remnant soul attached, who informed me and Gu Zhaolong that we could fight for the honor of being his disciple. I slapped him quiet, drew the sword he swore no one but its owner could draw, flicked its world-ending sword intent into a submissive little hum, and told him his legacy was garbage. Then I showed him a sliver of my own sword intent, and the proud old immortal fell to his knees begging to be my student. I drank his wine, genuinely good, declined, and left the sword to poor Gu Zhaolong, whose invincible heart I'd broken without ever meaning to. It's a recurring problem. I keep ending people's whole self-image by accident on my way to somewhere else. My deathless orphan, meanwhile, had turned the North Gates arena into performance art. Zhao He had won 108 straight, and the northern prodigies had adopted him as their own champion against the eastern upstart Kai Ming, right up until I walked in and he dropped to his knees calling me master in front of all of them. I climbed into the ring, made him hit me with everything he had, killed him with a finger, watched him come back stronger from his own ashes, and then rewrote the arena's rules so that my beloved disciple now had to win 1,000 consecutive fights against 1,000 opponents each, sweetened with a bounty of immortal artifacts and revival pills for anyone who could put him down, which turned the entire field into a pack of wolves. He wailed that I was cruel. The arena's own spirit, reading his complaints, kept raising the count as punishment, 1 against 4,000, 5,000, 6,000, until Zhao He caught on and started loudly praising my peerless wisdom mid-swing, which is how a tragic orphan learns to survive under management. He grew like a weed. That was the point. I build my weapons in a furnace and let them thank me for the heat. The road turned sharp when it touched my sister. Kai Meiling passed a trial for a pool of lunar divine water fair and square, and a pack of Western sect monks decided that since they couldn't touch me, they'd trap her instead and ransom her for my kneeling apology. Bad idea, executed confidently. I came down and took their formation apart, and when their sect reached a hand through a rift to rescue the pieces, my parents arrived, my father and my mother the Eastern Heavenly Emperor, and dragged the whole Western sect elder through the tear and tore him in half between them, which was frankly impressive teamwork. It turned out the Western sect had a rot in it my father had suspected for ages, the weirdness, the old enemy, quietly nested inside a holy order. So my mother, with the authority of her throne, formally declared the sect demon-infested and signed the order to erase it, and my father mustered the 108 divisions of the Feng army to go do it. Thrilled to finally have paperwork for a grudge, I handed him a jade token to shove into anything that turned out to be truly weird, and told my parents to go enjoy their war. They told me to go enjoy my road. It is a strange and wonderful thing at the end of the world to have a family that fights over who gets to handle the apocalypse so the other one can relax. Then I gave my sister back herself. She'd been a 9-star Heavenly Emperor in her last life, and I'd been carrying the Heavenly Emperor heart I took from the Snake Empress specifically for this, so I fed it to her with the lunar water, and she fused it and woke up fully, memory and power both, breaking through 54 realms in a single sitting while the whole Emperor Pass rang like a struck bell. When a greedy schemer in the crowd tried to incite 10,000 prodigies to rob my sister of her opportunity, I killed the schemer, and then because I was in a good mood, proposed a game to Mei Ling, a kill contest, fists only, no energy, see who drops more of the mob. She agreed, delighted to finally be strong enough to compete, and I blurred through all 10,000 of them on foot before she landed a single hit, purely to watch her puff up and then deflate. She cried that I was a bully. I put a hand on her shoulder and she braced for comfort, and I told her that no matter how strong she got, I would always be her big brother. She has never once gotten a kind word out of me, and she has never stopped fishing for one. Then the center of the Emperor Pass split open, the true Emperor Road unrolled ahead, 9 great passes, 81 lesser ones, an endless ancient warpath paved with immortal bones, and every prodigy in creation poured onto it, chasing glory. I strolled on behind them, in no hurry at all, because the glory was theirs to sweat for, and mine to walk past. My sister kept saying something on the road was calling to her, far ahead, so I carried her toward it, stepping across the whole endless warpath while other prodigies looked for teleport arrays, swatting aside the mindless horrors that condensed out of the cold wind. We reached a manor guarded by 2 withered heavenly emperors. Dead men, weird energy had leashed to their old obsessions, and I told them to kneel, and they did, and then I set them free the only real way. I sent Mei Ling inside for whatever was calling her, and what was calling her turned out to be the worst thing in her whole long history. There was a woman in that manor, cold as a blade, who called my sister, daughter. In her past life, Mei Ling had been an empress who grew up a friendless orphan, never knowing why she had no family. And here was the answer, standing by a pond with no more feeling in her face than a stone. A woman who cultivated a Tao of severed emotion, who had carved Mei Ling out of her own womb as an unborn thing and thrown her away and slaughtered the rest of the family for good measure. All to prove a path that says feeling is a shackle and only deathless longevity is real. She wanted Mei Ling to inherit that path. She wanted her to go kill her present family, our parents, me, to prove her resolve, and then, once Mei Ling's own emotion Tao ripened, to quietly possess her body and steal the result. She laid it out like a gift no one could refuse. And my sister, who had spent one entire lifetime aching for exactly the family this woman was offering to help her murder, laughed in her face. She said she'd been alone once and she wasn't anymore, that she had parents who loved her and a brother who loved her, and that she would give up cultivation, power, immortality, everything before she gave up a single one of them, that a viper who'd empty her own womb into the dirt would never understand what a family was. I stood outside listening to my little sister choose us over godhood, and I let her finish because I needed to hear her heart in her own voice before I ever touched it. Then I walked in. The emotionless empress had sealed Mei Ling's mouth and was explaining that it didn't matter whether Mei Ling killed us or she did it herself. So I slapped the words out of her and freed my sister in the same motion and caught Mei Ling as she fell. "I'm late," I said. She said I wasn't, not at all. And then I did the thing that actually killed the woman, which had nothing to do with my hands. I told her the truth about her own Tao, that in 50 paths of the great Tao, 49 belong to heaven, and the one that slips free is heaven's own heart, that even heaven keeps a heart, and a human who tears hers out isn't ascending, she's just lying to a mirror. That the emotion-severing Tao she'd bled her whole family for could reach the edge of mastery and never once touch completion, because she was still, underneath it all, a frightened person who wanted to live, and wanting is feeling, and feeling means the whole monstrous project was a lie from the first day. Her face, the one that hadn't moved in an age, broke. Her Tao heart cracked down the middle. And when she was nothing but a terrified old woman begging and bargaining, I handed my sister a fast immortal blade because the sword she'd been reaching for wasn't quick enough to end an immortal, and I let Mei Ling close her own oldest wound with her own hand. Then I gave her back the piece of herself that woman had stolen at the start, the sliver of innate soul essence a child only gets by being born instead of carved out. And my sister became, at last, whole, a complete 9th life great emperor, the missing weight in her fate simply gone. She wiped her face and grinned at me and started plotting, out loud, to one day stand over me. "Beside you, brother. I meant beside." And I flicked her forehead across the room, because some things between siblings are eternal. Her breakthrough rang across the whole Emperor Road, and it drew flies. The Immortal Realm's scouts, it turned out, hadn't come down only to sever the path. They'd come hunting the lost secret of living 9 lives in reverse, and a fresh 9th life great emperor was exactly the prize they wanted to cut open and study. So they descended on my sister demanding the secret and got the single most satisfying reversal of the whole road. They sneered that they came from the immortal realm, that they had immortal treasures she couldn't dream of. Kai Meiling, who had grown up in the mightiest immortal clan in creation and been handed god weapons as toys since she could walk, called up a whole river of immortal treasures I'd given her and forgotten about, drowned their little handful in it, and asked sweetly which of them was supposed to be the one from the immortal realm again. Then she went to war with them, up and down the road, hunting the hunters, growing with every fight, and I hung back and watched and arranged a few more ambushes for her, partly because the battles would deepen her, and partly, I'll be honest, because it was funny. Why do a thing, the old saying goes, if not because it's fun? I strolled on to the 5th Emperor Pass, the hub where past and future meet, where the truly top prodigies had finally clawed their way, and stalled, trapped by tens of thousands of ancient battle souls that couldn't be killed off. I flew through them once, and the crowd of self-proclaimed peerless geniuses found their enemies simply gone, and stood there humiliated, none of them willing to admit out loud that a streak of light had just done in a blink what they couldn't do in days. But the 5th Pass had something worse than battle souls sleeping in it. Something had survived down there since the old war, the thing that started all of it. As the prodigies poured in and the greed fog took them and set them killing each other for scattered treasure, 4 figures rose out of the 4 directions, formless and black and wrong, drinking the dead. Not another race, not another immortal sect, the eerie, the original enemy, the horror so total that to escape it the supreme beings of the last age had to cut off a piece of their own world and throw it away. And that severed piece is my entire sky. A handful of them had lived, buried, patient, and now they laughed that the descendants of the enemies who'd beaten them half to death had come walking right into their mouths. They crushed an immortal realm saintess who tried to pull rank, and turned their attention to Kai Ying and the last few prodigies whose hearts the fog couldn't rot, and those prodigies froze, minds already half seized, unable to run. The fox wept that she was going to be erased, soul and all, no rebirth. And the G-boy, at the very end of it, remembered the token in his robe, the one I'd told him was good for 3 rescues, and threw it at the sky, which is the whole reason I hand those out. The sword intent I'd sealed in that token came down and erased all 4 Eerie before they finished being surprised. I wandered back from the 6th pass to see what had set it off, took one look, and complained that they'd used a cannon to swat a mosquito, because to me 4 surviving Eerie were exactly that, and it genuinely annoyed me to walk back for so little. Then, since the G-boy owed me an apology, I extorted a few jars of his family's legendary Qianxia wine out of him, which meant punching a hole in space to his father's bedroom and smiling until the poor man robbed his own clan's ancestor for me. The ancestor caught him, beat him, and then, on learning who the wine was for, beat him again for only sending a few jars and ordered the entire cellar shipped to my family. Everyone is desperate to give me things. I have never once had to ask nicely. I did have to step out mid-drink because my parents' war had reached the hard part. Their armies had ground down the Western sect's outer lines, but the core was a real immortal power, and I did not want to hear that an uncle of mine had died taking it. So I stepped across, walked into the heart of the sect, and cleared it. The hierarch, the Arhats, 10,000 Earth Immortal Guardians, who tried a grand seal on me before I told them to kneel and then to perish. 100,000 heavenly soldiers and 4 heavenly generals the Western court sent to save them, ended with a word and a stomp. And finally, because a sect that had spent years hunting my sister deserved a proper ending, I reached up, took the sky in one hand, and brought it down flat on the whole place until there was nothing left between heaven and earth but powder. The local heavenly Tao thunderbolted anyone who complained about the unfairness of it, which I found fair. Then I carved a signed confession into the ruined earth in letters 100 miles tall. The killer is none other than Kai Ming, and went back to my wine before it cooled, which it hadn't, because the whole errand took under a minute. My parents arrived to find their great enemy already a graveyard, and my signature carved into the canyon floor, which broke both their brains a little. And the day gave my father one last gift. An eerie commander, I'd only 90% gutted on my way out, came clawing up from underground, and my father remembered the jade token I'd handed him, and threw it, and it purified the eerie hole and poured all that ancient stolen power straight into him, and my tiger dad, who'd spent my whole childhood begging me to cultivate, broke through in one shot to the 9-star heavenly emperor realm, the very peak of the human path. My mother told him he'd finally caught up to his own son. He cried a little. And in the wreckage they turned that strange heart-purifying token over and decided to bring it to the one man who might know what it was, my mother's father, the old Eastern Heavenly Emperor, the #1 Heavenly Emperor of this whole fallen age, and, it turns out, my grandfather. I filed that away for later. Family reunions in my life have a way of ending with someone slaying an army. Then I felt the ripple I'd been waiting years for, and I went to walk the hardest road with my oldest disciple. Song Anran was drifting up the Emperor Road inside a domain so pure that anything which touched it simply stopped existing, her past life finally cracking its seal, and the whole road wanted her for it because her heart is a flawless heart, a thing that senses every law of the Tao, and every greedy prodigy and immortal realm killer on that path wanted to cut it out of her chest and take it. They pried her domain open with a stolen immortal bead for 3 seconds and swung, and I stepped out of space beside her, glanced back once, and the whole hungry mob of them became mist, immortals included. Then I walked her the rest of the way in silence, because I could feel the seal breaking and I would not touch it. I needed her to remember on her own feet. She led me down into an abyss to a statue of a beautiful woman with a hole carved where her heart should be, put her hand on the cold stone, and said quietly, "This is me." She'd been an immortal empress once, and the person who cut the heart out of her chest and left her to be reborn a beggar in a dead kingdom was her own master, still sitting alive and smug at the top of the immortal realm, running a scheme that needed a flawless heart to finish. That master had left a piece of herself waiting at the end of the road, a cold remnant that looked my disciple over like unfinished business and offered me the usual slave or die. I told her to perish, and her whole army of borrowed phantoms shattered. I told her to kneel, and the proud thing folded flat, panicking because she was only a shadow of a will, and I was standing right in front of her. She kept insisting her true body would end me in a heartbeat if it were here, so I reached out and hooked a single red thread of fate onto her brow, followed it across an ocean of realms into the immortal realm itself, and set it against the true body sitting in meditation there. And I pinched it between 2 fingers and asked politely whether she'd like to test how easily I could end the destiny of a supreme immortal from the far side of creation. Up in her sanctum, the woman who'd carved out my disciple's heart opened her eyes to a red thread she couldn't explain, and for the first time in a very long life understood that distance was not going to protect her. I could have severed that thread and ended it in a breath, and Song Anran knew it. She stopped me. She said she knew I could fix all of it without her ever lifting a hand, but that it was her heart and her hate, and she wanted to take them back herself. So I let her go. I stood at the broken end of the Emperor Road, where the immortal path had healed just enough to cross, and I watched the scared kid I'd scooped out of a gutter step onto it and rise, realm after realm, into a heavenly immortal, into the sky, into the world above ours, where her enemy was waiting and didn't yet understand what was climbing toward it. She turned around once. "Goodbye, master. Of everyone I've collected across 2 lifetimes, she rode with me the longest." I didn't say anything back. Some doors you just hold open and let the person you raised walk through on their own feet, because that is the entire point of raising them. I did send something up after her to watch her back, quietly. But the swing was hers. Her leaving broke the last seal, and that's when the real army showed up. The moment a new immortal was born on that path, the lock the eerie ancestor had set released, and 1,000,000 of them poured out of the churned earth at the road's end. 3 commanders at the front, a sky's worth of the oldest enemy in existence, all promising to erase the 3,000 realms in a breath and generously offering to let me live as their informant slave first. I was in a bad mood, and I want you to understand how rare it is to find something I can actually hit at full strength. 1,000,000 of the thing that shattered my world delivered to my fist. I punched a hole in their army and stomped a hole in the sky and told them to kneel and watch giant hands of pure Tao press 100,000 of them flat, and I told them to perish, and they did, and I very nearly cracked the Emperor Road in half doing it, which made its poor caretaker spirit cry until I paid her off with a fistful of the rarest energy in creation, at which point she cheerfully informed me she'd be delighted to get beaten senseless every single day if that's what it paid. So I put her to work. "Build me 80 or 90,000 death trials right here at the last gate," I told her, "and make every human prodigy who runs them come out 10-fold stronger. If the whole world had decided I was its designated hero, I was at least going to outsource the actual heroism to a misery factory and go back to my wine." My other stray, meanwhile, was busy becoming unkillable in a tournament run by exactly the kind of monster those trials are meant to forge. A cold, shattered woman named Ying Bing, a remnant of something that once outranked immortal lords, harvesting 1,000,000 prodigies down to 1 to rebuild herself, swept Xiao He into her arena, and he got ganged up on, obviously, because his fate is to be ganged up on. He died and came back stronger and died and came back stronger, dozens of times, until the whole arena was focus firing the boy who wouldn't stay dead, and in the middle of that impossible pressure, he cracked open a 4th gift nobody knew he had, a soul that devours everything it kills, which patched the one weakness his resurrection body had ever had. A boy who can't be killed and a soul that eats whatever tries to. My tragic little orphan had accidentally finished building himself into a perfect immortal weapon. Ying Bing was so impressed she tried to make him her heir, and he refused because he already had a master, and when she reached into fate to find out who that master was, Fate came back blank because I'd walked out of cause and effect years ago. She decided he was lying and raised a hand to kill him. My finger came through space and caught the blow, and I asked her, from my chair up on the battlements, whether I'd heard right that she was looking for me. Her knees hit the ground before she'd finished turning to look. I severed her Tao fruit for the insult, made her a soul slave, and then, because a drowning ex-god watching my disciples flank in a strange world is exactly the kind of asset I don't waste, I rebuilt her from the wound up, reshaping her life and death with a wave which made her stammer that I must command the Tao fruits of life and death and reincarnation both. I told her I didn't know what a Tao fruit was. I mastered the fundamental great Tao in my mother's womb. A Tao fruit is the grandchild of that, and I genuinely never had cause to meet one. Then I pointed her at Song Anren's back, up in the immortal realm, and sent her up the road to guard the girl I'd just let walk into a war. Everyone ends up working for me eventually, even the ones who ran the tournament. Then I kicked Zhao He, my beloved deathless disciple, straight into the misery factory I'd just commissioned. 108,000 trials at the last gate, hell mode by default, opening with a perfect mirror of himself that was also deathless, so that the boy who couldn't die spent an eternity fighting the one other thing in creation that couldn't either. He wept. He called me cruel through actual tears while surpassing himself over and over, cracking into the heavenly emperor realm somewhere in there, and then the trial cheerfully spawned 10 of him, and then, when he cursed about it, 20. He'll be fine. He'll be magnificent. And all across the Emperor Road behind me, every stray I'd ever seeded, the Qilong Emperor, the Phoenix and the Fox and the G-Boy riding my opportunity maps, the gutter orphan Wang Chang, Wang Shuimei chasing me with the little rabbit, even poor broken Gu Zhaolong, came up strong and grinning to the last gate, my sister a full heavenly emperor before she was 20 at the head of them, all of them walking straight into the same misery factory with the same doomed confidence. I lay on top of the wall with my wine and watched the whole next generation of humanity get forged in a furnace of my design, and I felt, I'll admit, a little like a proud and lazy god. 3 years went by like that, with the heavenly Tao of the pass. I'd named her Xianxia by then, and she'd taken to fanning me and pouring my wine, reporting the leaderboard. My disciple held first at the 100,000th trial, my sister held second, one rung behind, needling him for the top spot, and third, to my genuine surprise, a gutter orphan named Wang Chong I'd once helped in passing, climbing on grit and a late-blooming lineage. They all came out of the furnace as heavenly emperors, my sister a full heavenly emperor before she was 20, which had never happened in the history of the human path, and the poor rival Gu Zhaolong came out a mere 9th life great emperor and nearly fainted when the crowd on the wall greeted him as the weakest man present. Everyone I'd raised was now quietly a monster, which was exactly the problem the immortal realm noticed next. Because a world that mass-produces heavenly emperors is a world that will, on ascension, mass-produce heavenly immortals. And that terrified the higher realm enough to send 7 of them down to end us. 7 heavenly immortals, real ones, whose mere presence pressed my whole graduating class to their knees, calling our ancestors sinners and our lineages sinful line and ordering everyone to kill themselves neatly. My prodigies, to their credit, spat it back in their faces that their ancestors had died holding the wound that kept the immortal realm alive, and being called sinners for it by the people they'd saved was the ugliest thing in creation. Then the 7 raised their hands to erase them all, and I said quietly, "Who dares?" And time stopped. I told them to kneel, and their knees came apart under them. They threatened me with the great power who'd sent them, some black mist elder back home, so I reached my hand through a hole in space, into the immortal realm, closed it around that elder's skull in his own sealed chamber an ocean of realms away, and pulled his head back through the tear to show the 7 what their trump card looked like as a party favor. Then I crushed it, and I pinned the 7 souls with needles at the foot of the Emperor Pass, kneeling and repenting where every passing prodigy could see, forever, a lesson, carved in the higher realm's own people, about which direction the reaching now went. The higher realm's answer to that was a flood. They spread word through the immortal realm that the 3,000 realms was a defenseless backwater stuffed with lost immortal emperor treasure, and turned on the tap, and cultivators poured down the immortal path by the 1,000, greedy and confident, and got the shock of their lives. Because the defenseless backwater was a place where everyone starts at Great Emperor, where the Ascension tribulations alone incinerated the first waves, where a fresh phoenix fire immortal burned down a killer 2 ranks above her without blinking. The invaders' own reports started coming back as screams, which side is actually the immortal realm? Even as their sheer numbers, 1,000 to 1, 10,000 to 1, finally began to grind my prodigies down. I stood up to handle it, and I didn't have to, because that was the moment my father chose to bring the whole world to war. Teleport gates tore open all across the immortal path, and out of them came the leaders of every immortal clan in the 3,000 realms, a sky filled solid with heavenly emperors, and behind them armies, actual armies, composed entirely of great emperors, the accumulated foundation of an age of forced silence. This was the secret my father had been sitting on my whole life. The immortal clans hadn't been weak, they'd been holding their breath, and now they let it out. They ascended by the thousands in a single breath, great emperors becoming true immortals and heavenly immortals whose power crushed anything the higher realm had sent, and the invasion inverted into a harvest. The immortal realm kept feeding soldiers into a furnace that turned their corpses into fuel for us, every one of our people leveling as they killed, a 5 tribulation immortal becoming an 8 tribulation immortal in 3 days. My father stood there glowing like a man at his own coronation, telling me to watch, we're going to cut our way home. I handed my disciple and my sister and the rest tribulation robes so they could fight at immortal strength without wasting their breakthroughs, and pointed them at the sky. I even kicked the jade rabbit into it, over her squealing protests that she was far too timid for war, and watched her crush 100 immortals a minute while shrieking, "Don't come near me." And when a pack of the invaders finally worked out that the lazy man eating melon on the wall was the rabbit's owner and charged him for the prize, I spat a single watermelon seed into the air, and it opened into a black hole that swallowed tens of thousands of them and closed like it had never been. After that, they gave the wall a very wide berth. 3 days and nights the war ran, until immortal corpses lay in ranges and the immortal path drank so deep it nearly finished healing itself. And back in the higher realm, the true masterminds finally understood the trap they'd walked into, that they weren't conquering a backwater, they were personally fertilizing the rise of the very sinful line they feared, that if this continued, we'd come up the road and into their house. So the cowards at the top stopped spending cannon fodder and sent the real thing at last. 9 figures stepped to the mouth of the immortal path, Tao charms coiling around them, the heavenly Tao itself flinching back from their sleeves. 9 immortal lords, the rank that is the whole realm's dividing line, the only beings above them who'd each carved a Tao fruit of their own and earned the right to look down on everyone below. Their leader looked down the road at my father's war and said calmly that it was time to bring the sinful line to justice. I set down my melon, because now, finally, they'd sent something that might actually be interesting. They were not interesting. The first immortal lord down was an old Buddha the size of a mountain range who arrived demanding the Western sect kneel to him as its true master, and got very confused when nobody answered, because I'd already turned the Western sect into a canyon with my name carved in it. When he didn't believe I'd done it, I flicked a finger and shattered his 100-million-mile fist, and when a second immortal lord poked his head out of the void to help, I reached up, took both of them in one hand, and closed it. My sister had bet Zhao He I'd need no moves at all. She won. The other 7 who'd come with them took one look and tried to leave, so I told them to kneel, and the beings whose entire life's ambition had been to reach the rank of Immortal Lord discovered, in front of thousands of worshippers, exactly how little that rank meant to someone standing above it, and a great many watching immortals had their faith break so hard they simply died of it. When their leader tried to save himself by claiming kinship with the great Black Mist Immortal King who ruled them all, I tossed the Black Mist King's severed head onto the ground in front of him because I'd already pulled that one out of his own sanctum an hour ago. Then I ended all 7 immortal lords and an immortal king in an afternoon from a rattan chair without finishing my melon. The word that went around the battlefield afterward, in horrified whispers, was that the lazy man on the wall must himself be an immortal king, the rank that in the whole higher realm is spoken of the way mortals speak of gods. They were aiming low, but I let them keep the theory. It's tidier than the truth. That broke the invasion's back. The rest of the higher realm's army rooted, and I sealed the road home behind them with a watermelon rind so none of them could flee, and my people hunted the trapped remainder up and down the path for 10 days, while the immortal path drank so deep on the fallen that it finished healing itself at last, reconnecting my whole severed world to the sky it was cut from, thickening the air until the 3,000 realms began, for the first time in an age, to breathe like the immortal realm again. Sealed ancestors woke across every clan. The great Tao itself came out to bless the change. And the caretaker spirit of the pass, my xianxia, rode all of it up into a full immortal rank heavenly Tao, which meant the door between the 2 worlds now answered to her, and she answered to me, which meant that from that day, the higher realm crossed into my sky only when I felt like allowing it. Then I did the thing I'd built all these disciples for. I sent them up ahead of me to see the world I was going to have to invade anyway. Zhao He had been aching to see the immortal realm since he first heard it existed, so when a delegation from some moon palace up there came down to collect my jade rabbit for an ancient secret of theirs, and got their leader's Tao fruit severed for the presumption of reaching for what's mine, I let Zhao He escort the rabbit up rather than hand her over, and stuck a talisman on his back on the way out that would make his ascension 1,000,000 times harder, because a master's love is a heavy thing. I sent the Qilong Emperor and the orphan Wang Chang up too, armed with a dragon-slaying art and a map to every legendary flame in the higher realm, and their real assignment, delivered with great enthusiasm: bring me back live dragons, the tasty kind, and secure the single finest cooking fire in creation, because roasting purebred dragon over it is said to produce the ultimate delicacy, and I had been thinking about it for some time. They took the mission as a sacred trust, they always do, and I said my goodbyes, which mostly meant handing out hope on purpose. The fox promised to come propose to me, the G-boy adopted me as his big brother, and extorted more of his own family's wine, which he then thanked me for. And the Phoenix Princess told me, jaw set, that she refused to accept the gap between us and would catch up if it took her whole life, so I upgraded the immortal fire in her chest to the finest grade there is, told her a few centuries of work on it would make her a top immortal lord, and let her fly off blazing with purpose. I felt a little guilty. Not one of them will ever catch a single hair of mine, not if they work for 10,000 years. But a carrot on a stick builds stronger people than the truth ever would, and I have never in either life been above lying to someone for their own good. Then I went home to my clan, to a hall full of ancestors newly woken from their seals, all of them looking at their lazy grandson like he was the most precious thing the family had ever produced, which, to be fair, that week, he was. Not all of them. A jealous faction of ancestors, high-grade immortal lords who'd hidden through every hard century and crawled out to collect credit, decided to put the arrogant boy in his place by invoking the family rules. So I ended them where they sat, and told the rest of the hall plainly that they had never raised me or taught me a thing, that being older than me bought them no say over me, and that this was no longer their era. My whole plan there was to look so unruly that these old men would fight to keep the family leadership away from me. A perfect scheme, I thought. It backfired completely. The good ancestors, the ones who'd hated those parasites for centuries, cheered and immediately proposed I be made the next clan head, because a clan blessed with a leader who has both the right principles and the absolute power to enforce them is the luckiest thing in the world. I said no. They smiled and said I was young, my mind would change. My family, it turns out, is the one force in creation I cannot make kneel. While I slept off the banquet, my oldest disciple was learning how much crueler the immortal realm is than home. Song Anrin had gone up to claw her way to Immortal Lord so she could take her own heart back, and she found a higher world that runs on cutthroat scarcity, where a genius who earns a Tao fruit gets swarmed by packs of the failures who couldn't, where an elder Immortal Lord she refused to hand her sword art to sacrificed his own beloved disciple to power up and kill her, where a charming young lord who rescued her turned out to be a ghost manor assassin luring her into a sealed room built to hold her at her weakest, all of it paid for by the very enemy she was hunting. She saw through most of it and walked in anyway, because her enemy was looking for her and she was looking for her enemy, and at the exact moment the trap closed, and even Ying Bing couldn't break it, I stepped out of the air beside her and shattered the whole thing with a glance, and the Ghost Manor killers took one look at my face and fell over themselves kneeling, because their own master had long since circulated my portrait with orders to grovel on sight. I reached across worlds and hauled that master, Meng Changming, out of his meditation by the collar for the second time in his life, and he groveled so beautifully and gifted my disciple so perfect a treasure that I couldn't even be bothered to hit him. Then, on his own initiative, furious at being made to look foolish, he took the entire Ghost Manor and went and razed the home of the very enemy who'd hired the hit, so that my disciple's oldest foe now had her own paid assassins hunting her across the sky. Everyone works for me eventually, even the people trying to kill the people who work for me. I even did Ying Bing a favor while I was at it, in my usual way, which is to say cruelly and for profit. I'd stripped her Tao fruit when I subdued her, and she'd been sulking about it for weeks, so I tossed the fruits into a monster forest as bait, drew out an ancient tribulation willow that had been about to steal its way into becoming an immortal king, palm shattered it, and plucked the willow's heart, which happens to be the single finest treasure for pushing an immortal lord up to immortal king. I gave the heart to Song Anran to carry her toward the rank she needs. I let Ying Bing scoop her 9 fruits back out of the wreckage and ride them all the way up to Immortal King, at which point she knelt and thanked me for the very body I'd broken to fix. And I gave my disciple the truth she'd need for the road ahead, that her enemy is stronger than an immortal king, that reclaiming her heart will mean reaching the very top, and that her lost memories aren't just hers. They touch a catastrophe that threatens the whole immortal realm. She told me she'd climb it herself, all of it, so she could stand at the peak and protect me when the end came. I pinched her cheek and let her think that was the plan. Because here is the part none of them had worked out, the part that made Ying Bing go white when I finally let it slip. The Kai Ming standing in the immortal realm, toying with immortal lords and killing a would-be immortal king with the back of his hand, wasn't me. It was a sliver of my dreaming mind, a shadow I'd cast across an ocean of realms in my sleep, the faintest projection of a man taking a nap, so weak a version of me it should barely have been able to lift a cup. and it had spent the afternoon rearranging the higher world's power structure for fun, when Ying Bing gasped and started guessing at my realm. Immortal sovereign? Immortal venerable? Higher than an immortal emperor? I told her to stop, that every rank she knew the name of was too small to hold me, and then the dream shadow popped like a bubble because the real me was finally waking up. I had a banquet to get to. The whole world's races were sitting down to negotiate peace at one table, and I intended to attend for exactly one reason, to find out which of them was the most delicious. I arrived late on purpose and walked into a summit about to collapse into war. The myriad races, the Kunpeng Saint Emperor at their head, a sly Qilin Saint Emperor mediating from the sidelines, had opened by generously offering humanity 10 of the 3,000 realms and keeping the other 2,990 for themselves. My mother had answered that with the flat of the Eastern Emperor's seal. The whole room was one wrong word from a war that would have emptied the 3,000 realms of half its living, and I strolled out of a rip in space complaining that the feast had clearly started and not one chicken had been killed yet. Then I made myself understood. When the 8 Treasures Chicken Clan chief drew himself up to lecture me about how the times had changed, I asked my sister, honestly, since when ingredients had learned to talk, caught him out of the air, forced him back into his true form, plucked him, and dropped him in a pot I'd set up right there in the middle of the peace summit. I have, as it happens, a chef's Dao among the several I carry. I can break a thing down to its parts in a single motion. His clan rushed me in outrage and joined him in the broth, and the smell that came off that pot, and 8 Treasures chicken is a delicacy even the old myth gods couldn't resist, had both sides of the war summit quietly, furiously drooling. That, it turned out, was how the negotiation went. A water spirit lord came at me and became stock. 3 peak-grade immortal lords charged together, and I sorted them by flavor. This one gamey explode, this one sour explode, this one a crane exquisite into the pot. The Kunpeng Emperor kept shrieking that I couldn't possibly kill all the myriad races at once, and I agreed that eating that many in one sitting would upset my stomach, but that everyone was welcome to line up. The pot was big enough for all of them, and when the whole horde finally rushed me together, I said perish, and every clan-killing art in the sky went dark at once. And I said kneel, and thousands of peak-grade immortal lords folded flat to the ground in front of both their races, which is the exact moment the entire world worked out that the lazy man cooking at the summit had, somewhere along the way, become an immortal king, the rank the whole higher realm bows its head to and calls simply king. In his 20s, at a peace conference, cooking. The true Phoenix Lord offered me 90% of the world to stop. I told her she was too stupid to eat and put her in the pot with the rest, because an imperial-grade phoenix is a rare seasoning. The Kunpeng Emperor, out of options, burned his own rank to wake his clan's greatest treasure, a true bone of a purebred Kunpeng that lent him a flash of near-king power, and I plucked the bone out of the air with a finger, told him it was wasted on him, and dropped it in the broth because purebred Kunpeng marrow is the finest thing that has ever simmered. Then he did the thing they all do at the end, threatened me with the endless numbers of his race and the ancient king-tier ancestors who'd someday rise to avenge this. So I opened 3 channels to the home realms of the clans I'd just cooked, said extinguish, and closed the question. The myriad races surrendered every claim on my world that day, integrated as subjects under human jurisdiction, monitored and leashed, and it cost humanity not one life, only a very long lunch. My mother secured the whole future of the 3,000 realms at that table. I secured the single best pot of soup in the history of creation. We were both, I think, satisfied with our afternoon. The humans thanked me by trying to make me their god. Having watched me subdue the entire myriad races over lunch, the assembled leaders of the 4 heavenly courts decided to merge them into one and crown me sole sovereign of the whole human race. And I said no, so fast and so flatly that my father laughed and swore he'd eat filth on his hands if his son ever accepted a job. A crown is just a leash with jewels on it. Everyone who fights over titles is someone not strong enough to ignore them. So I ignored it, sorted the surrendered clan chiefs with a little test. Spare your own life or your people's, choose in 3 seconds, and kept the 30 who chose their people, because those are the ones who'll police their own clans loyally to keep them alive, and ended the 70 who chose themselves, because a coward who'll sell his race will sell me too. It's an open scheme. I tell them exactly how the trap works, and they walk into it anyway, because I've left them no door that isn't the trap. Then I had them all drink from the pot I'd cooked their rivals in, which severed their old ties and set them at each other's throats, and I made them tithe their clan's greatest treasures into the broth as the price of admission, because if you're going to rule people, you may as well eat while doing it. 2 things happened at that feast worth remembering. The first was that the immortal clans finally said out loud the grief they'd been swallowing for an age, that they'd expected to be welcomed home to the immortal realm as the heroes' children they are, and instead found the people they'd bled to save had rewritten history and branded them the sinful line, the ominous curse, the villains who broke the world. Their ancestors held the wound shut. The new owners of the house spat on their name for it. And every immortal clan in my world quietly decided, that night, that they were going home to make the liars take it back. The second thing was smaller and colder. I'd tossed the Keelan race's sacred bone into the soup, casual as a soup bone, and snuffed the sliver of will inside it, and an ocean of realms away, a primal ancestor Keelan the size of a sky, locked in a war older than my world against something worse, felt a fragment of itself go dark and lifted its head, for just a moment, to wonder what in a broken little backwater could possibly have done that. It went back to its war, but it had noticed me. There are, it turns out, still things above the ceiling I keep hitting. And I had just knocked on one of their doors by accident, looking for seasoning. The immortal realm's arrogance didn't wait for me to come up. It reached down first, through the people I'd left soft. The fox who'd promised to marry me got collected the moment she went home, dragged up to the immortal realm by the wealthy main branch of her own clan, courted by some prodigy up there who wanted her rare heritage for himself, and her mother came to me in tears to ask me to look in on her when I made the trip. And then I came home to find an envoy of that same immortal realm fox clan standing at my family's gate, a servant of some young master named Qingqiu Longshuan, demanding that the sinner clan produce Kai Ming to kneel and receive his master's decree. My father, who was nobody's idea of a patient man, ran the servant through, and out of the sky came the real threat, a beautiful monstrous youth named Qingqiu Huoyun, a pseudo-immortal king, promising to erase my whole family if I didn't come out and kneel. My own heavenly Tao struck his pointing arm off before I could, out of sheer gratitude for the treasure energy I'd once fed it, and then I stepped out of the tunnel with my sister, looked at the thing threatening to end my family in my family's own doorway, and said 2 words, kneel, speak. And a pseudo-immortal king who'd come to issue a god's decree to me folded to his knees in my dirt, screaming, and started to understand that the immortal realm had made a serious error about which direction the reaching went, an error I was, at last, going to go up there and correct in person. I started by returning the decree to sender. The whole insult, it turned out, traced to an 8-tailed fox named Qingqiu Longshuan up in the immortal realm, who wanted my fox's rare heritage for himself, and who, when she told him he wasn't worth a hair on her sweetheart's head, had peeked into her mind, learned my name, and sent his little brother down to kill me and drag me up to kneel at his wedding. He'd sent me a decree ordering me to come annul my own engagement and beg his forgiveness for the crime of being loved instead of him. So I wrote him one back. I sketched a handful of Chaos Dao characters in the air, breathed enough of myself into them that they woke up and started talking, and sent them up the road into the heart of the flourishing Qingqiu clan, where they shattered a holy guardian array, flattened 7 pseudo-immortal kings who made the mistake of looking at them, and made the proud young master kneel in front of his whole worshipping clan while they delivered my message. Clean your neck and wait for me to come cut it off. Then, because killing him then would have been mercy, my little sentient scribbles crippled him instead. Tao fruit, immortal root, everything, and left him alive and powerless and waiting, which he correctly understood to be 1,000 times worse. A casual doodle of mine did all that, across an ocean of worlds. The clan's hidden immortal sovereign came home to the wreckage and decided, in his pride, that it must have been the Feng clan's old ghosts playing tricks, and that if the boy Kai Ming ever dared come up in person, he'd cripple him right back, which was useful. Now I knew exactly whose door to knock on when I went up. Before I went anywhere, though, the world handed me a small, warm thing. Wandering the mortal streets of the Qiankun holy city, I found a storyteller working a crowd, and it was the same old man from the tea house where I'd sat as an 8-year-old and heard my own diapered legend for the first time. He was telling my story now, the whole rise of it, and speculating out loud, to a laughing crowd that didn't believe him, that the #1 prodigy Kai Ming and the infant heavenly emperor might be the very same person. He was right, of course, and nobody would ever believe him, which is the exact shape my whole life has taken. I looked into him and found the reason he knew so much. A mortal who cannot cultivate a single day, but who dreams the entire 3,000 realms every night, and sleepwalks across a world too big for any cultivator to cross, waking up in a new domain each morning with a head full of true secrets he thinks are just stories. One dream, 3,000 realms. He'd carried the coin I tipped him 12 years ago in his shirt the whole time. I decided I liked him too much to let anything happen to him, and I was about to tell him what he actually was, when the sky over the holy city tore open and an immortal path came down into the mortal world, which is not supposed to be possible, and my Ding Yanyu stepped onto it to ascend. She'd climbed all the way to 9-star heavenly emperor on the resources I'd left her, and my old gift to the local heavenly Tao had quietly made this one mortal realm the only place in creation where a mortal could become an immortal at all. So she rose through her tribulation into the first true immortal the mortal world had produced in all its history, 7 worlds spinning at her back. and the instant she surfaced from hiding, 4 killers the immortal realm had left staked out around her holy land for years came down out of the 4 directions to collect the head of Kai Ming's woman. She met them ascending, a fresh 9 tribulation immortal against 4 lying assassins, and she did not flinch. She didn't need to. Because the whole thing they'd built their ambush around not understanding was the same thing they all failed to understand, right up until the last second, that I do not ever forget the people who are mine, and I was already turning toward her. She didn't need me for the 4. Fresh from her tribulation, she folded 3 of them into her spinning worlds and took the 4th one's head, the first immortal the mortal world had ever made, insta-killing 4 higher realm killers on her ascension day. She needed me only for the one behind them, a pseudo-immortal king who'd staked out her mountain for years, sent by an outfit up in the immortal realm called the Sun-Slaying Alliance, whose entire purpose was to kill me, come to take my woman as bait for a killing array they'd built with my name on it. I crushed him, read the whole plan out of what was left, and decided that the Sun-Slaying Alliance had just volunteered to be the first door I knocked on up there. Ding Yanyu hit me in the chest hard enough to make an immortal wheeze. She'd spent tens of thousands of years alone in a time-warped tower to become worthy of standing next to me, lovesick down to the bone, and I held her, and I'll leave the reunion where it belongs, except to note that the little pagoda spirit who called me Feng Kid during it spent the following 3 days learning that a chaos artifact can, in fact, feel pain if the right person is motivated. I did one kind thing before I left my world. That storyteller, the mortal who dreams the 3,000 realms, I finally told him what he was, because I'd looked all the way down to the bottom of him. He wasn't a mortal at all. He was a supreme cultivator who'd hit a wall on his own road and done the most extreme thing a being at that height can do. Carved himself into 3,000 pieces and scattered them into 3,000 mortal lives to learn, from the inside, what it is to be small, so that one day, having genuinely lived and died 3,000 times, he could pull himself back together into something whole and true. It is, I told him, exactly the kind of insane thing a person becomes capable of at that altitude. The beggar next to you might be a god practicing humility. I cured his sleepwalking, handed him a page to speed the reunion, and sent him back into the crowd to keep dreaming. I confess I felt a certain kinship. I too came down from a desk to be small on purpose. His method just had better production values. Then I went up, and the immortal realm, 3,000 provinces so vast that my entire world is a single chip knocked off the corner of one of them, got its first real look at what had been napping in its basement. My first stop was the Sun-Slaying Alliance's ancient king-killing formation, a relic strong enough to end a top-tier immortal king if worked right, manned by 2 proud old formation masters who'd waited an age to catch me in it. I stood in the dead center and politely waited for them to trigger it. Nothing happened, because the moment I'd arrived, I'd taken the formation away from them with a glance. I hold the source that formations are only a dialect of, and when they'd finished panicking, I said rise, and turned their own masterpiece on them. Then I walked into their headquarters, where 7 immortal kings were waiting to avenge the mess, and I killed one with a look, shattered their leader's ultimate strike and their fortress array with a finger, and chased the 6 who fled, who each ran 1,000,000 miles in a different direction, and each arrived somehow right back in front of my chair, because there is nowhere in creation I cannot reach. I killed all 7. Then I brought all 7 back, so they'd understand that dying wasn't going to be an escape from me, and I gave them a task. Go and gather everyone, I said, not just your alliance, every ally, every master, every hidden ancient thing you can beg or lie to. Bring the whole immortal realm down on my head. If you win, you live. They took the deal the only way desperate cowards ever do, by turning it into a con. Rather than admit they'd lost, they blasted word across the higher realm that they'd captured me, and that I carried a world-shaking secret, a fortune worth crossing provinces for, and watched every greedy king and sovereign and hidden venerable in reach start converging on their doorstep to claim a piece of me. I sat on a rattan chair in the middle of their headquarters, turning a spirit pearl over in my hand, and watched a committee of terrified immortal kings run the largest fraud in the history of the higher realm, luring the entire immortal realm's worth of ancient monsters into one place, for me, and I let them, and helped the bait along, because gathering all my enemies into a single room to be dealt with once was, frankly, exactly the errand I'd have run myself, if I weren't so committed to making other people do my work. They gathered beautifully. The lie the terrified kings spread, that I carried the 3-life emperor's own weapon, pulled every greedy sect in the nearest imperial dynasty toward me, and woke, for the first time in an age, the dynasty's sleeping immortal sovereign. Dozens of immortal kings arrived first, half of them beast races, and I dealt with them by category. The beasts went in the pot. A 3-headed war ox makes a rich broth. The rest, the human war criminals of the Sun-Slaying Alliance, I handled differently, because these were the exact people who'd marched on the immortal path to wipe out my clans, who called the heroes' children sinful line while standing on the world those heroes died to save. So I reached down the threads of their own fate and turned their power against the thing each of them loved most. Every atrocity they'd sold to strangers, I made them commit against their own sex, their own houses, with their own hands, while their true bodies boiled and watched and screamed that it wasn't fair, that their families were innocent, that you don't touch a man's kin. I quoted their own philosophy back at them. Putting the facts aside, I said, the phrase they'd used to erase my ancestors' history, whose hand is doing the killing here, not mine. And when the cleverest of them, a jade-crowned king, tried to justify the whole slander to my face, that my ancestors broke the world and flawed the Tao and stole everyone's shot at godhood, I gave her the only answer that lie deserves. There was never a secret technique for greatness. No broken road ever stopped a real emperor from rising against the current. My own shattered little world produces them by the fistful. The Tao isn't flawed. You're just weak, and you'd rather blame a dead hero than admit it. Then I settled the whole account. 50 war criminal kings and the houses that bred them, gone in a breath, an entire imperial dynasty's balance rewritten in an afternoon, in payment for a debt they'd spent an age pretending they didn't owe. That afternoon also gave me one honest man and one traitor, and they turned out to be the same shape. The dynasty's immortal sovereign, old enough to have personally stood in that ancient war, old enough to have been saved by my clan's origin ancestor when the enemy's blow would have ended him, had woken from eons of silence not to loot me, but to protect me, because he was one of the few up there who refused to spit on the name of the people who'd saved his life. And the Sunslaying Alliance's masked leader, when I finally saw his face, wore a third of mine, a traitor of my own clan's immortal realm branch, the branch that had chosen dignity over the slander and been crushed for it, who decided the answer to that injustice was to blame the family that stayed loyal and spend forever making sure we could never come home. He'd have killed the honorable old sovereign to get to me. I flicked a finger, shattered the ancient bone weapon he'd staked everything on, and put him down while he was still explaining that I couldn't, that he was my ancestor, that there was surely something I didn't know. There is nothing in this world I don't know. That's rather the problem with me. I spared the old sovereign because loyalty across an age deserves an answer, handed him a pill that maps the road to the immortal venerable rank, and set him to receive my clan when they finally came home, and left my Ding Yanyu in his care while I finished my errands because a man who wept over my ancestors will guard my woman with his life. The first errand was a fox. I stepped into the flourishing Qingchu clan, the branch that had gotten fat by agreeing my kind were sinful line, the branch now holding my fox prisoner to breed the rarest heritage in creation out of her against her will, and their proud, immortal sovereign ancestor rose to slay the insolent junior who dared disturb his holy clan. I looked at him, and his head came apart, and his whole clan wailed that their invincible ancestor had fallen in a single glance. Then he stood back up, whole, because a six-tailed fox carries 6 lives, and his people cheered that it had only been a test, and he charged me again on his second life, demanding I stop hiding behind whatever master was surely doing this for me. There was no master. There has never been a master. So I put a chaos-touched finger to the Fox Emperor's brow and set about explaining that in the only language his kind has ever really understood. I burned through 4 of his 6 lives with one finger and told him plainly that it hadn't been the limit of the finger, only the limit of my interest. When his crippled young master strutted out, insisting I'd come all this way for him, I told him he wasn't worth the trip, and when he tried to rob me of the satisfaction by detonating himself, I froze the whole void and informed him that his fate was mine to decide, not his, killed him, brought him back, let him understand exactly how completely his life had stopped being his own, and only ended him for good once he genuinely repented. Then I settled the clan that had grown fat by agreeing my kind were villains and left their ruins with a single word carved across them in what remained, sin. Let the whole immortal realm read it and understand that the sinful line they'd slandered for an age had come home and had opinions. Then I went in after the fox and found something worse than a jailer waiting at the heart of her clan's sacred legacy ground. She was fighting for her life against 9 ancestral remnants that were supposed to be a trial and were plainly there to kill her, and above them sat a statue of the real origin ancestor, the first 9-tailed fox, a genuine immortal empress, who woke up as I arrived and coldly ordered my fox to make me kneel or be disinherited, and my fox bleeding, one legacy of unimaginable power dangling in front of her, told her own worshipped ancestor no, that I owed the statue nothing, that bowing was a gift and not a debt, and that she would rather walk away from an emperor's inheritance than buy it by trampling someone's dignity, that a real prodigy acts from her own heart, or she isn't one. She said she'd surpass the first 9 tails on her own if she had to. That is the exact spine I keep her around for. A partner without an invincible heart is just a liability who's pretty. And the moment she'd proven it, the statue's eyes went black, and the thing wearing the origin ancestor's face laughed, because it wasn't the origin ancestor at all. It was an Eyrie, one of the oldest enemy that had murdered the real remnant an age ago and been sitting inside the clan's holiest place ever since, quietly culling every promising heir the Fox line produced so that when the old war came back around, there'd be no one left to fight it. It reached to erase my fox for the crime of being worth fearing. I snapped my fingers and erased it instead and watched it die screaming that a freak like me couldn't possibly exist by the rules of this world. I've heard that a lot. The rules and I have an understanding. Then I woke the real one. And the true origin ancestor Ninetales, an immortal emperor's remnant so vast that her incredibly weak sleeping shadow spun galaxies off her tails, bowed to me and told me the thing that reframed my entire understanding of how small I still was. The lost origin ancestors, the ones who vanished from every clan's history after the ancient war, aren't dead. They aren't even in this world. They crossed the chaos at the edge of everything, out past the immortal realm entirely, into the universe. The true infinity Pangu split open, of which the whole immortal realm, 3,000 provinces in all, is a single plane among countless. And out there, beyond the sky, they are still fighting the Eyrie war, and have been the whole time, and will be for ages yet. The Eyrie that keep leaking into my world are just the spillage of a war being fought on a scale my world is a speck against. To even reach that battlefield, you must be a quasi-immortal emperor, and the flawed Tao of this broken age can barely birth a single immortal emperor at all. She looked at the fox and grieved in advance for how alone my disciple would stand if she ever climbed that high. I told her not to worry. As long as I'm in this world, I kill whatever comes. And then, because I can't help myself, that if I got the chance, I'd just raise 80 or 90,000 immortal emperors first, so I wouldn't have to do the fighting personally. She thought I was joking. I let her. She stopped thinking I was joking when I showed her the fruit. She nearly wept handing my fox a single golden 9-step immortal fruit, a thing so rare that a full immortal emperor had only ever heard it named, a fruit that forges a flawless immortal king in one bite. So I took out the tree it grew on, laden with them. Then I opened my storage world and let her see the orchard, golden fruit to the horizon, ripe ones rotting on the ground because harvesting them one at a time sounded like effort, whole groves of other legendary fruits the extinction of which she'd mourned as a tragedy, all of it growing wild and untended in a lazy man's pocket because my luck simply will not stop stuffing the universe's rarest treasures into it while I nap. She called me a monster, which is fair. She realized I could arm an entire generation of the immortal realm into immortal saints out of pocket change, and that the immortal realm might, on the strength of a bored man's fruit orchard, actually survive the return of the old enemy. And somewhere in the sweep of my storage world, she glimpsed one thing she went white and silent about and would not name, because the weight of it was too much, even for an emperor's tongue. My background, she decided, was beyond her ability to estimate. She's not wrong. I don't estimate it either. I just nap in it. I left the fox to her month-long inheritance and stepped back out into the immortal realm, where a mob of the higher world's powers had already gathered at the ruins I'd made, whipping each other into forming a sinful line hunting alliance to make sure my kind never came home. And one boy stood against the whole braying crowd of immortal kings and sovereigns, a youth barely into the immortal lord rank, whose grandfather had kept a forbidden record of the real ancient war, saying the one thing none of them wanted carved anywhere, that the immortal clans were heroes, that the vanished ancestors were legends and not criminals, that the truth does not vanish just because the powerful agree to lie about it. They moved to erase him for it, and he reached for his grandfather's last talisman to escape, and it died in his hand, because I'd stopped it, because a boy willing to die alone for the truth about my ancestors is exactly the kind of person I do not intend to let die. He looked up, and what he found looking back was the sinful line itself, come home at last, and in no mood at all. When the mob crowed that I'd just confessed to wiping out the Fox clan, I confirmed it, that I'd done it, and that forgetting your saviors to slander their name is a killing offense. And then I drew one finger across the sky and erased every immortal king who'd come to hunt the truth, plus one immortal sovereign who thought hiding in the void made him safe from a glance. And I gave the survivors a message to carry home. Say the words, sinful line about my clan one more time, anywhere, and I will come and end your line to the last name. My ancestors held the wound of the world shut. I am done letting cowards spit on them for it. The boy who'd stood alone for that truth was worth keeping. Lei Wei, a pure-hearted sword-fanatic orphan, abandoned at birth by parents of some frightening background, raised by a dying little sect, born clutching a supreme sword embryo and fated for 3 death tribulations, was exactly the kind of clean soul this rotten age almost never produces. I gave him an Immortal Emperor's sword art, and when he gasped that surely an Immortal Emperor was the very top of everything, I told him the truth. I keep telling everyone who will listen, an Immortal Emperor is a starting line, not a summit. There is so much more above it that the word Emperor is almost embarrassing. Then I took him as a disciple, forged the embryo in his chest into a true Daluo immortal sword, which required me to briefly summon the immortal realm's own heavenly Dao, and, I'll admit, accidentally kill it because I let out a sliver of real strength for the first time in my life and misjudged the force, and one sword stroke shook the whole higher realm and put its ancient monsters into a panic that the fiend gods of myth had returned. I paid the new heavenly Dao generously for the mess and the materials, and I forged the boy a weapon that will grow with him for most of forever, washed him in sword and lightning until he skipped a whole rank into Immortal King, and named our little school, over his horror, the Slacker Sect. He is going to be a legend. He thinks he owes me for it. They always think they owe me. Then his home tried to be small in front of me, and I decided not to allow it. Sword Valley was a dying sect down to its last 100 souls, and it was dying for a reason. It was one of the few powers in the higher realm that had refused to lie, that had kept the true records of the ancient war, that had held on to the truth of my ancestors' heroism, while everyone profitable around them sold that truth for status. So when a fat neighbor king came to swallow their last mountain, I let my new disciple take his head, and when the ancient hidden kings who'd pushed that pawn revealed themselves, I said die, and they did. And then I did the thing that actually mattered. I severed Sword Valley's karma, reached into the weave of fate and cut every thread that tied them to their enemies, erased their traces, wiped their names from the memories of everyone who'd ever hunted them, so that a sect that had spent an age being punished for loyalty simply stopped being a target, its debts to the past cut away, only its future left. Their grand elder wept on the ground because that is an Immortal Emperor's trick, and I'd called it small, and I gave them back their dead. They brought out their treasures, the stone records of the war, cruel and desperate and true, and a broken piece of armor with my own clan's name on the chest, taken off a Feng ancestor who died on that battlefield holding the line so the world could live. Their own Valley Master and his people had died recording that history so that heroes wouldn't be forgotten, and they'd kept the armor an age hoping to hand it home. So I stopped the sorrow the only way I know how. I reached into life and death, the thing they'll tell you even an Immortal Emperor cannot do, and I pulled them back. My fallen kinsmen, their Valley Master who'd been half a step from Immortal Venerable, the whole company of the loyal dead, reassembled soul and body and set gently to sleep until they were ready to wake. I sent my ancestor home to the clan with a marker so we could welcome him properly, because a hero deserves a homecoming, not a shrug. I doubled the old elder's life for his sex decency. And I sat down at their poor, proud, joyful little table and drank their last good wine and roasted a pair of the immortal kings I just killed for the meal. And it was, of all the feasts I'd eaten across the higher realm, the one I liked best because there was no scheming at it, only a family that had kept faith being handed back everything faith had cost them. That's the only kind of debt I ever actually enjoy paying. The woman who'd sent the beast to steal my disciple turned out to be a prize herself, a willful saintess named Guruoxi, pride of a hidden clan so old it keeps an immortal venerable in every generation, a 1,000-year three-flower immortal emperor who'd flown into a rage that some 18-year-old had beaten her cultivation record. So I made her my disciple's maidservant, which she took about as well as you'd expect, right up until she learned that even her clan's ancient immortal venerable, trying to divine where their treasured girl had gone, got flung back with a mouthful of ruin and a shattered divination shell, because the karma eye trail is too heavy for a venerable to so much as glance at. He told his clan to stop looking. Wise man. I gave my new disciple a list of trials to temper his pure heart in the mortal world, including, over his baffled objections, becoming a famous chef. Declined to give him any way to contact me, because a disciple who can ask me questions across 3,000 provinces is a disciple who will, and drifted off, leaving a three-flower saintess fuming and a sword fanatic boy earnestly deciding that his master's laziness was profound wisdom. They usually decide that. Then I let a loyal man prove himself the hard way. The immortal sovereign Xuantian, whom I'd left holding my Ding Yanyu, got jumped by the 4 ancient families whose kingmakers had put him on his throne, come to depose him and seize my woman as a hook for me, and he fought all 4 and their 4 emperor weapons half to death rather than hand her over, screaming that his life had belonged to the Feng clan since the day my ancestor saved it, and today he'd pay that debt in full. I watched the whole thing from Sword Valley because I wanted to see it. Then I stepped in, put out the killing fire with the breeze off my own footstep, healed him, and paid his loyalty the way I pay loyalty. I poured a dozen Dao flowers and 4 origin fruits into him, and turned a struggling one-flower sovereign into an ultimate immortal emperor between one breath and the next, an act so far beyond the realm's economy that his enemy went insane with envy watching it. I crushed the ones reaching for my woman, and when the survivors puffed themselves up to lecture me about representing the will of the whole immortal realm, I told them the truth, that the only reason I hadn't already wiped every living thing in the higher realm off the board with a single stroke was that a few of them, a dying sword sect, a grateful old emperor, still kept faith, and those few were the whole reason the rest got to keep breathing. The immortal realm's own heavenly Tao manifested just to bow and beg me in front of them not to do it in a fit of temper. I'm a kind man, I told her. I don't do things that go against my own heart. I just wanted them to understand that the restraint was a choice, and whose. I'd have stayed longer, but 3 of my strays were walking into a slaughterhouse and didn't know it. A place called the Guanghan Moon Palace had, some time back, invited my jade rabbit up to the immortal realm to inherit a legacy, and I'd sent Zhao He along to guard her, and the whole thing was a lie, a lifetime in the making. The palace was a corpse wearing a robe. Every smiling fairy in it was already dead, a cult of the departed serving a thing they called the moon god, and the legacy was a sacrifice. They'd tricked my rabbit into waking their moon altar, kidnapped Wang Xuemei for the rare moon mark in her chest, and planned to offer both girls up to drag their dead god back into the world. Zhao He had stumbled onto the truth and been thrown in a cell they couldn't kill him out of because the more they killed him, the stronger he got. And now, feeling the altar wake, my deathless orphan was doing the only thing left to him, deliberately forcing the catastrophic immortal king tribulation early, the one my little talisman had made 1,000,000 times worse, betting his life that a lightning storm strong enough to end him might be strong enough to crack his cage and let him warn the others. He didn't know I'd already felt it. He never knows. He just decides every single time that the people he loves are worth dying for and throws himself at the wall, which is precisely why I keep him and precisely why I was already turning that way, toward a palace full of the dead who had made the specific mistake of reaching for 3 things that were mine. I took my time because Zhao He was busy proving my whole investment. The dead crone running that place threw wave after wave of her own corpse cult into my orphan's forced tribulation to blunt it, which only meant she spent her own people fueling his ascension. He clawed out of his cell an immortal king 4 full steps below her, and by every law of that world he should have died in a breath, and instead he died a few thousand times over 3 days and nights and got stronger with each, until his 4 gifts fused all at once into something new, a 3-eyed near undying god body, and he climbed 2 entire steps in 72 hours, a thing that has never happened in the history of the higher realm. The crone found his one seam, kill him twice in the same instant, and even he stays dead, and used it, and he came back from that too, because the boy simply will not accept a wall. I sat behind the void with a drink and watched my gutter orphan become a legend on his own, exactly as designed, and only stepped out when his part was done. The cult had woken their god, and their god was a fake, and that's where I finally said the quiet part out loud to something old enough to make it matter. I cracked their moon altar open, pulled my rabbit and the girl out of the sacrifice, and the thing they'd bled and aged to revive rose up, beautiful, cold, and utterly certain, announcing that she was immune to all laws and that a mortal-born immortal like me couldn't possibly touch her. I told her to kneel, and she knelt and could not understand why, because she was right. She was immune to every law I could invoke. So I explained it to her, the way I have never bothered to explain it to anyone smaller. The tides of law crushing her weren't mine, that was just the heavenly Tao flattering me. I don't invoke laws, I don't need words to follow the law the way kings do. I am the Tao. My will is not a spell cast at the world. My will is what the world is made of, and it cannot be refused. And being immune to laws means exactly nothing to a thing that is the source the laws are a translation of. She knelt on the ground, insisting it was impossible while being unable to stand, which is the most honest anyone in the higher realm had been with themselves in a very long time. Then I told her what she actually was, not a god, only the leftover awareness that had soaked into the cushion a real god once sat on, a seat pretending to be a throne, and I ended her, and the cult that had murdered its own dead for a chair, but the real god had been hiding in my Wang Xuemei the whole time, and pulling her out taught me something that finally put my own scale in perspective. Because when I ground the corruption off her, she'd been eaten at by the eerie, same as everything old up here. The true moon goddess bowed and told me where she was from, not the ancient age, not even before that. The mythological era, the deepest first age when there were real gods, worshipped across 10,000 worlds, an age so far back that the immortal realm has been born and destroyed countless times since it ended. She is a splinter of a being from that age, and even that splinter, revived, would have unified my entire higher realm without effort. And she looked at me, at the man the whole immortal realm calls a monster, who kneels immortal emperors with a word, and she grieved quietly that if I had been born back then, the mythological era might not have had to end at all, that the pain of that ending, the thing so many old horrors are still circling, might simply never have happened if there'd been one of me. It is the only time anyone has ever made me feel young. Because it turns out that even being the Tao of my own world is a small thing, measured against the war being fought out in the true universe, in the shadow of an age of real gods that already died once. There is always, always a bigger sky. I've just never yet found the one I couldn't sleep under. I set the freed goddess to guard the girl, who turned out to be her own distant descendant, which is why a nobody's daughter had the luck to find and save my father in the first place. Luck runs in lineages and karma runs in circles. I gave Zhao He his praise and then deflated it by mentioning my new sword disciple was doing even better, purely to keep the competition burning. And I stomped the dead cult's palace flat and turned toward the thing I'd actually been waiting for all this time, the overture of the whole era's turning, the day my clan, my father, my whole shattered, exiled world finally marched back up the healed road to come home to the immortal realm that had spent an age calling them villains. I wanted my strays there to see it, some homecomings you don't leave to a shrug. My loyal old emperor held the door open against the whole higher realm. 1,000 sects had sent Xuantian letters promising to erase his dynasty if he welcomed the exiles home, and the hidden venerables behind them made it real. So when he activated the ancient gate and my clan's vanguard stepped through, the sky filled with sovereigns come to slaughter the returning sinful line, and the whole immortal realm leaned in to watch a broken people get put down. It did not go the way they expected, because the immortal clans were never weak. They'd been holding their breath for an age, and my great-uncle Kai Bojun led 3,000 of the clan's finest onto that field, carrying 3,000 damaged immortal saint weapons, relics of the god-tier ancestors. And when a preening sovereign came to make an example of him, Kai Bojun ran him through with a saint spear and reminded the whole realm of the one law that ruled the peak age his ancestors built. The emperor is not to be insulted. Then he killed a full immortal emperor. Then the 3,000 of them, united where their enemies were only a squabbling mob, cut down hundreds of thousands of sovereigns and kings like a harvest, and dyed that sky with the pride of everyone who'd ever called the hero's children a curse. The old monsters came for that, of course. The reclusive immortal venerables who'd spent an age quietly manufacturing the slander, draped in galaxies, wielding spears made of the firmament, and the clans had a trap waiting for them. When 4 of them, greedy, closed in to steal my own family's immortal emperor weapon, a broken 9-ringed tower older than the higher realm, the 3,000 pioneers struck a single seal in unison and called down a 3-life emperor sword they'd buried above the stars in advance, and the 4 venerables who thought they were the apex predators of this age were erased between one breath and the next. It was a beautiful piece of work. It was also not enough. My clan were only immortal kings. They could wake an emperor's weapon perhaps 3 times before their own strength gave out, and they'd known that walking in, this whole return was meant to be an alarm bell, not a conquest, a roar to tell the immortal realm that the exiles were alive and still had teeth before falling back to wait for the day their true ancestors woke. So when more than 10 more venerables poured in behind the dead 4, greedy and wary at once, the clan braced to spend the last of their trumps and retreat. And that's when the trap under the trap closed. 3 of the oldest, foulest things in the higher realm walked out of the void, the evil ancient venerables, wine and poison and plague, devils so old that hunting them down for their atrocities was one of the things my ancestors had done that the age remembered, and they had not come late by accident. They'd come late on the orders of a hidden lord, someone standing above even them, biding while my clan burned through its secrets. And they brought the thing the whole ambush had been built around, a dark immortal emperor's edict, the dying decree of one of the emperors my own ancestors had broken in that ancient war, a curse written for one purpose, to exterminate the 3,000 immortal clans and everything near them. And when they unfurled it, a darkness swallowed a province larger than my entire world, and the void locked and even the gate home sealed shut. My family, my great-uncle, my sister, 3,000 of the clan's best, trapped in a dead emperor's killing word with the last of their trumps already spent, and something worse than a venerable pulling the strings from the dark. It was, I'll grant them, a very good plan. It had exactly one flaw, which was the same flaw every plan in 2 lifetimes of mine has ever had. Because I had felt the door to my family shut from an ocean of realms away, and I had never once, in either life, been able to leave a door alone. I whispered the play into my great-uncle's ear before I arrived, and it was a cruel one, and it was mine. The dead emperor's edict sealed the space so nothing could leave, but it let things in. So I had the clan broadcast a lie across dozens of provinces that there were immortal emperor weapons and 3,000 saint weapons here for the taking, free to whoever came fastest, and the higher realm, which had spent an age calling my family villains, came pouring greedily into the one place none of them could ever leave. 100 reclusive venerables, 1,000,000 immortal sovereigns, every ancient horror within reach, gathering themselves into a single trap for me, exactly as they'd done at the Sun-Slaying Alliance, because that is the one errand I will always con other people into running, assembling every enemy I have into one room to be dealt with at once. A few loyal venerables who still honored my ancestors came too, to die beside my family if it came to that. It didn't come to that. I reached my hand down, out of the stars, closed it around the dead emperor's clan-killing decree an instant before it finished opening, and refined the thing in my palm, a weapon word forged by one of the emperors my ancestors broke, unmade like a bad note, and stepped into the sealed dark that everyone inside thought was their tomb. The three ancient devils who'd built the trap tried to turn the crowd on me. One of them, an old plague witch who'd murdered whole worlds by the billion to brew the poison cloud she stood on, threw everything she'd hoarded across tens of millions of years at me at once. I pressed a single finger down through all of it. Her billion-soul poison purified into blessing before it reached me, and every soul she'd trapped in it for an age knelt and thanked me and went free in a shower of light, and then she went out like the rest of her horde. That's when my great-uncle told the whole horrified crowd whose finger that was, and I told them, as I always do, that I was no lord of anything, just an ordinary man who wanted to be left alone. Nobody has ever once believed that either. Then the last old devil did the smart thing, the thing clever survivors always do. He tried to unite the room against me, 100 venerables and 1,000,000 sovereigns, on the theory that no single tree survives standing alone in a forest. He offered them a formation that could bind 10,000 emperors into one weapon. I told him 10,000 was a toy, and pulled a formation that binds 1,000,000 out of my sleeve, and while their eyes were still red with wanting it, I crushed it in my fist like a scrap of paper, because I'd only produced it to show them the exact size of the hope they were about to lose. And then I laid down a chessboard, and it unrolled across the whole universe, and 1,000,000 immortal sovereigns and 100 ancient venerables screamed as they became pieces on it, every one of them locked to the board, not one able to rise above it. They worked out cleverly that it must be a rule-bound treasure, the kind where the board's law binds even the one who owns it, which meant they told each other with rising hope that they could use the rules to kill me back. So I gave them the game. "I'll play you at chess," I said. "I'm the player, you're the pieces, and if I lose, I'll pay for it, and all 1,000,000 of you may vote each move against me." They had a genuine grandmaster among them, a venerable who'd earned his rank solving ancient endgames, and 1,000,000 minds behind him, and they laughed at me for opening on the center point like a fool. He set his first stones, 10,000 sovereigns pressed into a single piece, and reached to capture mine, and his stones simply vanished, and the 40,000 souls inside them came apart, and he shrieked that this wasn't chess, that it didn't follow the rules. And I told him the one true thing, the thing under everything I have done across 2 lifetimes, the sentence I had built that whole board just to be able to say to a room that finally could not look away. "I forgot to mention," I said, "in this game, there are no rules but me. I am the rules. Wherever I am, in any world, under any law you think protects you, I am the Tao itself, and with a single thought I decide what winning is and who does it, and I only ever gave you a board so I could take the hope of it away by hand. I'm not an immortal emperor," I told them, while they broke apart trying to make that make sense. "An immortal emperor is a mortal who learned to stop dying. I am the thing the emperors were a rumor of." When it finally sank in that the board could not be broken and I could not be reasoned with, the survivors did what the powerful always do at the end. They begged. 100 immortal venerables who had come to erase my family offered now to swear loyalty, to coexist, to turn hostility into friendship, please. I told them no. I hadn't built the board to negotiate, I'd built it to draw the ending out a little and let the anger in my chest cool, and they had never once been qualified to bargain with me. One of them tried to moral kidnap me. "Think of the balance of the realm, think of the tranquility, you can't simply kill us," and I told him the truest thing I know about tranquility. In this world, only the weak ever get kidnapped by morality. So they stopped begging and spent their last hope trying to break the board instead, which I also let them do, because a man should get to see the size of the wall before he stops walking into it. They emptied their vaults at once, a lamp with a sliver of Saint Fire in it, a healing vine 10,000 years old swung like a cudgel, a plague jar that had drowned whole eras, every trump card any of them had ever hoarded, all of it detonating against my little chessboard in one coordinated scream. A true immortal saint standing in my place would have run. I put a kettle on. I'd found a tea set in my sleeve, and I was warming the water when 5 poisons, watching me boil a pot in the middle of his apocalypse, lost the last thread holding him together and said something regrettable about my mother. When the light cleared, the board sat there smooth as a mirror, not a scratch on it, so I dipped a finger in a spilled drop of tea and flicked it, and the drop passed through his Tao, his space, his 10,000 years, and his skull in that order. Die, I mentioned. His soul went down into the board to join the rest, and I closed the whole thing shut like a fan. I tossed the board to my third uncle, Kai Bojun, the vanguard's grinning ringleader, and told him it was a housewarming gift. Sealed inside were 1,000,000 sovereigns and 100-odd venerables who would now spend eternity as the clan's gatekeepers, released only to fight whoever was foolish enough to attack the very people they died trying to kill. He held it like a man handed a live son. Then we went to the banquet, which was the only part of any of this I had actually come for. I emptied my sleeve onto the kitchen table. The day's leftovers, a heap of immortal venerable remains I'd pocketed because a few of them, in their true forms, were rare and delicious ingredients that ordinary immortals didn't even rate the privilege of being eaten. Kurong, for one, had really been a withered and flourishing vine, a divine medicine. It would have been a crime to waste him on a coffin. Immortal Emperor Xuantian watched me hand a chef the makings of beings he'd spent his whole life fearing and had to sit down. Eat the venerables? He hadn't known that was a thing a person was allowed to do. He decided, on reflection, that it was the most satisfying idea he'd ever heard. And then the one war I could not win found me anyway, which is to say all the women in my life ended up in a single room for the first time. Ding Yanyu had crossed into the immortal king realm while I wasn't looking. She'd inherited a mountain of my leftover resources and a little pagoda that cheats, and she informed me that if she'd stayed weak after all that, she'd have been too stupid to live. I rubbed her head, which I have learned is the only correct response to Ding Yanyu, and that was the exact moment I felt two separate columns of cold air arrive at my back. The fox, the Qingqiu Ninetails, who has never once let an occasion stop her from saying the single loudest possible thing, planted herself in front of Yanyu and announced that she, personally, would be marrying me first and would be the main wife, thank you. Kai Ying, who is proud enough to normally die before saying such a thing out loud, went scarlet to the ears and said in a very small furious voice that she would too. My uncles lost their minds with joy. Two of the most gifted young women of the age had both fallen headfirst into the Feng family pit, and third uncle beamed like a man watching his stock split and offered warmly to witness the wedding of all four of us at once. Just marry them in one go, nephew. Don't be shy. Third uncle, I said, are you drunk? Do you want me to help you sober up? He suddenly remembered he had somewhere else to be. Off to the side, tucked in Wang Shuimei's arms, my littlest disciple Chang Zhao whispered the question the whole room was thinking. Which one did Master actually want? And Zhao He, who has never in his life held an unspoken thought, said obviously all of them and got smacked across the skull for it. Ding Yanyu, meanwhile, chose that exact moment to be devastatingly gracious. She smiled at the other two like a benevolent elder sister and said that she and I had already come to an understanding, but that if they also wished to keep me company, she truly wouldn't mind, which is the single most main wife sentence that has ever been spoken, and which detonated the fox and Kai Ying all over again. I let them argue about the seating chart of a wedding I had not agreed to attend. I have deleted Immortal Emperors with less hesitation than I feel about weddings, and I have found that the only winning move is to not be standing there when the topic comes up. If nobody comes and eats, I said, already drifting toward the food, the good cuts of Venerable will be gone. You can't get this often. Let them sort it out among themselves. Some things you leave to take their own course, particularly when all four of them can flatten a province and you, on this one subject, cannot win. Outside the sealed space, the rest of the immortal realm had spent 3 days working itself into a lather trying to figure out what had happened, and arrived, the way crowds do, at the most wrong answer available. 100 venerables and 1,000,000 sovereigns had marched off to erase the returning immortal clan and then simply never come back. No bodies, no aura, a clear blue sky. Without so much as the smell of a fight on it, the one fact that leaked was the worst possible have-to-have, that everyone who went had died, swallowed by a terrifying chessboard, which the rumor mill promptly promoted to a perfectly intact Immortal Emperor weapon, a thing that hadn't existed in living memory. Within 3 days there were 100 versions. Some said the ancestral immortal origin had reached back from the void to save its children. Some swore a buried heavenly emperor had woken. The accurate one, that a white-robed youth named Kai Ming had walked out of the starry dark and ended all of them between 2 sips of tea, got told the least because it was the hardest to believe. I have made my peace with this. The truth about me has always been the one story nobody buys. At the farewell, when the 3 immortal venerables of Xianxia, decent men, the ones who'd stood with the clan when standing cost something, came to say their goodbyes, I noticed their weapons were garbage and handed them 3 undamaged Immortal Saint weapons out of my sleeve. Take them, I said. They're nothing rare, and if you break them, come find me. The immortal realm could barely forge such a thing anymore, and I just passed 3 of them across the table like cabbage at a market. The looks on their faces were worth more than the weapons. We were genuinely about to leave when the sky put on one more act. A purple gold alms bowl came down out of nowhere trying to cage the whole space, and everyone tensed until a spirit crane flew out of it carrying a boy, an actual child, ruddy-cheeked, chin up, radiating the very specific arrogance of someone who has been kicked around at home and has finally found a place lower to stand. He announced that no one here was permitted to leave, that his master had sensed a fragment of a supreme tower in this backwater, and that the ant who held it should hand it over and come be judged, or he would leave the whole place a field of ash. The 3 venerables of Xianxia, who had undamaged saint weapons in their pockets for the first time in their lives, laughed and told him to go home and play in the mud. This did not improve his mood. He swept his little relic around the room and locked onto Ding Yanyu, who, through no fault of her own, happened to be carrying a broken piece of some demon-suppressing tower he'd been hunting. He threatened to shatter her body to take it and seal her soul away for a few 100 million years to repent, and that was the end of the entertainment portion of the evening. I appeared in front of him. He got out most of a, "Who are you?" before I ended him with a slap, caught the soul as it tried to bolt, refined it, and set it under my heel, not because it could escape, but because it had threatened my Yanyu, and I wanted it talking while it still had the chance. And talk it did, because that is what these types do. The instant they understand dying is not on the menu. He came, he spat from Xiaoyao City, in the Xiaoyao heaven immortal soil, an immortal land, which turned out to be the thing I'd been missing about this whole shabby, half-broken realm. After the old war cracked the world's great Tao, the good immortal qi had all drained toward the center, leaving the outer provinces as poor border wilderness and pooling at the heart of the world into true immortal lands, each ruled by some supreme orthodox lineage, each rich and proud, and, this is the part that stood my uncle's hair on end, each openly nursing the ambition to replace the immortal clan and rule the age itself. That was why they'd left my family stranded in the 3,000 realms for 10,000 years instead of ever bringing them home. But it was the boy's last boast that changed the temperature in the room. When Xuantian told him exactly whose descendants he was sneering at, the line of the immortal origin, the heroes who had once saved this very realm, the child went pale and blurted out what his immortal land had taught him in the cradle, that the immortal clan was the sinful line, the ominous line, the demons of the old prophecy, and that on the day they returned, darkness would swallow the immortal realm again. That landed wrong on everyone. It was one thing for frightened peasants in the border wilderness to whisper it. But an immortal land, full of old monsters who had personally watched the real war, for them to teach it as scripture, to carve a lie into a prophecy and let it spread, that was deliberate. Somebody powerful wanted my family remembered as the villains of a story they had, in fact, bled to end. My uncle's faces went to stone. They started talking about waking the old ancestors and coming home in force, and fast. And I filed the name away. Immortal land, orthodox lineage, some gold and incense seat at the center of the world teaching children that the Feng family was a curse. I have a rule about people who rewrite what my family died for. Beneath my heel, the boy was still demanding to be released on account of his very important master. How should we handle him? My uncle asked. I decided that the instant he pointed at Yanyu. Kill him, I said. I only kept him talking so you'd know where to send the reply. The broken piece the boy had been hunting turned out to belong to something already in Ding Yanyu's possession, a shabby little pagoda that housed the soul of a genuine supreme tower, a divine relic the whole immortal realm spoke of in whispers. When the boy's dead master's tower shadow tried to crush us, my Yanyu's little tower simply yawned open and swallowed it, then popped out in the shape of a greedy child crowing that the chaos chi was his, all his, right up until it remembered whose city wall it was standing on, went gray, and started apologizing to me for talking in its sleep. This is a being that predates law, that dominated the Taos of heaven in some earlier age, and it offered, entirely unprompted, to let me kick it in the backside every day for eternity if I'd only help it collect the rest of itself. I kicked it once, on principle, and agreed. Then I looked at Zhao He. You, I said, go to the immortal land and bring back the other piece. He pointed at his own chest, like I'd asked him to storm heaven with a spoon. He was a minor immortal king, and the immortal land is where the world's old monsters keep their monsters. But I don't hand my disciples tasks that will kill them. I hand them tasks that will nearly kill them, which is a different thing, and much more educational. I tossed him the sulking little tower, for protection. It immediately informed him it was far too broken to lift a finger, and he was on his own. And then, because I was bored and a good teacher and a little bit of a menace, I traced a seal in the void and broadcast a live image of Zhao He clutching that tower piece across the entire sky of the Xiaoyao heaven immortal land. Every greedy old horror in the place saw it at once. Bounties went up inside the hour, 3 saint weapons for him alive. Somewhere in a quiet courtyard, the immortal land's #1 prodigy, a cold beauty called Taoist Qing, who happened to already hold the twin tower piece, looked at the boy in the sky and smiled the way a man smiles at his own funeral without recognizing it. I withdrew my finger and stretched. A disciple should get to hold up the sky, I explained to the horrified Immortal Emperor beside me, so that one day I can nap behind him while he does it. Zhao He, for his part, ran headlong into the first practical problem of heroism, which is bus fare. Crossing 5 provinces to the immortal land needed a fortune in immortal crystals, and his pockets held lint. So he asked the tower how a man gets rich in a hurry, and the tower, which has no morals and excellent instincts, gave him 8 words. Rob the rich, feed the poor, bandits rob commoners, great heroes rob bandits, you get the coin and the reputation. Both, as long as your fist is harder than theirs. Zhao. He was scandalized for exactly 1 second and then went and asked a wine shop for directions to the nearest den of villains. That is the entire secret origin of how, within the year, half a region would be lighting incense to a kindly terror called Hero King Zhao, who robbed only the wicked and left the poor better than he found them. My disciple set out to steal cab fare and became a folk legend by accident. I was so proud I could have slept for a week. My other disciple had spent that same year on a task that was, if anything, harder. 12 months back, I'd handed Lei Yue, a sword genius with the pure blank heart of a child, a list of things to accomplish before I'd take him to his real opportunity, and the item that stumped him for months was this: learn to cook. So he'd tracked down a hermit cooking immortal in a nowhere village and, in a handful of days, outcooked a man who had studied the culinary Tao for 100,000 years, purely because his heart was clean enough to learn anything fast. Why? The old man asked, half in tears. Because my master wants to eat good food, Lei Yue said, and meant it with his entire soul. When I finally strolled in and tasted his broth, I told him he'd passed the whole test. He was baffled. There'd been a dozen combat requirements on that list. Being a cook, I told him, perfectly straight-faced, was the important one. If you could manage that, the rest had clearly fallen into place. He did not believe me. He was also correct not to. The old cook, though, had a debt walking up the road behind him. Bladewind, it turned out, was a fugitive. A man who had once loved a woman named Ruolin, lost her when a powerful clan's heir decided she would be his and would not be told no, and been hunted across 100,000 years for the crime of loving her first. 10 of that clan's killers came for him in the snow the very day he finished teaching my disciple, and they'd have had him, except that the old man happened to carry my student's scent on him. I passed by. The 10 of them simply weren't standing anymore. Bladewind opened his eyes expecting to be dead and found a stranger's back already walking away, and because I am careless with my pockets, a soul-returning pill sitting in the snow at his knee, the kind of thing that hauls the dead back across the river, dropped like a coin I couldn't be bothered to keep. He wept into the frost and kowtowed to a man whose face he never saw. I didn't do it for him. I did it because his broth was good and he'd been kind to my idiot. The effect on his life was the same either way. The real opportunity I'd promised Lei Yue turned out to be a rescue because his Tao protector had been stolen. Gu Ruoxi, a lively, sharp-tongued saintess, the first her ancient clan had produced in an age, had traveled with Lei Yue for a year, and the two of them had fallen for each other in the honest, obvious way that 18-year-olds do, right up until her clan's elders appeared and hauled her home. When I asked where she'd gone and heard she'd been locked in a black room to recover from the ghost that had obviously possessed her into liking a commoner, I stopped smiling. That was a protector I had personally assigned. So I split the void and took Lei Yue straight into the Gu clan's hidden paradise, where the man behind it all was in the middle of a lecture. His name was Gu Yiming, the clan's power-hungry third master, and he was a case study in the single villain this world manufactures more of than any other, the elder who mistakes seniority for being right. He'd overruled his own senile, divining old ancestor, who had warned that the girl carried a great karma, fortune, and disaster braided together, and must not be meddled with, locked his niece away, forbidden a soul to so much as speak Lei Yue's name, and stood there certain that the sun would go on hanging in the sky to prove him correct. It chose that exact moment to go out because we had arrived. Lei Yue walked in, and, at 18, an immortal king 2 full realms beneath the clan's proud young sovereign saint, cut the man down with 2 fingers and a sword heart mantra he'd invented himself out on the road, a thing sword cultivators aren't supposed to so much as glimpse until a height Lei Yue wouldn't reach for 10,000 years. The whole clan's jaws hit the floor. Gu Yiming's regret arrived precisely 1 beat too late. "You're only 18, he blurted, abruptly doing the math on the genius son-in-law he'd been about to murder, and rather than eat the loss, I watched him decide to summon 100 of his immortal sovereigns and dig the hole deeper, 70 of them lined up at his back. His two decent brothers stormed off to go wake the old ancestor, and Gu Yiming pointed at me, and told his diehards to kill the nameless nobody standing behind the boy. 10 of them came screaming across the sky before I'd finished deciding whether it was worth lifting a hand. The 10 died, and the rest learned. Kneel, I said, and 70 immortal sovereigns, the entire spine of an immortal venerable clan, hit the dirt in one long row, which is the sort of thing that recalibrates a room. 2 of Yiming's cleverer allies tried the reliable trick of accusing me out loud, bullying the weak, exploiting a clan with a mad ancestor, shame on you, on the theory that a powerful man fears his reputation more than a fight. They were correct about most powerful men. They came apart mid-sentence. I have a particular distaste for double standards. When you were the ones grinding my disciples' face into the ground, I mentioned to the vacancy where they'd been standing, did any of you once spare a thought for this exact afternoon? Then the clan's great hope arrived, and the joke only got better. The senile old ancestor everyone was praying would save them, an immortal venerable named Tianyin, who'd spent 10 epochs going mad over a puzzle, floated up on a cloud moving slower than a mortal could walk, and the instant he was in range, he slid off it and kowtowed to me, forehead in the dirt. Great Lord, you honor this humble house, the whole area. He hadn't been mad at all, or not lately. He'd woken the moment his good brothers came for him, recognized me on sight as the lunatic who had folded 1,000,000 sovereigns into a chessboard, and made the only calculation that has ever kept his clan alive across dozens of epochs, which is this: when the thing standing in your courtyard is stronger than you, bow first and bow lowest. He even did me the favor of erasing his own hateful descendants, the ones already muttering 10,000-year revenge oaths under their breath, so I wouldn't have to, sighing that he felt nothing for grandsons 18 generations removed and would sooner keep his one useful branch than his pride. I told him he was slippery. He thanked me for the compliment with tears in his eyes. I let him live, because a man that honest about his own cowardice is genuinely hard to find. Lei Yue, meanwhile, got to return every slap old Yiming had ever given him, with interest, and his stolen protector, Gu Ruoxi, a gleefully black-hearted girl who greeted her uncle's death with, "Wait, he's dead, that's amazing," was free, which had been the entire point of the visit. The old ancestor had one last thing to show me before I could go, the puzzle that had eaten his sanity. Deep in the clan's forbidden back mountain, in a rotting woodshed no one was permitted to enter, sat a fragment of tortoise shell so heavy that an immortal venerable, a being who can punch a hole in a sun, could not shift it a single inch, and once every 10,000 years it bloomed with a light full of enlightenment he had never once been able to read. I read it in about a second. The good news, I told him, was that the light was real. The bad news was that everything past the shallow part he'd already grasped was a deliberate lie, a heart demon someone had grown inside him on purpose, and he had burned 10 whole epochs chasing a fog engineered to drive him insane. At which point the shell started laughing, because the fragment was awake and had been playing him like a lute the entire time. It announced, with tremendous confidence, that it was a supreme being who would drink me dry and reclaim its ancient throne, and then I flicked it into a wall, and the confidence sprang a leak. I pinned it under one finger and refined it in my palm, and when it kept threatening to blow itself up rather than talk, and I am so very tired of people who imagine self-destruction frightens me, I crushed it and reformed it a few times, the way you'd reset a toy, until its will simply folded and the truth fell out. It was the funniest truth I'd heard in an age. The supreme being was a gluttonous old great immortal saint named Mogui, a genuine living fossil from an era so ancient the present world is 3 cataclysms downstream of it, and he had ruined himself twice over the identical character flaw, first by wandering into an immortal emperor's burial ground because the funeral offering smelled too good, and then, while fleeing that catastrophe with his body in ruins, by sneaking into this exact woodshed to steal the cured meat hanging from its beams. The owner had caught him, spared him for his talent, and sentenced him to guard the shed for 10,000 epochs, then walked off to go fight the darkness that ends worlds, and never came back, leaving a great immortal saint chained to a tool shed by a promise for the rest of eternity. I reshaped him into a well-behaved black dog. He wagged. He was, I concluded aloud, a dog with a story. And the story mattered because he'd handed me the shape of the world without meaning to. There have been 5 ages: mythology, the very ancient immortal, the ancient, and the present, and the seam between the last 2 is a thing the survivors only ever half name, the Great War of the Weird, when 3,000 immortal emperors met the weirdness head-on and paid a corner of the immortal realm to save the rest of it. That was the war my family had bled in. That was the darkness the immortal lands had spun into a prophecy about us, the returning curse, the sinful line. and the burial ground the dog had once robbed, a true Immortal Emperor's tomb. Its guardians long since rotted, its offerings maybe still lying there capable of hauling a great saint back from a single scrap of soul, was exactly the kind of opportunity I'd airily promised Lei Yue months ago and then entirely failed to actually arrange. So I told my disciple this had been the plan the whole time. He believed me on the spot, the sweet fool. Guru Akshi squinted at me like a girl doing arithmetic and arriving at a number she didn't care for, and the dog, thrilled to be aimed back at the very pantry that had destroyed his life, trotted out ahead of us to lead the way. Getting to that tomb took a while, because I refused to hurry. The dog knew the road. Lei Yue had inherited Song Anran's old job of cooking for me, and I spent the trip soaking my feet in a warm carriage reading a novel while the snow came down outside like goose feathers, which is the correct way for an invincible being to travel. We picked up a third passenger at an inn along the way. A pure-hearted girl named Zhao Ning had come out of the mine we were headed for carrying a mysterious bronze token, and the 3 immortal lands that had fenced off that mine decided the token was theirs and sent 9 sovereigns in the dark to take it, along with everyone else in the inn, rather than leave a single witness. They picked the wrong inn. I have a condition I'll describe as morning crankiness, in that I do not respond well to being woken, and when their leader's light show interrupted my sleep, I put a hand through the crack in the sky, ended all 9. Sealed the building so nothing else could wake me, and went straight back to bed. Zhao Ning stood there holding the pieces of her worldview. Her rescuer had saved her life as an afterthought to a nap and could not have picked her out of a crowd afterward. The reason I bothered at all is a rule I keep. To the cruel, I am worse than they are. But to a genuinely kind heart, I'm not stingy. And this girl was the rare clean soul you almost never meet up here, so she joined us, and the road became a running joke at her expense. Every time I opened my mouth to justify being lazy, cultivation is about the word immortal. Our lives are endless. Why hurry? Let nature take its course. Lei Yue would treat it as scripture, comprehend some cosmic truth out of it, and break through on the spot, right there in the moving carriage. He did it 4 times. Zhao Ning, who correctly heard the exact same words as a grown man's excuses for skipping his workout, watched my disciple ascend off my nonsense over and over and slowly stopped trusting her own ears. The dog told her to quit measuring herself against a freak. She thanked the dog. The dog insulted her for thanking it. That was the whole tone of the trip. The mine itself was exactly the kind of place I'd started to expect from these people. Some naturally formed ancient lode, rich enough that a single ore of it would set immortal lands at each other's throats, and the 3 local immortal lands had simply fenced the whole thing off, posted an ultimate Immortal Emperor at the gate, and started charging 10,000 crystals a head to dig ground that had never belonged to anyone. When the dog declined to pay and asked reasonably whether the ore had grown out of their ancestors' backsides, the gatekeeper ordered him boiled, and everyone who'd laughed executed for insufficient reverence, which is how these immortal lands run every room they enter. Obey, kneel, or die, no fourth choice offered. So the dog reminded them who he was. He opened his mouth until it covered the sky, swallowed 100 immortal sovereigns in a single gulp, complained they had no flavor, and asked for better ingredients. Then he tore through 3 10,000 emperor formations, made a meal of 4 of the 8 ancient venerables who came to stop him, and remarked that if he could just eat a few million more immortal venerables, he'd be back to his old strength. This is my dog now. I sat to the side and let him have his afternoon. He'd been chained in a shed for 100,000 epochs and had earned a little vandalism at someone else's expense. I only step in, I told the horrified girl, when the show gets boring. 5 provinces away, my other disciple was having a considerably worse time in the very same family of bullies' front yard. Zhao, he had finally reached the Xiaoyao immortal land and discovered, because I'd broadcast his face across the whole realm for a laugh, that the entire nation was locked down hunting the blue-robed boy with the tower. He'd already died more times on the road than he could count, hauled back each time by the deathless body I'd built into him, and now he had to somehow slip past a country full of immortal venerables, beat their #1 prodigy under the nose of an immortal saint, and quietly walk off with the man's tower piece. The little tower he was carrying for protection cheerfully refused to lift a finger, and advised him that the fastest way to sneak in unnoticed would be to simply kill everyone in the immortal land. Zhao, he wept and kept running. He did not yet grasp that dying a few 100 million times was, in fact, the whole assignment. The mine had one last card, and it was a good one. When the dog finally met something he couldn't chew, a war spear the size of a mountain, forged by the 3 Immortal Lands founders that had run 3 immortal saints through on the day it was made and worn the proof ever since, he did the sensible thing and hollered for me, so I stepped up, the spear, turned from the dog, took one look at me, and fled. A supreme divine weapon that had killed saints tucked its tail and tore a hole in space to get away, which I found genuinely flattering. I didn't let it. I hooked a finger, bounced it back into my hand, asked it the usual question, submit or perish, and it folded on the spot because a weapon has no loyalty, only an owner. Decent materials, I told it. Crude old workmanship. Then I reforged it in my palm, then and there, made it better than its makers ever could, and swung it once at the mine just to feel the balance. One strike turned 10,000 miles of immortal land fortress. The formations, the garrisons, the whole proud monument of the three great immortal soils, into a flat plain of scattered stone. 1,000 millennia of foundation erased between two breaths with the weapon they'd built to keep it. I slid the spear into my sleeve and went to open the tomb. The tomb had opinions about visitors. As I strolled down through a mine that treated its killing fogs and living corpse guardians as a mild draft, 3 of the immortal land's top powers arrived as projections, drawn by the scent of an immortal emperor's secret, and started arguing about how to split the loot. They didn't get the chance. Out of the tomb crawled a rotting dragon turtle with an old man in a straw raincoat sitting on its shell playing a flute, a residual shadow the dead emperor had left behind. And when the 3 supremes called him a senile fossil and struck, the turtle brought down a single claw and ground all 3 of them to powder. The opportunities here, the old shadow said mildly, are for the young. My tomb surfacing again means the next great calamity is close. Leave the treasures to the children. Or what did I build the place for? Then he wrote a decree across the sky and drove his turtle back into the dark. The decree admitted only prodigies under 100,000 years old, immortal sovereign or better, a successor's exam, and every immortal land within reach instantly emptied its vaults and flung its finest youths at the mine. Which is how Zhao He, 5 whole provinces away, learned that the entire Xiaoyao immortal land he'd spent a year dying to sneak into had just packed up and relocated to the exact mine I happened to be standing in. His enemy, the tower-holding Qing Yun, was already on the way there to hunt him. My poor disciple screamed at the sky, shook the little tower awake, and dove after them. The universe does love to gather everyone into one room. Inside, I gave Lei Yue his lesson. He'd walked in at 18, cocky from beating a beast a dozen realms above him, so the tomb obliged by producing hundreds more of the things. Wind-fast scythe beasts, the weakest and immortal sovereign, the strongest and ultimate immortal emperor, and I sat down to watch my disciple drown. He fought. Then he tried to run. Then he asked, in the exact tone of a boy doing the math on his own funeral, whether his master was really going to stand there and let him die. I told him he was being ridiculous, that he clearly didn't train hard enough, and that I was disappointed in him. Zhao Ning nearly took my head off on his behalf. Then I stood up and taught the only way the lesson ever sticks. I dropped my own power all the way down to true immortal, the very first rung, the weakest thing that still counts as immortal at all, so far beneath these beasts that one breath from any of them should have ended me, and I cut 50 of them down mid-lunge with one lazy finger sword. That's the standard, I told him. Not amazing an era. Amazing eternity. A true immortal killing sovereigns is the floor for a disciple of mine. Anything less is welcome to die here. Lei Yue stood in the wreckage of his own pride, and instead of breaking, he caught fire. If that was the bar, he would clear it or die reaching for it. His sword heart, already cracked open, finally rang like a struck bell, and he waded back into the swarm, fighting 3 levels above the boy he'd been 10 seconds before. Off to the side, Zhao Ning, a genuine generational genius in her own right, watched a master demonstrate the impossible and a disciple level up off a single glance, looked down at her own 2 hands, and quietly concluded she had come to this world to make up the numbers. Watching me clear that swarm did something to Lei Yue. He'd been stuck at the sword heart realm. Now, chasing the after-image of my finger cut, he kicked straight through into the heavenly sword realm and then the heavenly heart, a height sword cultivators usually don't reach until they're immortal emperors, if ever, and he reached it at 19 by staring at me and deciding to be like that. His new mantra, which I found deeply flattering, was essentially a description of me. My heart is invincible. One sword rules supreme. He started dropping sovereigns like a man weeding a garden. We also picked up a fan along the way. Song Rui, a boy-crazy sect saintess who fell for the crimson-robed swordsman for about 4 seconds, then caught sight of me and upgraded on the spot to, "I regret everything. I love the white-robed one now." I told her to shut up. This did not deter her. If anything, it helped. And Lei Yue, pure of heart and entirely without tact, took her gently aside to explain that she really should give up on his master, since she was weak and not especially pretty, and it would only end in tears, which he delivered as an act of genuine kindness. Zhao Ning laughed until she couldn't breathe. That was our little traveling circus, cutting its way down to the bottom of a dead emperor's tomb. The tomb, meanwhile, had filled with the pride of 3 immortal lands, and every last one of them was hunting me. The decree had admitted 29 famous prodigies, 12 sons of this heaven, 8 lords of that one. and they'd agreed on a cheerful little contest. Whoever takes the head of the white-robed youth and claims his saint-slaying spear first, wins. They'd decided for their own comfort that the youth couldn't really be strong. Leveling a whole mine was surely just the spear doing the heavy lifting. So the apex predator of the entire tomb strolled its corridors in plain sight while its most gifted hunters raced one another to find him and die. One of them found us, a staff-swinging peacock who called himself Lord Ancient Sage, secretly the strongest of the lot, ordered Lei Yue to hand over the women and kowtow 100 times. And my disciple, who cannot lie and does not know how to flatter, asked him in total sincerity whether his head had been kicked by a donkey. Then Lei Yue cut down his followers where they charged, fought Ancient Sage to a standstill while breaking into the Heavenly Heart mid-swing, and when Ancient Sage called down an elder's projection wielding a palm strike from his true body a world away, I let the dog take it. The dog caught the palm in his teeth and ate it, explaining brightly that I'm too soft to eat man-shaped things but he's a demon saint with no such manners, and could the elder kindly send an arm next, since one palm doesn't even reach his back teeth. The elder, now permanently short a hand and incensed about it, made the last mistake available to him. He swore to catch us at the exit and grind my disciple down into a slave. I don't care to be threatened, and I care a great deal less when the threat names someone of mine. I pointed a finger, a bolt walked backward across the whole width of the world, found the elder's true body screaming in his distant palace, and erased him, the palace, and everyone in it, all at once. And then, because the dog had been eyeing me sideways ever since I let a word slip, I told him the plain truth. There will never be a tomb like this waiting for me at the end, because I have already stopped dying. Not the Emperor kind of not dying, where you outlast the world right up until the world drags you down with it. The real kind, the kind the records only ever attach to the mythological era. He decided very carefully not to think too hard about exactly how old that made me. Word of the erased palace traveled, and its owner's grandmaster, a great immortal saint named Qian, who had personally forged the spear I was now carrying, read the calling card I'd left burned into the corpse. My name is Kai Ming, he who sees me dies, and mobilized his entire army to come and collect me. I filed that one under later. We reached the tomb's first offering hall, where the dog hit a snag. The guardian at the door turned away anything older than 100,000 years, and the dog is a fossil, so it bounced him off the threshold while it waved my teenager straight through. He spun in furious circles outside, howling that in his prime this guardian would have been a light snack, while Lei Yue wandered in and helped himself to a dead emperor's cultivation notes, worth more to him than the whole room of legendary fruit because he'd finally worked out that cultivation is comprehension, and comprehension is the one thing I never bothered to teach him. Then the tomb ran its quiet little morality test. Zhao Ning, who knew perfectly well she'd only reached that hall on my coattails, gathered up everything she'd found and handed it to me to divide. Song Rui, who had been quietly stuffing her pockets the whole time, watched that and grudgingly surrendered half of hers, keeping the rest hidden. So I gave Zhao Ning 2 pills worth more than the entire haul, and gave Song Rui precisely nothing, and let her puzzle out why on her own. She never did. She concluded I was playing favorites. The dog, who has watched me do this a few times now, ate his fruit and said nothing. My other disciple, meanwhile, was 3 provinces of suffering into the best fight of his life. Zhao he had finally cornered his fated rival, Taoist Qingyun, an 80,000-year immortal land golden boy holding the twin tower piece. And Zhao He, a 20-year-old immortal king, had exactly one weapon that mattered. He could not stay dead, so he used it like a scalpel. He faked his own death to bait Qingyun into murdering his 2 most dangerous rivals for him and burning a trump card to do it. Came back at the perfect second and nearly took Qingyun's head, and then, when that failed, he simply declined to lose. Qingyun killed him with fire, and he got back up. Qingyun unmade his body and his soul, and he got back up stronger, because his deathless physique banks every death as growth. Immortal king, then sovereign, then quasi-emperor, climbing the ladder rung by rung on Qingyun's own kills. You can end me as many times as you like, he told the increasingly frightened prodigy. I only have to end you once, so try not to give me the opening. Qingyun, who had spent the entire chase certain that more power beats less, finally stopped killing him out of raw fear, which was the exact moment he lost. In their last exchange, Zhao He took his arm, then took the fight, and stood over a cracking, dying immortal land prince who could not comprehend how a nameless nobody had done it. Perfectionism, my disciple told him, not unkindly. If you hadn't needed to win beautifully, you might have simply won. Qingyun had 1 card left, and it was the same card I'd been waiting on the whole time. Dying, he poured everything he was into his tower fragment and woke its full spirit, an arrogant thing that manifested as a cold middle-aged man, and announced in complete sincerity that it had existed before Pangu, before the heavens themselves, that every lord and ancestor and source of Tao in all of creation was merely its junior, and that it would now devour the weaker fragment my Zhao He was carrying. The little tower, The true primary spirit, just fallen on hard times and 100,000 years past its best, took the beating with its arms crossed and a crooked grin because it had one thing the big proud fragment did not. It had a backer. I sealed the space and stepped out of it with my eyes already cold, and the thing that claimed to predate Pongu was about to receive a very thorough education in precisely how low the mighty can be taught to bow. The proud fragment, once it was in my fist, did what they all do at the end. It bargained. It offered me every secret in the boundless universe, all the lost histories and buried opportunities the greatest minds of the mythological era would have killed to hold if only I would let it live and serve. I crushed it anyway, not for the secrets. I'm invincible. What would I want with borrowed answers? But because it had very nearly wrecked the trial I'd built for my children, and that is a capital offense in my house. I kept the little tower instead, on the stated grounds that it was cuter, a sentence that put the fear of God into it for a solid week. Then I did the thing I'd been saving up. I introduced my two disciples to each other, and because men are idiots and I am their teacher, I made them fight. What followed was the single most obscene sparring match in creation. Lei Yue would kill Zhao He with one perfect sword. Zhao He would revive stronger and grind him down. Lei Yue would comprehend a whole new Dao at death's door and pull back ahead, and around it went. A cheater against a cheater for 13 days and nights, both of them climbing entire realms off each other, like two boys stacking fists ever higher up a bat. I finally called it a draw and paid them both. To Zhao He I gave a divine art the world hasn't seen since the age of myth. To Lei Yue I showed a single nameless sword point, one flick of my finger that pierced the tomb, the immortal realm, and the chaos beyond it, and drove on into the boundless universe until ancient things I have never met looked up in terror and asked who was holding the blade. After that, the immortal lands came to collect me in ascending order of embarrassment. First their two undisputed top prodigies, Lord Crimsonband and the Shadow Seer, immortal venerables both, the mountains that loomed over every young cultivator alive. And my two immortal sovereign disciples simply beat them, Lei Yue ending Crimsonband in 3 strikes while Zhao Hu split into a squad of himself and buried the Shadow Seer. Then a grown-up arrived, Lord Yun, a supreme being of the immortal land who'd helped forge my spear, projected in, put both my disciples on the floor in one move each to teach them their place, and graciously offered to overlook my youthful recklessness if I'd come along and be his alchemy boy. Kneel, I said. And a supreme being who had stood above the world for ages folded onto his knees, kowtowed his forehead into the stone, and when he had breath left over for threats, died, his true body seizing up mid-banquet a whole world away, at the head of the very army waiting to ambush me at the exit. Their great immortal saint began drafting the speech in which my corpse takes the blame for it. And through all of this, my newest disciple was quietly losing a different fight. Song Rui, having correctly written me off as a lost cause, aimed her considerable eyelashes at innocent, tragic 20-year-old Zhao Hu instead, who went scarlet to the ears and started handing her his spirit fruit. I let it happen. Some lessons a master can't teach, you have to let the pretty girl teach them for you. The last gate was held by 2 dragonborn swordsmen who, once I passed their trial by simply looking at them until they fell over, gave up entirely and started waving the whole party through like their bronze door was a convenience store, right up until Lei Yue, who wanted the practice, refused to be let through and insisted on fighting them anyway, to their genuine bewilderment. Past the gate lay the real prize, the ancient path of time, a road where time does not move, at the far end of which a genuine primordial immortal emperor was said to sit in meditation. It opened by throwing an army of immortal corpses at us, dead saints and worse, all instinct and old obsession, and the interesting thing was that not one of them would come near me. The dead, the dog observed, have sharper instincts than the living. So I got bored of watching my disciples wade through it, told everyone to step back, and grew a storm of sword chi up out of the ground that unmade every corpse in sight in a single breath. It was the first time the 2 girls had watched me actually fight. They did not entirely recover. The thing waiting at the temple down that road was not a Buddha. It looked like one, a colossal golden future Buddha Lord on a throne of stars. But I read the crooked heart behind the beautiful carving the instant I walked in, so I kept my hands to myself and my mouth busy critiquing the sculpture while it made its move. It was a body snatcher, a yin puppet parasite that had crawled into a dead Buddha's shell an age ago and now wanted a living upgrade. Specifically my Zhao He, the youngest, the most gifted, and by far the most naive. It offered him tea. And my gullible, love-struck disciple, egged on by greedy Song Rui, drank it, and a centipede went down his throat to eat his mind and ride his body like a puppet. So I finally stopped admiring the artwork. I drew the parasites out of the 4 monks it had already hollowed, cut them to ash, and walked toward the thing on the throne while it hurled every borrowed miracle it owned, not one of which so much as stirred my sleeve. It begged, at the end, for a quick death, anything rather than the slow approach of a curse it couldn't outrun. I asked it the only question that mattered. Its lineage had been one of the hands that buried 5 of the 6 realms in the old cataclysm, that sold a world to the dark for its own advantage. Did you ever once feel, I asked it, the despair of all those living beings you buried, the exact despair you're feeling now, watching me come? Then I ended it. Zhao He coughed the centipede out of his own throat, pale and considerably wiser, having learned in one afternoon the lesson I'd been waiting for the pretty girl to teach him, that a smile can be a hook, and the world is full of hands reaching for whatever you are. The primordial immortal emperor waiting at the end of that road was, by the standards of this broken era, a god, a dead one, holding himself in a pocket of stopped time so the world's river couldn't sweep him under. His guard turtle, a mountain-sized thing whose breath could flatten continents, decided to test me, so I shrank it to the size of a coin and let it flail in my palm, while its master turned around and, for the first time in an age, called a stranger, fellow Taoist. We played Go. Over 100 games I walked a primordial immortal emperor to the edge of a door he'd sat with his back to for eons, the path past the immortal emperor realm itself, transcendence, the thing his entire kind had decided was impossible, and he wept and bowed and called me senior, and I gave him the only sentence that has ever been true: invincibility lasts forever, and everything that was ever destroyed was destroyed only because it wasn't strong enough. He gave me the real history in return. There were once 6 realms under a divine court: divine, immortal, heaven, human, asura, underworld, and a thing called the Great Calamity ends every age by burying whatever came before. Last time it buried 5 of the 6 and the eternal divine court along with them and left the immortal realm alone in the dark, and the calamities arrive faster each era, the gaps between them shrinking, so the next one, mine, may not bury an age but end it. No survivors, no civilization, nothing at all. You are the last hope, he told my disciples. Work hard. They looked appropriately terrified. I did not, because I already knew how that fight ends. He'd noticed something else too. 2 of the 4 young people in my care weren't disciples at all. They were the disciples' mortal tribulations, the lessons I'd let walk in on 2 legs. Sweet, honest Zhao Ning was Lei Yue's, teaching him by pure contrast what a clean heart looks like. And Song Rui, the pretty manipulator who'd just thrown her arms around my love-struck Xiao He and told him she loved him most in all the world. She was his, and that particular tribulation had not even begun to bite. The old emperor understood it at a glance and stopped worrying about them. Some wounds a boy has to take himself before the scar can teach him a single thing. Outside, the immortal lands had turned the tomb's exit into a checkpoint and a robbery. Everyone who came out got searched, and anyone who objected got erased. One prince of a great clan reduced to ash for the crime of wanting to keep his own prize, on the standing theory that the whole world beneath the immortal lands isn't worth a second glance. When the looted forces finally snapped and rose up together, several thousand immortal venerables strong, the immortal lands answered with their trump card. A great immortal saint named Qiankun strolled down out of the sky with a wine flask in one hand, informed the assembled powers of the world that all of them tied together weren't worth the effort of killing, and then swung once and killed them anyway. Thousands of venerables gone in a single stroke like soap bubbles, because the gap between a venerable and a saint isn't a cliff, it's a change of species. Cherish your little ant lives, he told the survivors, and went back to his drink. So when I finally strolled up to that exit, the 2 broken old men who'd lived through the massacre caught my sleeve to warn me off. Don't go out. There's a net of heaven and earth out there, a great immortal saint sitting at the center of it. You will die. I thanked them for their concern. No need for all that, I said. We'll just kill them all. They thought I was a boy who didn't understand the size of the thing waiting outside. They were about to watch the size of it stop mattering. The tribulation bit at the worst possible moment. The instant we stepped into the sunlight and the immortal lands net, Song Rui turned on my Zhao He, flew to her sect, called him a kidnapper in front of the whole assembled host, and to make certain of it, shouted his one weakness aloud so they'd all know how to kill him for good. He'd been betrayed by people he loved once before. As a child, it was the exact wound I had let her reopen. This time he did not break the way he'd broken then. Her mother, the sect master, came to silence him, and he cut her down. And when the pretty girl stood in front of him, certain he could never hurt her, pointed at her own throat and dared him, he did it. Something in him went out like a snuffed lamp. 2 mortal heart tribulations, he said, quiet and very cold, and now I sever my own threads of affection. From this day, I keep no ties to the mortal world. He'd become an asura, which is only a way of saying he cut out the part of himself that could be hooked and paid for the strength with it. I watched, and did not help, and did not yet know whether the boy had passed his tribulation or lost to it. Some prices you can't read the shape of until much later. While my disciple was busy losing his innocence, my dog was busy eating the immortal land's officer core. A quasi-saint stepped up to put Zhao He down, so the dog ate him, complained he was gamey and tough, and asked for the next course. 2 half-saints came, and he ate them as well, remarking offhandedly that they went down better. Then, a true immortal saint named Xianxia arrived, a real one, not a threshold scraper, and the dog, who'd only clawed his way back up to quasi-saint himself, finally met a thing he couldn't simply chew. He scattered into 1,000 black hole dogs to buy time, took a solid hit, and when Xianxia ran out of patience and triggered the whole heavenly net. Array's world-ending strike, my dog did the sensible thing and bolted back to hide behind me, hauling both disciples with him. "Master, save me," he grinned. "This one I genuinely can't handle." Zhao Ning saved the moment instead. She threw up a 7-colored bell that swallowed the world-ending strike without a scratch and revealed herself at last as the hidden heir of the Zhao clan, one of the true dominator families that rule the sacred core of the world. That changed the arithmetic. An immortal Saint King drifted down to threaten the girl for breaking her clan's rules by showing the bell, and rather than run, Zhao Ning looked at Lei Yue's honest face, decided that a cultivator who can't follow her own heart has no reason to cultivate at all, and refused to leave without us. So the king moved to kill her, and her father tore a hole across the infinite distance to arrive, a Zhao clan Saint Emperor, and slapped the immortal Saint King out of the sky like a gnat for the crime of touching his daughter. Then he turned to collect her, and me along with her, and reached out a hand that could crush provinces, and I turned it back with a sentence, and watched a dominator go pale as he understood that the youth he'd nearly overlooked was stronger than he was. "Take your daughter," I told him. "I'll grant you that much for being her father." And the great immortal saint drinking at the center of the net only smiled and said none of it changed a thing. I had killed a man of the Yun clan, another dominator family, and for that I was going to die today, no matter who tried to stop it. The entire sky had turned up to watch me refuse to leave. I was, as always, precisely where I wanted to be. The 3 battle-scarred old generals who burst out of the sky calling me young lord turned out to be a loyal branch of my own family, the Xianlin Empire, a Feng clan line that had kept faith across 10,000 years while other branches sold the family name for a little safety. They'd been hunted half to death for the crime of wanting to bring us home. So Qiankun answered by bringing out the immortal land's true foundation, 360 immortal saints, 6 saint emperors, a saint-extinguishing array built to end anything that had ever lived. I stepped into the dead center of it. Destroy. His world-ending strike was simply gone. Break. The array came apart and rained 300 saints out of the heavens, coughing and pale. Kneel. They knelt. Great saints down to sovereigns, every last one, in one row that stretched across the sky. And then I ground them all into nothing in a torrent of chaos, and kept the wreckage of them drifting behind me like the tail of a comet, because I wanted the ones still breathing to have to look at it. A Zhao clan Saint Emperor stood there and watched me do that, and understood, far too late, that he'd spent the afternoon hesitating over whether to befriend the strongest thing in the world. His regret was its own quiet comedy. Then the last ugly piece of the picture arrived, a great immortal saint assassin who announced with real pride that he'd been sent by the whole world, by everyone who couldn't stand the thought of the sinful-born immortal clan rising to bury my loyal old generals and me together. He was a body cultivator, unbreakable, famous for it. I punched his arms off, kicked clean through the middle of him, took his head under my heel, and erased the 100 killers at his back with a single wave. Every law they threw dissolving before it touched me, because I passed the place where laws apply a very long time ago. Then I put the mountains and rivers I just erased back exactly the way they'd been, every ant unharmed, because ending everything and protecting everything are the same skill once you're strong enough, and I wanted them to see that part too. Then I said the only word my 3 old soldiers had waited 10,000 years to hear, home. I'd take them home and turn to deal with the thing that had done all of this. Not the traitors, not the hired killers. The immortal lands themselves, the gold and incense thrones squatting on the exact ground where my ancestors had died, holding back the dark, teaching children that the family who bled for them was a curse. I punched a road across the world and walked into one. The ancient white ape great saint chained to its gate to guard it died to a finger. The 1,000-mile wall and its 100,000 iron guards died to a palm, and I rode a bridge of rainbow up to the seat of the 7 sects that ran the place, my comet of the dead trailing behind me, while the whole immortal realm crowded in at my heels to watch the invincible, untouchable, sacred immortal land learn in one afternoon that it was none of those things, and I mocked its great hidden dominator, out loud, for cowering in his shell instead of coming out to die like the rest. The immortal land emptied its entire secret vault at me. A severed evil corpse the Dominator had shed on his own climb to power, carrying the combat weight of a near-immortal lord, 10,000 battle souls of dead saints, harvested and hoarded across the ages for exactly this day, a half-repaired Immortal Emperor formation that flipped the sky upside down and dissolved lesser cultivators into nothing where they stood. I slapped the corpse to pieces, exhaled once, and ironed the formation flat, and stood in the single spot in that inverted world where nothing could reach me, while everyone who'd trailed me in crowded into my shadow to keep breathing. Then the Dominator himself finally came out of hiding, the everlasting immortal lord, a jade-faced ancient who'd been famous before my own clan's founder drew his first breath, the single strongest being in this whole broken era, and opened his mouth to make a speech. I hit him in it. One punch put him through 7 mountains and shook the stars down out of the sky like rain, and when he dragged himself up and forged a weapon out of 10 worlds, I broke it with a finger and put him on his knees with the next punch. The thing the entire immortal realm worshipped as an undefeated god knelt in the dirt of his own courtyard, and his faithful screamed. And then, kneeling, he told me the truth he'd been keeping, and it turned out to be the rotten heart of the whole story. He had gone over to the eerie, the darkness, the world-ending thing my ancestors had died holding back, and he swore he was not the only one. He gave me the nihilist sermon while he was at it, that the strong simply are the truth, that the immortal clan's heroes had thrown their lives away in that ancient war and left nothing behind but scum, that calling my family's sinful line was only the winner writing the history. I let him talk because I wanted the watching world to hear me answer it. If this realm had been full of creatures like you, I told him, no one would ever have marched out to that war at all. A coward like you would have been buried an age ago instead of squatting on a stolen throne calling heroes a curse. The men who spread the lie about my family were not disgusted by villains. They were the villains. They had sold the world to the exact enemy my clan bled to stop and dressed the sail up as righteousness. I closed my fist on the Erie's blade and on its ancient whisper along with it. The slander finally had a real name, and the name was treason. He tried one last thing on his way out, a lie built big enough to freeze me in place. Every immortal land, he laughed, every dominator family in the world, all of them have already gone to the Erie. Go on, be the enemy of all creation if you have the nerve. The whole sky held its breath, so I drew his soul out, read it, and gave them the verdict. Only 3 lands confirmed. Which was its own private joke because I already knew the real answer was far uglier and simply chose not to say, a crisis is the only thing that ever makes these. People cultivate, and I do enjoy watching them sweat. Then I finished the work. I wiped all 3 traitor lands off the face of the world. One lord crushed like an insect mid-flight across the whole width of a province, the others broken and their souls sealed in a gourd to answer for what they'd done, for exactly as long as I pleased. I threw my spear through a hole in space and let it level the last of them from a world away without standing up, and somewhere much nearer the center of everything, older and colder things than any of these felt 3 of their puppets go dark at once and began, for the first time in a very long age, to be afraid. With all 3 traitor lands gone, the immortal realm spent a few sleepless nights doing arithmetic it hated. The word about the Erie crystals got loose, and all at once the family everyone had spent 10,000 years calling sinful line turned out to be the only people in creation who had never once sold the world to the dark, and the very powers that had spread the slander had to choke it back down and, in a few cases, thank me, not all of them. Prejudice is load-bearing. A great many clans had built their whole survival on hating mine, and they weren't about to quit over a mere fact. A problem for later. Before I left, I did one small piece of housekeeping. I pulled the terrified Zhao patriarch aside and told him quietly that when my disciple Lei Yue eventually came calling on his daughter, he was to treat the boy like gutter trash. No hint that he was my student. Every door slammed, every insult a great clan can pour on a penniless nobody, and then dial it up 100-fold. Lei Yue only breaks through when he's cornered, and a doting father-in-law would ruin him. Zhao Hong stared at me, trying to work out whether I was the boy's master or his enemy. Both, obviously. That's the whole job. And then I went home. I'd been gone since I was roughly 3 days old, and the Feng clan's return to the immortal realm meant my entire exiled family was finally under one roof again. My sister greeted me the way she always has, by throwing a punch at my head the instant I walked in. I caught her little fist, pulled her into a hug, told her she'd gotten big, and paid off 18 years of her grinding jealousy with a jar of candy an Immortal Emperor would sell his soul to make. My parents rode in on a cloud, still glowing, still bickering, and now trailing 3 ancient saint emperors of our own line in my wake, who turned my clan head father the color of a fish belly. And I got to hand them the one thing they'd wanted for 10,000 years. I had cleared 3 of the exact holy grounds our founder died on, which meant the ancestral land, the whole sleeping weight of every Feng who ever lived, could finally come home. The 3,000 clans gathered to hear it and nearly took the roof off the sky. I planted my father 10,000 trees that grow the fruit lesser clans would go to war over a single one of, told him to eat his fill, and watched the old battle maniac catch himself daydreaming about retirement and slacking off in his back garden, and then recoil in genuine horror at what his son had done to the whole family. Good. That was always the plan. My reward for every bit of it was, naturally, a nap, 7 days of it, a personal record which my lazy system finally stirred itself awake to pay out a god-killing sword for. Then, because I have never in 2 lifetimes been able to leave a loose thread alone, I took my sister on an outing to a Moonshard Island where some hidden demon god was herding 10 million cultivators to their deaths with a con so old I'd probably run it myself in a past life. Free treasure maps to a jackpot that was really a butcher's yard. I burned the swindlers who tried to sell me my own map, scooped a groveling new errand boy named Ming off the top of the pile, and followed the stink of the scheme back toward its source. Because the thing I'd said to my 3 old generals, standing in the ash of the immortal lands, was still true and still waiting. I was going to walk into the sacred heart of the world, the core 13 provinces, and find out for myself exactly who had taught an entire realm to spit on my family's name, and whether, up on their gold and incense mountains, they were anywhere near as clean as they made everyone else pretend to be. The Moon Island Con had a monster at the bottom of it. The whole scheme, 10 million cultivators lured in, a sacrificial altar stone, a traitor lackey steering me onto it, existed to drag a demon god back out of the mythological era, a thing so ancient the moon goddess herself had needed exactly 1 finger of 1 projection to bury it, and it had spent the eons since bragging about the afternoon it once bit a palm off her. I let its priests summon it, mostly out of curiosity. Then I slapped its head off, wrung its whole mountain of a body down into a single drop of concentrated god essence in my hand, and reached into the pit for the goddess's buried finger, which was somehow still faintly warm after an age of the world. I pricked it, married the 2 drops into one, and handed the result to my sister as a present. It kicked her up 4 whole realms before she'd even started absorbing it. The legendary moonlight the whole island had been dying over, I froze into powder and gave her as well, for her skin. Then I flicked the entire island out of the sky and went home, since I'd only ever come for a gift. At home, I did the cruelest kindness a teacher has, which is to send the children into the fire on purpose. I aimed Lei Yue at the core 13 provinces and the Zhao girl, knowing perfectly well the black-hearted patriarch would grind the boy into the dirt on my orders, and that a second sweetheart was waiting in the wings to turn his life into a soap opera. I do enjoy a good drama. I aimed Zhao He at the monster province and a piece of unfinished heartbreak, told him his tribulation still wasn't paid in full, and that I'd know he'd passed it if he came back alive. Then I took the family sword and readied myself to go learn the truth in person. And my mother, who does not fuss, pressed a small cloth charm into my hand, a peace talisman my grandfather had asked her to carry to me, useless as armor, worth more than anything I own. I did not put it in the storage ring with the god weapons. I hung it inside my shirt, against my chest, and left. The truth found me first, wearing the face of my oldest disciple. Song Anran, the little pigtailed girl from the tea house, the reincarnated empress whose past life master had once cut out her heart, had come to the immortal realm to make herself whole again, and I found her cornered near the holy provinces, half dead, standing over a friend because she had done something very like the thing I would have done. A gentle little Buddhist kingdom that had taken her in, a kind king, a happy people, had been dragged into a massacre overnight by an evil cult that farms suffering, that harvests the screaming souls of whole nations and calls it worship. And Song Anran, seeing her own murdered childhood in it, had drawn her sword and started cutting cultists down until their demon monks ran her to ground. I caught the spear falling toward her out of the air, closed my hand on it, and did the arithmetic on the one detail that actually mattered. This cult had butchered an entire country in broad daylight at the very foot of Spirit Mountain, the supreme Buddhist holy land of all the West, the sacred incense-fed heart of one of the 4 Buddhist provinces, and nothing had come down off that mountain to stop it. Which meant the mountain had chosen not to. So I cut my way through the cult's cellars, set loose the millions of souls they'd been grinding into fuel, and followed the last of them home, up the incense, up the golden light, to the holy mountain that had let all of it happen, Spirit. Mountain was exactly as advertised, golden dragons coiling in the clouds, a silver waterfall pouring 10,000 miles off the summit, incense thick enough to chew, the single most sacred Buddhist ground in the whole western half of the world, and the second highest seat in all of Buddhism. Its gate was kept by a golden-winged great pang the size of a mountain range, a great immortal saint of a divine beast whose lineage had, the legend went, once fed on the flesh of the progenitor Buddha himself, and it came down on 90,000-mile wings to inform me that the dwelling of gods and Buddhas did not tolerate my kind. I asked it one sincere question first. I'd eaten kunpeng, I'd eaten qilin, I'd eaten more than one phoenix. I had somehow never once gotten around to a golden-winged rock, and I honestly wanted to know how it stacked up. It took the question poorly, so I took its wings and then its head, and I set a pot down right in the mountain's front gate, filled it from their own sacred waterfall, and put their holy guardian on to stew. It was, for the record, superb, tender, rich, better than the kunpeng. I ate it with a bowl of 6 paths rice while a courtyard of monks who'd forsworn meat for 1,000 years stood behind their formation and helplessly watered at the mouth, wailing that I was a demon, unable to stop themselves breathing in the smell of their own murdered god. An abbot came out to punish me for it. Xianxia, a genuine immortal lord, the sort who can fold a little world into being and reign inside it as its god. He built one to crush me in, a gaudy thing where the earth was gold and the sun was a golden swastika, and told me my life was his to command now. I told him his Buddhism was as hollow as his decor, all gold leaf, no spirit, a gilded box gone rotten in the middle. And then, because I was making a point, I simply reached into the world he'd made and took it away from him, took the whole thing, rewrote its every law to mine, and turned his own creation into a mountain shaped like a 5-fingered hand and pressed him flat beneath it, which even I admit was a touch on the nose. Then I shrank the mountain, and the head still shouting out from under it, down to the size of a paperweight, and I carried the great abbot of Spirit Mountain off to the most fitting temple I could find, a pit out in the wilds where the local monsters go to relieve themselves, and I buried him under a latrine to contemplate the Dharma for 1,000,000,000 years. Don't your own sutras teach that gold and jade are worth no more than dung? I tore up a treasure map and scattered it to the 4 winds on my way out, so that in 1,000,000,000 years perhaps, somebody might come and dig him back up. Then I went up the mountain to meet the rest of them. 3,000 protector Vajras came out to bar the 3,000 steps, one holy warrior to a stair, every one of them a saint. Kneel, I said, and they knelt, all 3,000, and I walked up the mountain on their bowed backs, one step at a time, at a stroll, as though it were a garden path of my own. At the summit, the 7 abbots finally showed themselves, 7 dominators, 7 immortal lords, the true masters of the holy mountain, and hooked themselves into their ancient Buddha Emperor formation and swore they would suppress me and prove their undefeated Dharma. Kneel, I said again, and 7 of the most powerful beings alive went down onto their knees in front of their whole trembling flock. And then, for once, I was not joking. You sit up here, I told them, on a mountain of incense and offerings, and in every province beneath you the cults run wild and your faithful die by the 1,000, screaming, unjustly, unhelped, and you feel every death, and you take the incense anyway, and you do nothing because the real demons are already inside your own gates and you like the arrangement. You think you're kneeling to me? You are not. You are kneeling to every one of the dead you allowed. Repent, right now, or I take this whole mountain apart with one hand and every fraud standing on it along with it. And the holiest place in the Western world went completely, perfectly silent, one youth standing over its kneeling gods, and not a single one of them dared to say one word. What I did not do was crush the mountain. Deep inside it, older and far quieter than the 7 kneeling abbots, several ancient Buddha wills had woken and were watching me with real interest, deciding, with the calm of things that have simply never lost, to let me enter the game, to see whether I could truly set foot on their mountain before they bothered to rise. Let them watch. That is the exact shape my whole second life has taken, once you back up far enough to see it. Every time I do some small thing, something enormous a little higher up the ladder opens one eye and murmurs that the arrangement will have to change. An eerie ancestor knows my name. A dominator's daughter is carrying my student home. A dead world's worth of gods have begun, one tear at a time, to be afraid of a young man who only ever wanted to be left alone. I've made a kind of peace with it. Someone, somewhere above the mountain, is always just about to find out what I am. And here's the joke I keep telling that nobody ever buys. I am precisely the thing they are all afraid of, and I never once tried to be. 23 years ago, I was a fetus who flipped off his own father and quietly erased an immortal emperor between naps because the man was standing between me and my sleep. Today, I ate a holy mountain's guardian god for lunch, put its masters on their knees in front of the very people they'd let die, and carried my exiled family home in triumph. The lie that had unmade us finally hung around the necks of the ones who told it. I did every bit of it for the same reason I do anything at all. The world simply will not stop shoving things between me and my nap. So now there is a peace talisman from my grandfather against my chest, a whole family under one roof for the first time in an age, 2 disciples out in the dark learning to be monsters, and a great calamity somewhere past the horizon with my name already written on it. Every ancient thing left standing is holding its breath, waiting to see what I do next. What I am going to do next is sleep. The rest of it can get in line.